Oh, hello?
Yes.
What's up, man?
Nothing much. Nothing going on here. How about you?
Good.
What you got for us today, Big Joe?
Are you a flat earther?
Of course.
Oh, of course. Oh, okay.
What other Earth is there but the flat one out there?
I think the Earth is
Like a
round,
penny?
If you're,
When I go outside.
uh, yeah, I guess so. When I go outside, I can't see for thousands of miles.
So you just have a belief that it's a globe.
I don't have a belief. I mean, I trust science, and I trust we have photos of the Earth. So
So you've outsourced your beliefs to a priesthood, basically. Because you don't experience this globe that they say you live on, but they say it, and so you go, well, I trust them, and there you go. It's kind of like a religion.
I wouldn't say like a religion.
Well, I mean, if you're just going off what people say because you
Well,
trust them,
someone
investing your
showed
faith in them, it's pretty
me
religious.
God.
Just going off what it's pretty
Yeah,
religious.
God. I'd probably believe in God, right?
What? Sorry.
Someone showed me photos of God, I'd probably believe in God,
Well,
right?
how would you?
It's not really a belief.
Yeah, but how would you prove to yourself that they're photos?
How would I prove to myself that they're photos?
Well,
Well,
because images
not just
can be
photos. They have live
manipulated.
videos attached to rockets, and you can actually
Yeah,
go and rockets go into space.
yeah, but it's easy enough to manipulate an image, right? So how would you prove to yourself that's a photo of God? Because I could produce a photo of God for you if I wanted to. I could claim it. I could claim that I've got a photograph of God. I could post a picture of some entity and say, "Yep, snapped a photo. That's him." How would you go about verifying it?
I mean, how would I go about verifying? I'm sure there's some telescopes you can see of like the first moon landing, like the Apollo.
Telescopes. Telescopes I can see of the first moon landing.
Like the
I don't know what that means.
it's the when they went to the moon in 1964 it was? I think that was the
No,
date.
it was later than that.
It was later than that?
Yeah.
When what
Wasn't it like 1972?
Oh, it was 1969, yeah, not 1964. Yeah, it was the Apollo 11 site.
Yeah, there's a few. Yeah, there's a few missions, but what's your point though with a telescope? What are you trying to say?
Well, I'm pretty sure they have strong telescopes where you can actually see like unless those are fake, I guess, but you can
They
actually
have
see the
strong telescopes where you can see what?
Apollo 11 site where they left their
So
equipment and
we're talking about looking at the moon now, because I was talking about the Earth.
oh, why would the moon be a sphere and the earth be flat?
Well, why would a banana be that and an orange be what it is? I think maybe they're just different things. I mean, even granting that the moon's a sphere, I don't know how you could
What
prove
do you mean
that.
by different things?
What?
What do you mean by
They're just
different things?
Well, they're just different things. Obviously, the moon isn't the
How are
Earth.
they out like a banana is different from
From a
uh
tree, from a gorilla,
yeah, but why
yeah, from a
what's the
building, from a car. They're all different things.
um,
This concept of things being different things.
If the
that's
moon was the Earth, the moon would be called the Earth.
thank you for that. But I mean the earth and the moon are both made out of similar materials.
Okay, well, you're just delving further into your lore right now. I don't know how you would verify anything that the moon is made of.
Well,
How do you know what the Earth is?
we had missions where we went to the moon and
We. Are you sure?
I'm sorry, have you ever seen President Obama or President Trump or President Xi Jinping, how do you know they're real?
Well, they're not really extraordinary claims. Every country has a head of state, and
So it has to be
usually a human
extraordinary.
being, and there's plenty of those around. And I don't
Hold
find it
on.
so baffling to imagine that like a human exists.
What do you mean by extraordinary claim? So it has to be extraordinary claim for you to be able to have to see it with your eyes? Or have to actually do it?
Didn't necessarily say that, but a human being existing is not an extraordinary claim, dude.
Well, what do you mean by extraordinary claim?
Well, we visited Neverland. That would be an extraordinary
That is-
claim.
I
A
could say
place that you have
Obama's
no
an
access to.
extraordinary claim, but you've never seen him.
What? Sorry?
I could say that Obama, the president, is an extraordinary claim.
No, people and presidents aren't extraordinary claims. That's just
Okay.
everyday shit.
Okay.
Yeah. That's pretty normal. That's business as usual. People, yeah, not extraordinary.
How do you know it's
Pretty
normal?
mundane, actually.
It could be faking it.
What about like an extraordinary person?
Great.
No.
Is this getting us any closer to any proof that we live on a spinning ball?
So you're dodging the question?
Yeah, I mean,
Extraordinary person? Dodging the question. That's a really
would you believe in an extraordinary person?
That's a really important question. So I guess you're dodging the
Okay.
question, which is if there's
Oh,
any
good.
global.
If you don't want to answer it, I'll go back to muting. That's fine.
I don't really want to answer it. It's kind of pointless.
it's
Yep,
to you because
all good. Okay, so I asked if there's any proof of this spinning, tilted, wobbling globe that you're supposed to live on, and so far we got. Is there are there such things as extraordinary people?
I think you're too stupid to understand the question, but we can move on. It's fine.
Does the question do anything to prove a globe?
Well, I'll understand why we asked it. Is because I said that we have photos and proof of the Earth, and you said, "Well, that's an extraordinary claim, so we can't. We don't know those are real." We asked you, "What about extraordinary people? How do you know they're real if you know them with your eyes?" You laugh,
I
but
mean-
it's the same argument.
You'd have to go about defining what an extraordinary person
know, it's
even
very
is.
tough.
Like, I mean, it's pretty weak, pretty shaky logic that you're trying to use there.
Well, you're the one who used the word extraordinary, so maybe you can define the word extraordinary.
Yeah, extraordinary. So, like, somebody makes the claim that they went to Neverland or Narnia or some fictional setting like that, then I would say that that's an extraordinary claim. Somebody says that they met Bigfoot or saw a gray alien or a reptilian or something like that.
Why would
I
meeting
would place that in
be
the
an
category
extraordinary
of
claim?
extraordinary. An extraordinary person. I don't really know what that means. I guess I could call myself one of those if I wanted to. So I don't think that these things are extraordinary.
The problem that you're running into is you're just using examples to describe it, but not giving the rule. What's your rule for what makes something an extraordinary claim?
No, there's no problem there. I think that's fine. You understand what I'm getting at. So, fantasy, Narnia, Neverland, stuff
I
that you
can't
don't
make
have
your
any
argument
access
for you.
to.
What is an
No,
extraordinary claim to you?
that's fine. I just told you already that you're basically you're making a claim of fantasy, pretty much. It's akin to that. It's on par with that. You don't have any verifiable empirical evidence for any sort of moon landing or any sort of photograph from a thermodynamics violation in the sky of the Earth. So it's just fantasy and imagination. And that's what I mean by extraordinary. So we don't have to derail too hard on the definition of extraordinary. I think you get where I'm coming from.
Unless we see something with our own eyes, can we never prove that it's real?
Well, I don't know. I guess you're just saying that you can't prove that the globe is real.
I asked you a question.
Well, I mean, is that going to be your standard here? We can't see it. That's what you're going to go with? I mean,
I'm going off your standard. That's why I asked the question.
my standard. No, I'm asking for empirical evidence, so I'd hope that you've at least seen it or something. There's something verifiable that somebody's seen that we could demonstrate.
I'll ask the question again. If you're not going to answer me.
Why are you asking questions, dude? Just provide your proof.
I'm not allowed to ask questions?
I don't know why you're asking any. You said that you live on the globe. I'm asking you how you know that. Now you're asking me a bunch of questions. It doesn't sound like you have any proof, basically.
Well, I'm not like a scientist, so I'm not well equipped to know everything about our world.
Yeah, okay. So you don't really understand why you have this belief that you live on the globe. I gathered that from the things that you were saying to
Well,
me.
it's not a belief. I mean,
It is a belief. You can't validate it in any way. It's just something that you
you
accept
validate
with
that
no
your drinking
evidence.
water is safe.
What?
You validate that your drinking water is safe.
Oh my god. Well, yeah, I can. I guess I can drink it, and if I die, then well, I falsified the claim
Well,
that it's
what if
safe.
it's causing you to die just a lot later than you think? How do you know it doesn't?
I don't know. Does this do anything to help you demonstrate that you live on a globe? Asking me if my drinking water is safe. Like, why? Why even go there, dude? Just give us the measurements.
I don't know. I'm just asking for no reason at all.
Yeah, so I mean, you're asking because you can't actually validate it.
Well, I can.
So
I
you're
can
gonna
validate.
just go around and be like, well, you can't validate this, you can't validate that, this can't be validated. Same as I can't validate my globe. That doesn't help.
Yeah, didn't you just sign all your knowledge over to a scientist?
Well, there's a couple things. I mean,
Priesthood.
Just-
That's what they call priests now, scientists, and that's how they get around believing that they're religious.
one of the
But they
things.
are. They just swapped out the word priest for scientist. It's not even what a scientist is, but yeah,
Yeah, they would wear a robe. They wear a white robe.
yeah. Lab coat now, same sort of thing.
But I mean, you do look. You can see the other planets, right? And the other planets are all spheres.
Well,
That's not the
a
Earth.
circular. That's a circular argument.
Well,
Other
no,
planets. So I've
I'm just
asked you how
saying-
you know the Earth is a planet, and then you appeal to other planets,
I'm just asking, do you think
already assuming the conclusion of the Earth being a planet.
what do you think the Earth is?
Who cares what I think it is? You're the one who made the claim of it being a globe. I'm asking you how you know that.
So you get to ask me questions, but I can't ask you. Okay.
Well, you claimed it, so I'm just asking you how you know. I mean, you can
You said you
fold.
believe the Earth
You
is
can
flat.
fold on the claim if you want.
know the
Yeah,
Earth is
because water's
so-
flat. That's easily demonstrated, isn't it?
Water's flat.
Yeah, flat, horizontal. Yeah.
Water
You,
takes.
you,
the
you
shape
know you
of
can
it's level.
say, you know you can
Water
say you
isn't a
don't know
thick
why you believe it's a
shape.
globe, right?
Well, I know for a fact. I mean,
How? What's the
How?
evidence for that?
we have multiple space agencies that can go into space and
Okay, a priesthood again. You're just going to believe that somebody's done something that proves it with no verification at all.
there's also gravity. I mean, gravity wouldn't make any
Oh
sense.
my god. What the fuck's gravity then?
How does that make things into balls?
Gravity is the bend of space time.
The
How
bend
does
of
that
space
make
time. You got the
things
current
into
law right.
balls?
Right?
I got it right.
How does it make things into balls?
So usually, the bigger the mass is, the more center of gravity it has. So something that's very large will pull things to its center, which is why
Can you
things
demonstrate that?
Can I demonstrate that?
Yeah.
How
Wait,
on
did he just claim Einstein and just demonstrate Newtonian?
Yes. He's switching between them.
So in order to demonstrate that, I have to make something so huge that its center of mass pulls it together into it.
Oh,
to a
Okay,
sphere.
so it's unfalsifiable.
yeah, another
Look,
concession,
you can
basically.
look at
You're just
you can
telling
look-
us I wouldn't be able to do it.
you can look at literally every planet. It all is a sphere shape. Why?
All as a
Because
sphere
they're
shape. Okay,
very
well that's nice. Even if we grant you that stuff in the sky is a sphere shape,
Oh,
which
you
you
don't have
can't
to grant me
prove
anything. I mean,
anyway.
you can look at it with
Even
your
if we grant you that, that doesn't
I
mean
don't
the
know if
Earth
you could do
itself
that.
is a
I don't know if
planet.
you can.
Still got the question on the table how you know the Earth itself is a planet. How do you know it's like one of these things that you see wandering around in the sky?
Because why would all the other planets be like that?
You've just done it again. The same circular reasoning. Other planets.
you
You've
have- you
already
have to explain
presupposed
why
your
that is
conclusion of the Earth being a planet, dude.
Me.
Yeah, he's already
Please
presupposed.
shut up.
So,
So what I'm asking you is how you know the Earth is a planet, and then you go because there's other planets other than it. So you already know somehow it's a planet. How? That's what I'm asking you.
well, I just explained gravity, right? More
That did
massive-
nothing to
Huh?
that did nothing to form a logical conclusion of the
Is
Earth being a
gravity
globe.
real? Is gravity real?
Now you're asking me if I believe in your lore.
No, can I ask you, is gravity real? Do you believe gravity is real?
What space time bending and warping? Where's that? Can I see that?
Well, when you drop something, where does it go?
I don't know. Does this have anything to do with demonstrating the
Can you
curvature of
answer my
space-time?
question, or are you just going to be a little pussy? If you drop something, where does it go?
I dropped something and it fell down. Where's space-time involved?
Why does it fall down? Why does it fall down?
I don't have that claim. You do.
Why does it fall down?
I don't have that claim. You do.
You're too stupid to answer. That's okay.
I don't have that claim.
Ask
You
me again.
do.
Why does it fall down?
I don't know why you're trying to get me to defend a claim counter to yours. Why don't you just defend your own?
Stupid answer. I understand.
I don't.
know
I'm not making the claim that space-time
So where
bends
that-
and that's why something falls to the
your
ground. That's you,
natural
dude.
belief is.
Not making that claim. That's you.
No.
Yes. Okay, you're not? All right, fine. Space-time has nothing to do with anything. Don't know why you brought it up. You're not making that claim. But you just told me you're not making that claim.
What claim?
The one that you made of space-time earlier? Now you're telling me that you're not making the claim that things
Of
fall
what
because
gravity is?
Yeah,
No,
so
that's
things fall because you have a belief in a magical
It's not a belief.
ethereal background medium called space-time.
It's real.
causes
when you
things to
drop
fall.
things, they go to the center of the earth. I mean,
They go to the center of the Earth. How was that measured? The Earth.
are you
How do you-
stupid? Do you not understand what I just said there?
The center of the Earth. How do you know it's going down to a center?
literally travels. It goes on its legs and it goes to the
It's
center.
not really going down because that would be a vertical vector, so it's that would be perpendicular
Vertical
to
vector.
horizontal, right? So it's going inward. How do you know that? It's going inward to the center of a sphere. How do you know that? Is the sphere measured? Do you have any measurements for the sphere in order to support that claim?
What do you mean the sphere is measured?
Well, I mean, you're telling me that when something falls down, it's actually going inward to the center of a sphere, and this all began with me telling you I don't see no sphere.
Why do things fall down? Why do they not fall up?
Why are you asking me now you're asking me a question again? Wait, why are you asking me this question? Are you going to say that things fall down because they're going inward to the center of a sphere?
Not know how conversations go?
Not very well with you. Things go down inward to the center of a sphere. Was the sphere measured? How do you know that? Or is this just a religious belief?
The sphere measured.
Yeah.
Are Earth measured? Yes, it is measured.
Yeah, because I don't know why you would say that like I dropped my phone and it's going inward to the center of a sphere. That's bizarre, dude.
Well, it falls down towards the center of gravity, which is in the center of the sphere.
Okay, so
Which is
this
why
mass, we're called a
goes
mass then. So this mass must have been measured in order for somebody to know that and be able to claim it, right?
Sorry?
Well, in order to know that there's a center of a big ball that's pulling things inwards, that ball must have been measured, right?
All right, say that again.
No.
Okay.
I said it twice.
I was
That's enough.
reading chat, so I didn't.
Well, gotta do something about that TikTok brain before you get in here, I guess.
Oh, TikTok brain, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually on TikTok right now. How'd you know?
I can tell by talking to you, you've got about a 2-second attention span.
It's 2.5 actually. It's getting up there.
So I was pretty close.
Oh, you're pretty close. How many family members do you know? Do they know that you're a flat earther?
I guess you're giving up completely now on the globe.
Completely.
You want to talk about me and my personal life?
Argument. You refuse to answer my questions. So I mean,
I refuse to answer your questions that were deflections from my question to you of how you know you're living on a sphere. Yeah, pretty much. Why would I put up with that bullshit?
that's because I said gravity, and you said it's not real. And when I asked, okay,
I didn't even say that. I didn't even say that. You were just chanting your religious lore at me.
You wasn't real. You were literally just said.
I never even said that. I said that I got no reason.
Space and time. Well, what does that even mean? But and then you just
Yeah. Well, I asked you to.
Spiraling. He doesn't even remember what you said, heretic, and now he's spiraling.
Yeah, I know. I asked you how you know that that's the case, that that's what's happening.
I'm actually flattening down.
There's a medium. There's a conceptual medium bending and warping that cause things to go inward to the center of a big ball, and you got bricked. You had TikTok brain when I asked you that question like 3 or 4 times.
You're too stupid to understand. Like,
yeah, have a tantrum. I'm too stupid. It's my fault that you can't validate your belief. Anyway, it's my fault you have a baseless belief that you never challenged or thought critically about and can't defend whatsoever. It's my fault.
Well, it's very funny because you can't challenge me at all that the Earth is flat. Like, I at least have some reasoning to why the Earth is round, but you just go no.
No, you don't. You have no reasoning. You didn't
Why is
parse
it
out a
flat? Why
single.
is it flat?
You didn't parse out a
Why do
single.
things fall down when I drop them?
That's non sequitur, dude. That has nothing to do necessarily with the shape of what you're on.
That's
So that's not reasonable. You're not being reasonable.
not being reasonable. Okay.
No, you're not. Why do things fall down isn't even an argument. It's a question, and it's completely non sequitur to the question on the table. The question on the table is how you know you're living on a ball, and then you start waffling about why things go down.
Literally just explained it.
You explained it. You explained the answer to your own question that you asked me.
That
you
was
just made your
non
claim
sequitur to the question that you asked in the first instance.
So you ask me a question, then you answer it for yourself, and you essentially say, well, things are going down because the Earth is a big ball, bending and warping space-time, causing things to actually fall inward, not really down. Okay, so you just made a circular argument. Well, it's a globe because things go down because it's a globe. Are you retarded?
That's not what I said at all.
That's essentially what you said.
No, you're
You
strong.
essentially said that things go down because the Earth is a large mass, being a globe, bending and warping space-time, causing things to actually fall inward to its center of gravity. So therefore, you really just said that it's a globe because things fall down because it's a globe. That's retarded, dude. You're not using any logic.
That's retarded?
It's absolutely retarded. It's a circular argument. It's begging the question. It's not logical. It's insane.
Oh, you're way smarter than the thousands of scientists who do this. I understand.
Okay, well, so this would be a question of measurement, not science. You wouldn't apply the scientific method to this, so you're in a category error. So who gives a shit what scientists think?
Measurement, not science. What does that even mean?
Well, obviously you have no clue because you don't know what the scientific method is.
Well, your scientific method is if I don't see it with my eyes, it's not real. So
I don't have a scientific method. It's the scientific method, and I've got nothing that I didn't come up with it. It's not mine.
How you know things are real? How do you know things are real?
Why do you need to ask me that? Who cares?
Because he's descending into mental chaos.
Yeah, exactly. Who cares how I know what's real? I'm asking you how you know the globe is real. Now you're asking me how I know anything is real? I mean, I guess that must be it. You don't know that the globe is real. You don't know that anything is real. So you're just lost in the sauce of your own imagination. And I guess you want me to be there with you.
Mm-hmm. Hit it right on the nail.
Yeah, so the Earth is a globe because it has gravity, because it's a globe. It's retarded, dude. It's not logical. The Earth being flat is a logical deduction.
Sorry,
still haven't said why things going down would prove it's a ball.
Yeah, it wouldn't. You just have a claim. You just have a claim about how things would go down if the Earth were a ball.
Bigger things are the more mass they have.
So what?
The more mass they have, the more center of gravity they have.
So how do you know how big? So how do you know how big the Earth is? Got any measurement for that?
I haven't measured the planet, but there have been people who have measured it.
Who? How? Most importantly,
how? Names, but sadly,
what?
I don't know their exact names.
You don't know that the globe. Do you know what they did?
I know to measure the Earth.
Yeah, you don't know who they are. Do you know what they did? Whoever they are.
I know the Greeks did something with measuring like the shadow on different parts of the Earth to measure its its curvature. I don't even know. So I know
maybe help him out on his Google search, heretic. Maybe help him out.
Yeah, I'll give you some time to search it up. What they did, whoever they are, somebody in ancient Greece.
How if the Earth is flat, how big is the flat?
You want me to spoon feed your belief to you? What? You already believe. You already believe the conclusions of whatever it is they were supposed to have done.
Yeah. Okay. How about
now you're arguing with me?
Got me. I'm a flat earther. Now, how big is the flat Earth?
I didn't measure the entire Earth. I don't know, and I don't know of anybody who did.
All right, so do you think it's impossible to measure the Earth?
I didn't say that. Flat's a surface description, though.
I understand, but Why wouldn't we not measure the Earth?
I didn't say we wouldn't.
You're saying we haven't measured the Earth?
I didn't say that either.
So, do you believe like there's an ice wall? Is that what you believe? I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, you might want to check the U.S. Geologic Survey because that's their claim.
I'm asking you.
Well, I mean, that's what they call the Antarctic shoreline parts of it, an ice wall.
So I'm asking you again. Do you think there's an ice wall that covers like the outskirts of the Earth?
Oh, that surrounds us all the way around?
Yeah.
No.
No. You believe like if we were in a plane and we just went straight that we could like go to space? Like how does that work?
No. Because
Oh, why not?
you'd just be maintaining your level with respect to sea level, which is a horizontal.
What do you mean by that? Maintaining your level. What do you mean by that?
I just mean that you'd be flying level and horizontally.
And what would
And you
that
would be
do?
gaining altitude over the Earth because the Earth itself, because you're referencing sea level.
If the Earth has an edge, right? Correct?
I haven't been there. I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know. I haven't been there.
You don't know. Mm-hmm.
Do you?
guys are
Have you been out to the outskirts? Have you been out to the outskirts of reality?
I've
I
flown around the globe.
You've flown around it. The globe.
Yeah.
Okay, so you saw a globe.
No, I haven't. I haven't been in outer space, so I haven't seen the whole Earth as a globe. But I haven't fallen out. I haven't seen no edges. So
Oh, so you just flew around this place that we're in.
what do you think I meant?
Well, it sounded like you said you were flying around a ball, but you actually just meant that you just flew around the place that we live, which is Earth. So if I just walk around my neighborhood, does that mean
so could
if I
we
walk
not like
around
take the edge?
if I walk
Well,
around my
what's stopping
neighborhood,
flat Earth
does
from
that
getting in a plane and taking a picture of the edge?
why would who cares about that? What would that have to do?
that?
What would that have to do with demonstrating that the surface is level and horizontal?
What do you? Okay, again, I will say this again. What is stopping a flat earther getting in a plane and taking a picture of the edge of Earth? And don't say it's not important. It's very important. That means we're being lied to.
Probably
Every single
like travel
government is lying.
regulations and
Figure
just
that out.
general lack of will to even bother. Like why would I go out looking for an edge? And you can't just
Will?
freely roam around. It's not
Just have
GTA.
no will to figure this out. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, it's just irrelevant to whether or not the surface is generally flat.
Relevant? Oh my
Dude,
goodness.
find me the edge, dude. I want to see the edge.
Well, we don't need to locate an edge in order to determine
need
that
to
sea
locate
level is level, dude. That a body of water rests level and flat. You don't need to locate an edge in order to know that.
Yeah, there's no edge, no flat Earth.
Well, first of all, I don't have free reign of the entire Earth. I can't just go wherever I want. I can't even cross a border without getting permission. So I can't just go to the fringes of this place on a whim because I decided to.
Do you
Probably
think
not
it goes on? Do you think it goes on forever, or do you think there is an end?
I would have to travel forever to prove that it goes on forever. So how would I know the answer to that?
Do you think it's logical that anything could go on forever?
I don't know.
Do you think Agartha's real?
No.
I think it's real.
I think it's real like his moon landing mission and the globe in outer space is real.
For real.
Yeah, pretty much. Same category of fantasy. Sci-fi, whatever you want to call
I
it.
think Atlantis is real. That's what I think.
Yeah, you probably don't think anything's real.
I don't think anything's real.
Yeah, that's what you were descending to earlier.
That's true. What if I'm not real? What if we're all in like the Matrix? I mean, can we
Things
disprove
turn
that?
again.
No.
So Mao Zedong, do you have any proof of the globe, Mao Zedong?
Yeah, because at this point it's becoming like a therapy session.
I enjoyed that for my psychiatric evaluation notes.
You got your notes, big fella?
Yeah, I'm writing a book. I
You
need
write a book?
about the psychological predisposition of retention of worldview beliefs from childhood that were initiated by indoctrination and are non-separable into adulthood because of ego identity protection mechanisms such as cognitive
It's
dissonance,
too big of
etc.,
a title.
etc.
It's not catchy.
I'm going to make it a better title, dude. That's a working title.
That title stinks. That's shit.
What's
Yeah,
an example of that?
The actual reduced title is Globe Cards. Why? Question mark.
That's been overused. You got to think of your own thing. That's also some shit.
All right, Big Joe, you fell
Why?
earlier. Mao Zedong had a question for you, AI.
Really?
Yeah, like an example of indoctrination as kids. Like, what's an example?
Oh, so it's well known among psychological circles and written in the literature that children operate in their early years as if the Earth is flat and stationary. And it's not until they're told the Earth is a globe that they begin to even postulate the idea it's a globe. They then have a dual competing system in their mind where they imagine themselves operating in a flat, level, stationary Earth in the real life. And then when they think about the globe, they imagine themselves outside of their own head, looking back at themselves kind of like at a dream. And of course, that's reimbursed and reinforced with iconographic imagery, right? Like in media, cartoons, etc., etc. Yet they've never experienced this, but they're told that this is the home in which they live. Now, we all know who study this stuff that kids develop certain knowledge bases at certain times in their developmental stages, right? So, for example, there's a time of a child's life where you could teach them like 5 languages. It's super easy. They just magically absorb it all and they just do it. So, likewise, your home, where you are, where you live, who you are, who your family is, your safety net, all of these things are established at certain developmental stages. And they hijack that developmental stage with the globe mentality intentionally. Yes, that's indoctrination, friend.
It's like the Holocaust.
Well, that dude just left.
Yeah, that was the dude that failed. Mao Zedong, who asked the question. He's still here. He said it's like the Holocaust.
Yeah, trying to bait us into a TOS violation. Dummy.
No, it's not like that at all. Where you are in the grand scheme of reality is a metaphysical question. Things that occurred in a historical sense do not even come close. They're not even categorically similar in any way, shape, or form. In fact, your ego identity is imprinted in yourself of like same with the languages, like I mentioned. People understand this. There's like a love language or a heart language. The language that you first learned. Like that's you dream in it, you talk to yourself in it, you understand it on an intimate level, whereas the other languages you don't. The same goes with your home. The same goes with your family, your mother, all these archetypes that are established on your psyche. They're so much a part of you that to lose them is to lose a part of yourself and to experience what's called ego death, which is considered by the sub-rational brain as death of the self. And so you fight against it as if you're fighting for your life. Because you are. You're fighting for your very identity as an individual, who you are, how you got here, etc. Apples and oranges. For example, most people have this visceral reaction about when the idea that the Earth is a globe is challenged, and there's no rational reason for them to have such a reaction. It makes no sense whatsoever. But we all know that they're defending it. It's their reality that they think they live in. No different than somebody telling you that you were adopted and your mom's not your mom. You're not just going to take that.
Yeah, but I could say the same thing about the Holocaust.
No, you can't do.
I don't know why you keep taking it there, bro. That has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, Mao Zedong. And you don't have to interrupt me while I'm talking, Mao Zedong.
Let me help you out, dude. Let me help you out, dude. Okay, you're too dumb to be here. You were given a hint, and now you're just going to have to be censored. So, goodbye. Man, if only we could have Globers with an IQ higher than the less than average country with the lowest IQ. That would be great. Yeah, so what that was a diversionary tactic. His brain was protecting itself because he's like, wait a minute, this dude's way too smart. He knows what he's talking about. If I actually engage with him, he's going to shatter my worldview in some way that I'm not prepared for, even if it's only subconsciously. So I have to draw flack away with some, hypersensitive topic that's going to distract from the fact that I'm scared that I'm about to lose something that I hold dear, like my fantasies about traveling to Alpha Centauri 1 and having sex with a cat alien.
I mean, because he clearly got the hint. I mean, someone said it.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh man, though, dude, heretic, you were taking no prisoners there. I clip that out, make it mandatory reading.
Really? Well, that guy was just a complete dumbass. It wasn't really like heavy lifting, really.
Yeah, but dude, part of heavy lifting is understanding to keep your spine centered, right?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
If you're just like turning your head to look at that chick that rock, turning your head to see that one guy who just crashed his scooter into the market, you're going to throw your back out, right? But no, you were just hyper-focused on making sure that he was the one who defended his claim, and he didn't, trick you into doing the whole switcheroo.
Yeah. That was the best hope that he had. Well, if they got to trick you into trying to defend something, then obviously they're having trouble defending their claim themselves. Don't fall for it.
Oh, so I do have an answer to his question, though. I was hoping he would phone me. I actually have a page on Fiverr called Ask Me, an Expert Flat Earther, what argument you should rebut the less than expert flat earther, but that you can make a fool of him. $5, buy now. 25% off if you buy 10. I don't have that many customers. But anyway, I was going to tell him, dude, when he said, how do things fall down? I was going to tell him because the earth is flat. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, I could just as easily do that. Sure. Beg the question. Same way
Yeah,
you did.
he was saying. However, you actually phrased it correctly by pointing out to him that if you just say things fall down, you're basically conceding the earth is flat. If everything falls down, you're conceding the earth is flat. You, in your worldview, which you accurately critiqued him on, an internal critique, making sure he understood his own stupid claims, is you kept him on, you claimed everything's going towards the center of a ball. That's inwards, not downwards.
Yep. It's not really down.
Now, the reason why that's valuable, because you might say, oh, no, that's inwards just means downwards in Globeland. No, it doesn't. Because downwards, they're all going along in the same vector. Not necessarily the same angle, but the same general vector. Like all the accumulation of downs are heading in the same direction between two parallel lines.
Yeah.
On a globe, all downs are radials, which that means you're going in towards the center. So the accurate description of down that he was trying to say would mean we all see that in real life. We all see down in real life. And you were asking him, show me where you saw something go towards the center of a ball. He can only show you down. So he has to trick you into conceding that down and inwards are the same, which you didn't fall for.
Nope, there's another switcheroo. It says down, but it really means inward and radial.
Yeah.
How thick is flat, guys?
What?
How thick is flat?
How thick is flat? Okay, now.
The thickness of a flat is actually multivariable. It's an indefinite question. It can't be answered.
Wait, do
You
you
have
think
to have a
you're saying
specific.
that flat has a thickness?
Yes,
Flat have a
can have thickness. Yeah, they can. You didn't know that?
What's like the range of thickness? How thick can it be?
It could be 1,000 miles thick. It doesn't matter.
1,000 miles thick?
Yeah.
Like in describing,
You can't measure thickness in miles. Yeah.
Like in describing the universe as flat. Now, obviously, it's got 3 dimensions, but overall, it's flat.
Wait, repeat that one more time. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
That's okay.
Wait, repeat it one more time. I didn't hear that. One more time.
Yeah, he said the universe is flat, dude, in your worldview.
But how thick is the universe? How thick is it?
Is she thick?
It's 1 universe thickness thick, and it's 1 universe width wide.
How thick is the
And
universe?
extent, hold on. The extent of the width is much, much greater than the extent of the height, and it all rests between 2 parallel planes. That's the functional model.
What's the
Mechanical
density and the
definition of
thickness
flat.
of the universe? Can you tell us that?
Flat is.
Why, dude? Why do I have to tell you?
Oh my God!
The universe you believe in, bro.
Billions of miles.
Well, why don't you tell me? Why don't you tell me? Are you asking me to inform you of something you don't know, or are you trying to bait me because you know the answer? I'd love to know, so why don't you tell me? Yeah, you thought you had a point, dude, but it turns out you didn't after all. You think nebulous questions prove anything? Yeah, I'll give you a nebulous question. Where's the edge of the universe? What's beyond the edge of the universe? If available space and time are expanding, what are they expanding into? Oh, can't answer those 3 questions? I guess the universe doesn't exist. Wow. See how that works? Yeah, that tactic's kind of fun. All right, next. Next Glober, next Flat Earther, go. They're trying to defend that the Earth isn't flat by asking nebulous questions about the Earth being a globe, basically asking you to prove their claim about the Earth being a globe. That makes 0 sense. If they had half a brain, their first question would be one and only one question. Why do you think the Earth is flat? That could be a valid question. Or, hey, if the Earth is flat, do you have any compelling evidence that you could present to me why you came to that conclusion? These are like intelligent questions that you'd want to ask somebody who has an alternate worldview that you're normally used to. You'd want to inquire the crux of the issue about why they come to the conclusion they came to, right? Like sincere questions, intelligent questions, educated questions. If the Earth is flat, how thick is the universe? If the Earth is flat, why do good girls like bad boys?
Yeah.
Exactly.
If the Earth's a ball, which is part of a solar system, which is part of a galaxy, which is hurtling through space at millions of miles per hour, where's it going?
Yeah, who the heck knows, bro?
How do we know when we're there?
How do we know that the stuff that's beyond the known universe wouldn't inform us of information that would ruin the current paradigm? But we never have access to it because in their claim, it's beyond our reach. We could never know what's happening out there. So it's an ultimate scapegoat, an excuse for why they can't have any definitive answers. Heck, I've seen all kinds of videos just this past month popping up in my feeds and articles about, oh, maybe gravity is a force after all. Oh, maybe the Big Bang isn't true after all. Well, wait a minute, I thought they were true like 2 months ago. So if they were the true science 2 months ago and now they're not true science, then what the heck, dude? What is it, false science, false facts, or just daydreams and philosophy? Like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, science is true whether you like it or not until we change it a month from now, and then that thing that replaced the other thing which we were wrong about, now it's true. Trust us. Our track record is we're always wrong, but believe you me, we're right this time.
And he also caveats with the universe is under no obligation to explain itself to you.
Yeah, so I need to do it on the universe's behalf, even though it never told me, so I'm just making it up. Oh, man, dude. Heretic, that was gold session. Awesome to listen to. I had my finger on the trigger for any retard that was going to jump in and ruin that flow.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was kind of milquetoast because I thought the guy was just a complete idiot, so it was sort of easy work. But
well, it's categorical, so just apply the same tactic to different arguments, right? The categories still apply, like the begging the question, the reversing the burden of proof, the asking you to provide evidence for his claim. It's like all those categories apply to various arguments. You can use the same tactic. You just have to do, different content.
Yeah. Same low tier bag of tricks that all the rank and file, ballers use.
Correct. And it not being an advanced conversation, like you said, actually makes it simpler to understand what's going on. So it's a good one to elucidate points because it's so simple. You can follow it very easily. You can be like, hey, look what that. The guy said this. This is what happened. Everybody's on board. That's why I liked it.
Can you just go to that middle section of this gutter, just on this ridge here?
Tim, are you trying to talk to us?
What?
There's something going on there.
No, of course not.
Dude, he's trying to order shrimp on the Barbie at Barbies R Us.
Timbo's just here to hot mic.
Frickin' iPhone users, bro.
Got to get on push to talk. It's the only answer.
Keep in mind, there's nothing wrong with iPhone users. There's something wrong with iPhone users.
Dude, it's not shrimp, it's prawns. And I watched this one show, they had chocolate covered prawns. I was like, ugh. Dude, I can't believe they're doing that.
Dude, they have chocolate filled prawns too. Trust me.
Way.
There, on a scale of 1 to 10, how did you like that wreckage that Heretic was bringing?
I don't know if I got off the phone while he was doing it. I left for a minute, so I think it was like an hour ago. I was off the phone. I got on the phone for like 45 minutes, so I'm not sure if I heard it. But enjoy all this shit. Freaking here.
Dude, I got to get some free time because I want to. Look, I've been wanting to do this for 4 months now. So that clip, I want to clip it out. I want to have a powwow about it. I want to have a little meeting of the minds of dudes honing their skills, actually pointing out the fallacies and the twists and turns. Not too long, Nothing that's going to drone on for hours and hours where everybody, passes out of boredom.
Well, my favorite part was it's a globe because things go down, which isn't really down, because it's a globe.
Yeah.
I mean, they usually attempt to argue something like that, but I don't know. It's just, I don't know.
Actually, I might have heard it then. There's something very similar earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, something pretty similar almost every conversation that happens here, but...
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a common claim, the Earth's a globe because gravity.
Yeah, notice how Heretic actually didn't need any help. He didn't need any interruptions. He didn't need to raise his voice or name call beyond what was appropriate. Completely in charge the entire time. Nobody increasing the hecticness in the fog of war to where now everyone, feels anxious and they have to speak faster, speak louder, speak sharper. Very pleasant
Told him to
listening.
go F himself.
I was very entertained, weren't you? That Glober got eviscerated for public consumption intellectually, did he not?
Oh, I'm giggling. Sorry. I have to open up the mic. Yes, absolutely.
I wasn't really sure. I mean, solo tier, I just thought the conversation was kind of like mind-numbing or something. I only answered him because I was the only one around. But, yeah, I mean, he doesn't know anything about the globe. Too easy.
Yeah, but in actuality, most of them are that easy. They just have more complicated content in their fallacious reasoning, right? Same fallacies, just more complex content. That's all.
Yeah, just try to baffle you by obscuring the actual point.
Yeah, and if you can notice what's actually going on, it doesn't matter how complex the content is. Once you can point out what they're actually doing, it's an easy defeater. You don't have to be stressed out about it.
Got to find the claim smuggle in there. Assumption smuggling, maybe call it.
Yeah, is that a claim in your pants, or are you just happy to see me?
Yeah.
I am curious, guys, about I was talking with a family member, and she mentioned the whole seeing the telescope, seeing the lander from a telescope on the moon. I was kind of wondering how we can answer that.
Crap. Yeah, I can answer that. It's so simple, dude. So there's 3 objects: the lander, the rover, and the flag. Okay. To see the flag from the Earth would require a telescope with a 75-meter wide lens. No such optic exists known to man. Make sense? To see the rover, I think I can't remember exactly, but the lander, you need a 35-meter wide lens. No such optic exists. The largest one, I think, right now is not even 12 meters wide. So, yes, no optic on the Earth that anybody knows about has the resolving power to resolve any of those objects. Period. End of story.
Cool. Yeah, because it's funny because like she's very religious, so she kind of gets the whole when I keep talking about globe and second law of thermodynamics, she's kind of like on the edge of that, but then she's gun ho about the moon landings and stuff, and she can't get off that. That's kind of where I'm at right now.
Right. So, okay, stop right there, and I want to see if you can figure this out on your own. So, if I told you that in order to see those objects, according to the claim of the distance to the moon, and according to the claim of the size of those objects, and according to the physics of light and optics and the Rayleigh criterion and all of those things, that you would need a optic approximately 3 times bigger than the largest optic that exists. So if she did see it, what would that prove?
That something like that exists, which it doesn't exist.
No. That's possible. Maybe she's secretly allowed to use the big optic. But let's assume she doesn't have access to the big optic because the biggest optic is actually the biggest optic claimed. What would that prove?
I'm
According
not sure.
to rule and logic. Okay, it would prove that the moon is closer. Because in order for her to see that object on the moon with the smaller optic, the only way that would be possible is if the moon was closer, which debunks her paradigm. So you can just shake her hand and be like, congratulations, you just debunked your own worldview. Good job.
Right. That makes sense. Cool. Thank you.
Now, this is well known, dude, and well written about. Not only that, but you could just do the math yourself if you look up the formulas. So she's either A, lying, B, lying, or C, lying.
But yeah, I mean, she's very receptive to the container talk, though, because she, like I said, she's very religious, and she kind of sort of gets me on that. But she can't get past but she still thinks space and moon landing and all that, so.
Yeah, so I will caveat this with one caveat, because we had a kid that made the same claim, that he used to look at the things on the moon with his dad in his backyard when he was a kid. And what I think actually happened was his dad pointed at the moon with the telescope, told the kid he was looking at the lander, and the kid, this is my dad, he's telling me the truth, and then he confabulated the memory as if he actually saw it. And so he wasn't really lying, he was just had a misconstrued memory, even though it was inaccurate, because there's no optic that exists that you can buy and put in your backyard that's going to see any of the things on the moon by far. Allegedly on the moon, by the way.
What did that guy say when I asked him how he knew it was a globe? Something like the telescope of the moon landing or something. Some incoherent jumble like that.
Oh, man.
Well, I guess I missed the previous conversation, but okay.
Guy in the backyard with dad looking up at the in a telescope. It's like, yeah, that's what the lunar lander is, son. Then later on, he got him a Lego set lander, and yeah, they got all kind of mixed up.
Hey, there'll be a new Glover argument. Hey, did you know they're building a 75-meter wide lens? And then you're going to see the flag, and then you're going to know. Then you're going to know that the Earth is a globe. Then I'll be like, wait a minute. How does a flag prove the Earth is curved? Is it a giant mirror that shows me the Earth is the ball? And they're going to be like, oh, dang it. You're right. I'm wrong still. Man, I love that kid. This one kid, he said, we should just ban every glober who talks about the sky unless there's a giant mirror in the sky that reflects the Earth as a globe. Woo! But yeah, a lot of times their arguments shoot themselves in the foot because they don't really know the consequences of their arguments. For example, guys, you remember debunk the extent of the distance from here to the horizon being a physical location by showing multitude of things beyond the horizon. So their initial knee-jerk reaction, well, maybe the globe is bigger than we've been told, right? You remember that? Well, if you make the globe bigger, these guys were thinking that the globe gets bigger, the sun is still going around the tropics, which are still around the equator of this giant globe, but that wouldn't be what would happen. The sun's circle would be reduced, not the same around the equator. The equator that the sun is supposedly going around in the tropics or whatever would just become a smaller circle on a giant globe. That would mean that all the angles to all the celestials would essentially be on top of the globe, not around the globe. So they would still debunk their entire worldview regardless. So no matter which way they went, they debunked their worldview.
Practically a flat Earth in that case, anyway.
Yeah, you could describe it as if they did that crap, you could describe it as you live on a flat surface on top of a giant structure that could be roughly described as a ball, but down is down. And then what would they say about that? They couldn't, because they just argued themselves into it.
Yeah, you don't have antipodal positions anymore. And if they try to make the circumference bigger of the equator and all that stuff, then their latitudes are completely screwed. That's not going to work.
Yeah, and as weird as it's gonna sound, and I know it's gonna offend some people, and some people are gonna cry about it, is you can actually have a model of a structure that is a giant ball with a flat surface on the top, and then call that the flat surface on the top the extent of the entirety of the known territory of the Earth, and that surface would be the topmost surface, and it would be flat.
So like a big Home Depot on the top.
Yeah, but see, a lot of people right now who are flat earthers, they would hear that and they feel like, oh, you're arguing that the Earth is a globe in the manner in which the Globers say it is. I'm like, no, it's not what I said at all. It's not my fault you can't pay attention.
Oh, we got a genius in the chat. Oh, we lost him too soon.
I tried parsing that out with some people one time. Boy, did they flip out, dude. Boy, could they not understand what was going on. Boy, did they make a fool of themselves. It was hilarious to listen to. They kept on saying, well, so you're saying water wrapped around a ball? I go, no, dude. I'm saying all the water is on the top of a flat surface, and that flat surface is on a giant ball. I'm not saying water sticks to the sides, but they're like, no, you have to, because that's what a globe does. I'm like, what, dude? Can you not pay attention? Like, they're literally, guys like that, literally incapable of thinking clearly for themselves. It's like they've scripted themselves so hard that they can't even think outside the box for a minute. It's like they're afraid to do it.
They hear globe and all reasoning breaks down the same way it does for these globers with flat Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, there'll probably be 3 people, if they're listening to this broadcast, who find me to be a cantankerous a-hole of epic proportions, writing down, AI said it was a giant globe. I can't wait to tell everyone.
You're a shill, charlatan. You're trying to trick us.
Well, the converse would be that they know the full extent of the entire boundaries of the Earth and the substructure. Do they have the substantiation for such a claim? The answer is no, they don't. So in their attempts to tell me I can't postulate what I said as a logically tenable possibility, in order to prove me wrong, they would have to know the extent, and they don't. So how could they possibly bear their burden? Now, does that mean I proved anything? No. You see, the difference is I'm not making a claim that logically possible, not necessarily probable, possibility could happen. Right? That's just a claim that it could happen that way, not that it is happening that way. Right? Big difference. If you don't understand how to parse out those differences, right, then you're not in the type of league to accuse somebody who's doing that of making a claim that they're clearly not making. It's entirely disingenuous, isn't it? But like, for example, the substructure of the Earth could have a near infinite permutation of overall structure and shape, right?
Who would know?
Yeah. Somebody drawing a bunch of squiggly lines under the surface. I mean, that's about as legitimate as somebody drawing a bunch of jagged edges. You know, like stalactites or whatever, or
yeah.
somebody
That's
postulating that the ground goes on forever, well, not necessarily forever, but indefinitely, or that it just goes into a location where free space ends. I mean, all of those have about an equal merit. They're all equally speculative.
Yep.
And neither of the people can prove the other wrong. And so for them to dogmatically point at each other and say, you are trying to claim something and therefore you're a bad person, it's like, no, dude, I'm not claiming that it is any of those things.
That's funny.
I'm claiming I don't know, and guess what? You don't either. But we got this thing about flat earthers where all of a sudden they're making all these claims they can't possibly know about. Find it odd. So they left one paradigm where they said, oh, we don't know all these things with the globe, right? You don't know it, Mr. Glover. And then they decided to take up the mantle to fill in the gaps and make their own claims for things the Glovers can't possibly know, and the flat earther can't possibly know either. How did that one get past us? I'll tell you how. An abandonment of self-reasoning, self-critique, self-logical application, and taking all of those things and hitching them onto a personality, a character, a tribe, because those guys you respect as being smarter than you. And so you basically offload all those tasks onto them and you trust them to do that work for you and to do the heavy lifting, and then they're just going to kind of give you the cliff notes. And then guess what? You regress.
Like the scientists.
Yeah.
I trust the scientists. Right hand to God. I get it.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're just going to reparrot a claim that you can't parse out, isn't that what the Glover was just doing when Heretic was taking him to task? He's just repeating the claim as if the claim is the evidence. Now, that's not to say that the claim is incorrect or not. It doesn't. It's irrespective. It's that you believe it's correct, but can't explain how it's correct to anyone when asked. All you can do is repeat the claim again, and then be indignant about the fact that the other person doesn't agree with you, and they're asking you, either in disagreement or in parsing questions like, well, what do you mean by that? Well, what about if this logical contingency? Or what about if that outcome? And you're like, oh, how dare you ask? You should just accept my claim because somebody else who's smarter, charismatic, and has, this, that, or the other, they told me so, and I'm telling you so, and you should just believe me because I'm a flat earther. Get real.
Are they smart enough to even determine for themselves who's worth just blindly trusting?
That's the same problem the Globers have, dude. They come in here and say, why don't you guys trust the science? And you say, okay, what science applies to the globe? And they say, oh, I don't know, I'm not a scientist, admitting that they're not qualified to judge whether anything the scientists say is true or not. So the only thing they can do is trust them.
I don't think they're even qualified to vet those people. Well, they can't even say who those people are, so of course not.
Yeah, but that vestige of that inability carries with you if you haven't conquered it into, like, let's just say, for lack of a better term, your emergence from an old paradigm into the quote-unquote flat earth paradigm. Right? If you haven't solved that problem, you're going to have the same vice as a flat earther, and you're basically just going to be a glober, but your globe is now a flat earth.
A glober in flat earth clothing, just switching out dogmas.
So if somebody's criticizing you, and it seems like they're kind of sincere, you should take it as an opportunity to test yourself rather than be indignant, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Iron sharpens iron, right? Because if it's the case that we can't be criticized and we can't criticize each other, then what have we accomplished by becoming flat earthers? Nothing.
You just swapped out one dogma for another. You're just going to go about it with the same mentality that you had when you were on the globe. You just went from Windows to Mac. Same shit, ultimately.
Yeah, but Mac has this sense of elitism, and I belong to a superior class of electronics consumer. You know, much like flat earthers who come to flat earth, they're like, I'm more intelligent than the Globers. I now shop at Target rather than Walmart. Dude, a lot of flat earthers have been sniffing their own farts and sharing them with others for so long that they forgot how to actually be critical of themselves and the people around them. And it's been harming our community greatly. And part of that harm is that when these people are finally criticized, they try to take people down rather than just humbly accept criticism. It's like, no, I can't be criticized. Now I have to vilify other people. I have to go after them. I have to make them suffer. I have to punish them. I have to take away their credibility. I have to lie about them. I have to go on the attack. Oh, man, who does that sound like? Sounds like all these Glober trolls we get all the time. Who try to get people fired from their jobs. Who try to sow gossip in the DMs. Who try to, get channels shut down. Et cetera, ad infinitum, right?
Yeah, absolutely the same shit, different pile. Yeah, the core issue doesn't seem to have been resolved with those types, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, let's be frank. Flat Earth doesn't cure the human condition, right?
Nope, yeah,
It doesn't solve the problem of what's wrong with you as a person.
Yeah. If solving that isn't the reason that you came to Flat Earth, then it will be just ultimately the same. I mean, you are a human no matter what you do, so I don't know if you can ever completely solve it, but you can maybe have some self-awareness of it.
Yep. I can see it now. The ripples in the ether. I can hear it. AI is telling people what to do and how to feel again. Oh, can someone pass the tissues? Man, you know what, brother? I got some ice cream waiting on me. Oh yeah. 22.
It expired back in 2022?
Dude, it's in this time stasis field. It will last forever, trust me.
Oh, perfect.
That's probably the cost. That's probably the price.
Better than a freezer. A time stasis
Dude, if
field.
you take... Yes,
Yeah, those are Target?
so if you... Yeah, so what you do is you buy 2 audio devices. And in one audio device, you play Neil deGrasse Tyson at a high pitch. And in the other audio device, you play Professor Phil at a low pitch. And the frequencies coagulate together to make cold space-time, which cools your ice cream to negative absolute zero. No, I'm just kidding.
What, really? You're kidding? I was about to try
Yeah,
that.
the reason why it doesn't melt is because it's full of chemicals.
Oh, that's no good. No, we don't need that.
Antifreeze. I mean, no, not antifreeze. The opposite to antifreeze.
And trying to live a healthy lifestyle here.
All right,
Stop
go
giving
ahead,
bad health advice on the live stream.
I remember seeing my stepson get a Sonic freaking Frosty or whatever the hell they're called. No, that's a Wendy's Frosty. Whatever the hell, a Blizzard, whatever. So he gets it, going to Home Depot. We come back out. I look in the cup. It was like in the middle of summer, dude, and the thing was like, it still was like up to the top. I'm like, how did that not melt? I was just like, the hell is in that? There's the chemicals, apparently.
It's in a time stasis field. Told you.
We might
Not
need
healthy.
to
Any
take a
ice
page out of the
cream or
American
any
rule.
shake I've bought, it melts.
What about you go to the freezer section of the supermarket and their tubs of ice cream are all like busting open, like the lids have popped off from the expansion of the ice cream. You don't get that over there?
Not the lids
I
pop
think
off.
if it thawed a little bit and then froze, probably. My guess.
I can see how that would happen. But if you let them like melt and then refreeze.
Wouldn't that shrink them because all the air wouldn't be in the ice cream anymore?
I think you need more water or something.
Ice cream's a Mandela effect. Oh, just like AI. He just left the chat suddenly.
Does he really exist?
Exactly. I don't know now. Did he ever?
Fine, did.
That depends on the meaning of is.
See if he's eating good ice cream or some cheap ass Blue Bunny birthday cake trash. He got some Haagen-Dazs.
Let's get another Glober in here.
Breyers.
Yeah.
Breyers without corn syrup.
That last one I was just handling because nobody else was talking at the time. I wasn't even really feeling like it. Now I'm kind of warmed
Yeah, I
up.
could tell.
Let's get another one. Yeah.
I could tell you were just going, yeah, whatever.
What's dessert?
I was like, all right, looks like it falls on me. Better take care of this.
I didn't claim the universe.
Falls on you? Oh, I see what you did there.
I did
it. Gravity. Must be a globe.
Got him. It's obviously a flat Earth then, since something fell. Well, I can beg the question, right? That's allowed. Those are the
something
standards
goes
that they
down.
set for us, right? Yeah.
And down is perpendicular from horizontal. You can only have horizontal on a flat plane, so therefore Earth's a flat surface.
That's funny. The only coherent way to argue would actually be to try to claim a flat Earth. The very argument that they're attempting to use to prove a globe. You could rationalize that it must be flat, given down being perpendicular to horizontal, and horizontal being parallel to the horizon, and all that stuff. That's an argument for flat Earth, and they try to flip it around into some sort of globe argument. It's completely non sequitur. It doesn't reach the conclusion that they're claiming. But the reason for that is that they haven't thought of it, and they're just like regurgitating just dumbed down rhetoric that they've never thought through properly. I mean, I was easily that dumb when I was on the globe. So I don't know how much I can even blame them. Well, actually, I can blame them. It's 2025. Come on. You've had enough time now. GE Platypus, say something flat triggering.
Lobe, because I think lobe.
Say something flat triggering?
Yeah, let's get this thing going. Let's at least light it up. I mean, you can pass the torch off when the next shows up.
Well, he could say something globe triggering too, like in support of the globe, but something he knows would be, another globe would have an objection to. That's not how you say it. That's not it. Let me hold my beer, honey. Let me come in here.
Yeah, true. He could probably globe trigger Daza.
Okay. I got one.
All right.
What's the dome made out of?
You bastard. I never claimed a dome.
Oh,
That's
so
a
there's
good
no
one.
so there's no container?
Well, dome and container aren't necessarily synonymous.
So what do you think the shape of the container is?
I never claimed a shape.
Shape.
A sigh of utter disappointment.
What's the shape of your container?
It's a fabric. Conceptual.
That's a trick question. Technically, my container, quote unquote, is the Earth. So my container is shaped like a sphere.
How do you know that?
Well, if we're going to define container as the thing that holds the atmosphere in place, for me, that's the Earth. So,
What? So the container is there's something on the inside that's containing something?
oh, I could have gone with that one too. It's called atmosphere because it's shaped like a sphere. It's literally in the name, you guys. Prove me wrong.
How does a container be on the inside of the thing it's containing?
Well, I said by container, I mean the thing that holds the atmosphere where it is. So it's like a reverse container.
So you got you'd have like a lead ball with gas around it. Your container would be the gas, would be the lead ball.
Well, it'd have to be a really big lead ball.
How big?
Really, really big. Maybe a lead ball with a radius of 3959. Although lead is pretty dense, you could probably pull off the same amount of gravity with a much smaller diameter or a smaller radius lead.
All right, let's keep on stacking up lead until we get a gravitational field around it. You reckon that'd work?
Well, technically, any amount of lead has a gravitational pull.
To what?
You got to have another object to compare it to. That's how you calculate.
Another piece of lead?
Another piece of anything.
And how do you measure that?
It's a measure of the force of attraction between the two things.
Yeah, but how do you measure it?
Sorry, I'm trying to multitask this while I eat my dinner. Full disclosure, I wasn't planning on talking at length yet.
Oh, that's all right. I'm just messing around anyway. Just messing around.
I know. I've already gone the rounds with everybody in this room so many times that it's more like a warm-up. Nobody's going to take it seriously because we've had the same discussion 10 times.
It was 11.
Oh, you T-Dub's one up to everyone.
Are there any globe-minded people in the room other than myself?
It's an oxymoron.
Yeah, globes for no minders.
Oh, okay, I see where you're going with that. I got it.
Well, we got Daza. About it. It's the usual riffraff.
Somebody's got to come off mute. Come on. These guys aren't that scary. I assure you they're harmless.
Yeah, listen to him. Trust the globe proponent. Trust
Still
the
got my
scientist.
arms.
That's the one aspect of it that I'm finding more and more entertaining. It's the idea of, look at these idiots all in this room talking about how the world's. I know the world's not flat. I know it's a globe. I've gone through school, and then it's like, okay, well, come in here and talk about it. It should be easy. Watching people trip, it takes practice. And when people come in here and they have never done it before, they quickly realize, it's a very different thing to defend it than to know it.
Than to believe it.
Oh, I know and you know. We just disagree on what we know.
Yeah, but most people, you'd agree that most people just believe it, right?
I think they would answer yes to the question if you gave it to them that way.
Yeah. Because they trip themselves up all the time on when you ask them. You just simply ask them. How do you know it's full?
That's why I liked the 99% club idea when you guys were doing that about 6 months ago.
You get some funny answers from that. Do you know you've eaten today? Have you eaten today?
I am 100% certain that I've eaten something today.
But a lot of people wouldn't answer that. Well, it depends what you mean by no. Did you fucking eat it or not?
Oh, I wanted to do. I keep having these ideas that I want to do with you guys, but people like Huey yell at me and say that everybody in here isn't your guinea pigs. Don't ask them to do stuff like that. Like, I wanted to make a list of conspiracy theories and ask people to sort them in order of least likely to most likely to actually be true. And
I think most normies would be like flat Earth would be the least likely to be true, right?
If you're not a flat earther, I would agree. Most people like that would have to be the one on my list that's least likely. Because of all the things on the list, that's the only one I am 100% certain is not true in any way.
No, you're not. You're saying
anyway,
that to defend your honor.
Like the list had the Kennedy assassination, 9/11. I had another. He and a couple other people took umbrage with me putting I forget what mass shooting that I listed on there.
Yeah, let's not mention names of it.
Yeah, and that's when I figured out. Okay, it's maybe I got to find a more subtle or gentle way of playing this game with people. But if you went like, okay, I'll give you the 4 big ones that I was going with: Kennedy assassination. Moon landing, Kennedy assassination, 9/11 inside job, flat Earth. You have to put them in order of which one you think is least likely to be true to most likely to be true.
Well, most likely is flat Earth.
Yep.
Yep. Moon. Well, all of the. Well, Moon landing definitely didn't happen. 9/11 was definitely an inside job. And the Kennedy assassination is not what we think it is.
It's kind of malformed too, because it's not like those things combined with each other. You could be like, hey, what about secret wait list for veterans hospitals? And something that it's already shown. Like dumping radioactive material on Native American reservations.
No, you don't. No, you don't get it. All the things that go on the list have strong. They're not quote unquote definitive in the sense that there are strong proponents and strong detractors for both of those things. Like the debate about it being one way or the other is ongoing even to this day. And like the Kennedy assassination falls into that category, Flat Earth falls into that, the 9/11 conspiracy. People will never stop talking about the moon. Even when we get back to the moon, the argument will become, okay, we've gone to the moon now, but we definitely didn't. We still didn't go to the moon.
Well, it was no we. Yeah, it was no we there. That was Nixon, and his cronies. He didn't include liberals or hippies. It wasn't all of humanity. When Nixon said we go to the moon, he's talking about right-wing evangelicals. He did not consider. Surely the communists weren't part of his we. Democrats he had secret enemies list. Other people on his secret enemies list. There was no we there either. So that's why people didn't believe it to begin with, because they said this guy's crooked as the day is long. There's no way he's going to the moon for the betterment of all humanity. He hates people. This guy is using the full force and power of the federal government to eliminate his political enemies. He's not landing on the moon for world peace. Are you fucking kidding me? So it can't go back because the technology's been destroyed. It can't be rebuilt. It's over. The rocket that they want to get there, Starship, can't even make it through the Gulf of Mexico without blowing up.
Point proven positive. People still go back and forth on that stuff.
Yeah, even at the time. Yeah, even when it was happening in real time, people were laughing about it. What a joke.
I don't know. For that one in particular, if I look at it, I'd be like, oh, well, who would be the most likely group to point their finger and say fake if it was fake? And for me, that would be the USSR.
Which they did. They did. Yeah, they did that.
Well, the Soviet Union confirmed that it happened.
Yeah, well basically at the time, Nixon said, hey, I'll give you a victory in Vietnam and you give me the moon landing. And they're probably like, sure, that sounds good. But later on, they reneged on that and said, yeah, the America never landed on the moon.
I'd have to go and look at that one.
Yeah, look, the last Russian space boss, after leaving, he's in charge of Roscosmos for like the longest ever. He's like doing an exit interview on state-sponsored TV. They go, hey, what do you want all the little boys and girls to know about your time as a Russian space boss? They're like, well, the biggest thing is that America didn't land on the moon, and there's no proof they did. Even if you think they did, there's no proof that they did. You can't prove it. I'm paraphrasing.
Who was doing my list there with me when I first said it? Was that Timbo or was that Heretic?
Timbo.
Put them in an order. If I were to do that list, for me, at least likely to be true, obviously, would be Flat Earth, and then after that would be 9/11, and then the Kennedy assassination, and for me, the most likely to be true is moon landing hoax. I'm like I'm like 90% convinced that it really happened. But I can see the motivation to lie about it. That's what makes me want to dig into it. I don't know. It was just the thing I was trying to come up with. I actually got a bounce here for about an hour and a half. I got a prior arrangement. I'll come back later.
Yeah, the big thing is you got to separate flat Earth from these other conspiracy theories. They don't have anything to do with each other.
Yeah, it was the other thing I got yelled at for. It's not what I meant.
What are you guys talking about? Your favorite colors?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep, I gotta bounce though. I'll be back in a little bit.
It's like a lot of the real horrible conspiracy theories you can't even talk about because it covers medical misinformation. The government literally performed medical misinformation and you can't even talk about it. All you can mention is like, hey, Obama apologized to South America for something. You might as well want to Google that. You gotta sneak them in. Hey, did you hear about Operation Northwoods? They repopulated bird nests.
But did he say that the most probably that happened, the truth, like is the moon landing?
Yeah, like he's only 10% in doubt that it's not whatever happened was like 90% there. Like it's a little bit of doubt just because of some reason, which I guess he doesn't trust Nixon or something. Maybe, I don't know, or that they haven't been back in 60 years, so like somehow the time frame like. And if they land on the moon again, he would believe it. He'd say, well, just maybe they didn't go the first time, but they went this time. Meanwhile, ain't shit changed around here. This giant leap forward for all mankind. A one small step for a man, a giant leap forward for all mankind, and nothing changed at all. Carl Sagan said it best. It was the most ironic token of all of human history. All of it. All of human history, there wasn't anything that could be more ironic than landing on the moon and giant step forward and nothing happened at all. Very ironic. I'm just wondering, has anyone heard of the final experiment?
How much of yourself needs to be in something for you to actually be in it?
I hope you're not talking about your private parts.
How much of yourself needs to be in something for you to actually be in it?
The hell are you talking about, lady?
Just she doesn't know.
Yeah, give the mic back to your boyfriend.
How much of yourself needs to be in something for you to be in something in a flat Earth perspective?
What the fuck are you talking about?
What did you not understand about the question?
How much of yourself needs to be in something in order to be in something on a flat Earth? That's what you said?
From a flat Earth perspective, how much of yourself needs to be in something to actually fulfill to be in the container of the thing?
Reminds me of the joke question I sometimes ask just for fun, like, mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the flattest of them all? It's a rhetorical question. There's no answer.
Oh wait, do flat earthers believe in containers?
And maybe you should give up before your girlfriend realizes you're stupid and leaves you for someone else, mate.
Probably a flat earther.
Wait, why would my girlfriend leave me?
Well, she heard us talking to you.
You don't have any proof or freaking encourage her. That makes you a numpty.
Yeah, are your girlfriend's tits flat?
See? That's fucking dumb, man.
Yep.
She's probably looking at you right now going, yeah, I'm not sure about this anymore. This guy's a bit of a dick.
Do you have any, don't you have any proof for these guys instead of just stupid shit? That all you got? How much?
Yeah, well, can you explain satellite altimetry?
Can you?
Yeah, I can, but you don't believe in outer space, so you don't believe in satellites.
Okay, let's pretend I believe in it. Can you explain it to me?
Can you explain to me what a satellite is since you don't believe in outer space?
Yeah, he's bricked. He's dumb as shit.
Yeah, I do believe in it. Can you explain it to me?
Well, if the Earth is flat, how come your dick is curved?
Yeah, he failed.
Reported for doxing.
Comedy routine is flatlining.
He just fell flat on his face.
See, it's moments like this that I honestly wish, not that I'd ever get my wish, but I honestly wish that they'd try to make the heliocentric paradigm more absurd, just to see, I mean, way more absurd, just to see how it could be, like, you know, like an actual, like, spaghetti monster, like they actually were, if they were to actually teach in schools that there's an actual spaghetti monster in the heliocentric model, and it's like orbiting the Earth.
Believe it?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people would, and it'd just be interesting to see, you know?
Yeah, because I trust NASA. Yeah?
And then this guy would come in here and be like, oh, you guys don't believe in the flying spaghetti monster? You guys are crazy! I mean, the way they describe it, it's almost like the Earth is a flying spaghetti monster. It's spinning and orbiting the sun at the same time. It's like, you guys don't believe in the spinning. You guys don't believe the Earth is spinning and orbiting the sun at the same time? You guys are crazy.
Man, that dude really flexed on some flat earthers for his girlfriend. How to sound even stupider than a flat earther, babe. Hold my beer. Watch this. The Dumbo routine does kind of work with women sometimes, though.
Anything works.
Yeah, just do anything.
Can you imagine? You're trying to pick up a girl, and you got like a little globe. You're like, check it out, girl. It's where we live.
You ever been like, man, I'm really not interested in this girl. I gotta get rid of her, and then just start flat earthing to her?
It works.
Yeah, Flat Lloyd did it.
No, I mean on purpose. Like, yeah, so the Earth is flat. It's not a globe. Space is fake. Shut the fuck up about all that stuff. Yeah. Get on my DMs. It's funny, though. I have tried stuff like that, and then they just kind of dig in even further. Try to get rid of them. That's what they do.
They think you're troubled even worse. So they're like, I can really fix
Yeah, I
him.
want to fix you. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he's so interesting and weird. Or just
kind of regret getting a vanity plate.
Why can't I get this guy? Why doesn't he like me? Yeah. Anyway, sorry, was that Orion?
Well, I was just gonna say, like, a couple months ago, I got a vanity plate that says NASA lie, and well, I might go on a date with one of a couple different women sometime in the next couple weeks or something. And both of these women I'm talking to, like, I know, like, I've never, like, I don't know both of them very well, but I know them well enough to know that if either of them were to know I'm a flat earther, they would just hate my guts, like, immediately. And there'd be no.
Yep.
Like, so I'm like thinking, like, am I gonna unscrew these damn things from my car and just set them aside and just go and hang out with them for a while without the license plate, or what? Or I don't know.
If they manage to get hooked on you,
straight
though,
up about Gus Grissom.
if they manage to get hooked on you, though, it almost won't matter what you say. You can tell them you're a flat earther, and they'll just be relentless.
Well, I'm thinking I might leave it on, and just if they question it, I'll just be like, oh, well, I just don't believe we landed on the moon in 1969. I just like to rip on us for that.
Yeah.
That'll be an excuse for you to sit down and chill out and get some late night snacks and sit there and watch some YouTube videos about how NASA lies. Maybe that'll turn her on.
I don't know, take a long time with some of these Portland chicks. These are typical Portland women, both of them I'm talking about. And so,
yeah, you've got an extra battle on your hands with that.
They got blue hair.
Yeah.
But they got nose piercings, or at least one of them does.
Oh man.
Yeah, I've had a few of those.
Wonder where else they got piercings.
They're like Luigi, whatever his name is, the guy who shot the CEO. He's my hero. I'm like, hey, bye, get out.
Oh yeah, they love murderers now.
Yeah.
Weirdos.
Earth is flat. Leave my place. Go. Well, the girl I was with for the longest time didn't give a shit about this. I was in the VCs and stuff all the time around her, and she just didn't care one way or the other. She's actually joined a few times. She's just completely uninterested. It's like, oh yeah, it's flat. Okay, cool. Next. Yeah.
What's for dinner? What? Does that mean we can't go out to the restaurant tonight?
Yeah, exactly. More concerned with the restaurant plans than what the nature of all reality that you exist in.
I'm so glad I don't have to deal with any of these retards today. In this day and age.
She was actually kind of the reason I got into this, because one time we're just hanging out, and somebody was pointing out like a light going across the sky. I guess they were like, oh, it could be the ISS there. And she's like, oh, maybe the Earth is flat. I thought that was hilarious. And then I was like, After that, I was like, oh, maybe it is. Let me check that out.
Really? That's what happened?
Yeah, that was one part of it. Although my sister was already trying to flat pill me for a little while before that, too, because she was like, OG.
She doesn't get in here?
She has a few times. I've brought her in before. But she doesn't, I don't know, do much Discord. She's,
Probably doesn't like all the arguing, too, yeah?
Yeah, she's not so adept at that. Doesn't want to argue that much. And I think if she were to give half of what she thinks anyway, she would just get cut down in this VC. I think she knows that too from having listened to it a few times.
It's a very male way of talking about the subject, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Everyone's giving each other a bit of shit, you know. You're a fucking idiot, this and that. But, you know, it's not really meant, but, you know, it's how we talk to each other, so.
She's not refined in arguing it, like, in the 24/7 way, you know. So she'd make a lot of mistakes for this room.
We all still do.
Yeah. It's the best way to get better, is to fuck up. I'm not doing that again.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah, fuck, I got stuck.
Yeah.
There's no way out of this now. There's always a way out, but.
The main lesson I learned is just to not jump on the VC as soon as I wake up, because sometimes like get out of bed and just be like, what's popping in the VC, and I'll go in there and hear something stupid and then want to respond immediately, and that's the prime time for me putting my foot in my mouth. I'm most likely to say something stupid at that time of day. Just gotta like remember not to do that. But like, I mean, usually early in the morning is when it's popping off. At least early in the morning for over here. It's always a bunch of Globers going, so it's enticing. Then when I finally have a minute
What's the
to
time now?
Right now over here it's 8:30 p.m. Pacific time.
Okay.
Yeah. The thing is, though, I've been saying this a few times, is usually the Glober doesn't even notice flat earther tier mistakes.
Yeah.
They don't seem to even
catch it.
Yeah, it's kind of just usually us just noticing it amongst ourselves. So you got a bit of leeway with that, but still, don't exploit that. The point is truth and exposition here, so you don't want to be trying to pass off bullshit. If you fucked up, own it. Isn't that what got us here, hopefully?
The story. Like, you don't have to tell a story.
No.
Like, I used to make that mistake a lot, where I'd get into a discussion with someone, and then they'd ask me a question, and I'd feel obliged to answer it. This was early days, and then I just went, How the fuck am I answering these people's questions?
Yeah.
They're supposed
Stuff
to be
that they
proving
have.
to me that the Earth's a ball.
Yeah, stuff that they have no clue about within the globe lore anyway, right?
Yeah.
They don't even know how the stuff would work on a globe to begin with, and yet they're convinced it
How does
already
this
does
work on
work
a
like
flat
that.
Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they have to turn it around on you like you're supposed to know everything now that they already don't know within their own lore. Like, yeah, kind of a weird double standard.
It's seems to be it's very simple these days, though. You know, like
it is. We started using just like we've reduced the arguments to the most, like to the absolute simplest. Like, yeah, no, I started using just plain old water for most of it. Used to always do black swan, or you know.
Yeah, I just say water.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know it's flat and level. Otherwise, you could show me it curving if you want, and then I'll believe that it's curving in some way. And you show me water curving. Otherwise, it just demonstrates the Earth's flat.
Yeah. Yeah, I just always go to that now. I don't bother setting up an argument to knock down the globe or anything. Put them on the defense. Also, just appeal to water. Well, that's obviously horizontal, flat, level. It's a benchmark for level. Always has been.
Always has been, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I mean, what do I have to prove here? It's all self-evident. Self-evidently flat already. You're saying it's not actually like that, not actually the way we experience it. Fine, fair enough. Where's the evidence for that? That's all you got to do. Well, maybe they'll argue it is self-evidently a globe. That doesn't work. So they can try that. Yeah, it really is that simple, though. It's probably one of the harder things for people to deal with in this conversation is that the proof against all this science and this body of knowledge and everything that they think that they have is just as simple as water and a simple modus ponens logical syllogism, which deductively proves that the Earth must be flat. It's deceptively simple. It's so simple that you think, no, it can't be that easy to overturn all this academia and blah blah blah. So I think there's a bit of a cognitive dissonance there, where they think that you're up against this Goliath of academia, thousands of years of research and knowledge and so-called science, and a dude on Discord can overturn it with a premise conclusion in 2 seconds. It's using the simple physics of water. No, it can't be, right? They got to think, no, it can't be that simple.
That's my favorite one as well. Water flat.
But
and
it
the
is
motion.
Yeah, and if they don't believe it, they don't believe their own experience. I mean, they've obviously seen liquids at rest. They've obviously experienced that they're horizontal. They have to deny their own experience and say, oh, some scale beyond that which I can perceive, you do start to see a curve, blah, blah, blah. Well, you can just appeal to the like physics citations of hydrostatics and stuff like that. Okay, there you go. They're saying the same thing that you experience. Liquids at rest are horizontal and level. If that's the case, then it deductively must follow that the Earth itself is a horizontal plane. It's as level as that water that covers its surface.
Yeah, that was my. That's how I became the flat Earth. I mean, when I heard that statement, I was like, "Oh my God! How did I never thought about that?" I mean, I could see it everywhere, but I never thought about it. It was And the other one is they cannot prove the motion as well. Like they will come and explain to you why you don't feel the motion. So there is no motion. Yeah.
Yeah, an argument for why we don't experience any motion. Yeah,
That's
that
what
helps.
they try to. Yeah, that's what they try to. Actually, I heard you as well. Like it was like 2 weeks ago, maybe something like that. There was this guy was trying to tell you why he doesn't feel motion, and you will keep saying, "So you don't feel motion?" And yeah, but I will explain to you why. So you don't feel the motion.
Straight into an excuse.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they don't have anything. That's why they spiral sometimes. You know, they go crazy and they start to yap and they don't stop talking and.
Yeah, they don't like you to be able to talk. That doesn't help them.
Yesterday there was this guy who was talking over Alpha all the time. And as soon as Alpha said something while he was talking, he said, "Oh, you don't want to have a decent conversation," and he left. But I mean, he was here for a long time anyway. He was cooked a few times. But this is what they do, you know. I mean,
Yeah, every single time. Once they start getting cornered, like that is basically the reaction that you get. They start spurging out and they want to talk over you so that you can't speak anymore. They just, funny muting, it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah, shut it down. They just start freaking out like wild animals. It's sort of like, like when there's a deer sitting in your yard and you walk outside and he just spazzes the hell out and jumps over the fence. It's sort of like that. Like when they rage quit the VC, I guess. That's the fence jump. They get all spastic first and they don't know which way to run. They start running into walls and stuff and chasing their tails and running around the yard. And then finally they find the fence and they jump it. That's when the Glober rage quits the VC. It's all spastic, doesn't know what to do. Starts running amok over the place. Dumbass in the chat talking about what hydrostatic equilibrium is a function of. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what's a function of. Nobody's asking for the cause right now. Just talking about the fact that it does lay flat and level. If it does that, that's it. We don't really even need to ask why. It's irrelevant. Nice sophistry. It's just really weak, though. Rotating fish tank. Okay, so the same force of rotation should be applied then to the bodies of water outside on the face of the earth, the lakes and the oceans. They behaving the same way as the fish tank?
Exactly what I was thinking now. I mean, rotating fish tank. Yeah, brother.
Again, no wonder he left the chat as soon as he dropped that pile of shit. Oh, he's in the fucking YouTube or something. Ah, cripes, I gotta drop out. My chat froze again. Ariam, welcome. Hi, how's it going? What you got for us today, sir? Oh, bounces immediately. Okay, we'll talk to DJ Particle then. That's how it's going to be. That's all right. We don't need you. We got DJ Particle Board on board here. We got plenty of options. We're not destitute for Globers, no. There's nobody out there giving up on the Globe. Plenty of warriors for the Globe faith. Plenty. We'll be fine. Yeah, it's not a dying dream at all. I mean, just listen to how many of them are in the VC right now, sitting silently, just waiting to chime in so they can cheerlead for the one that actually has any conviction to speak out for their Globe. Well, we got Simple Jack back again. Welcome back, Jack.
Hello.
Did you develop any conviction in the Globe faith?
Conviction? Probably not.
The past few times you didn't seem to be too bothered either way.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's pretty accurate.
Yeah. Seemed like you couldn't be arsed, as the British say.
Why, do you meet a lot of people that are very passionate about the Globe?
Of course. Almost everybody is. Yeah, there aren't many people who won't flip out if you say, "Hey, buddy, the Earth's flat." As far as I can tell. Maybe it's just because I set up a VC with, the headline "Flat Earth," and so maybe the people that join are just the ones that are immediately triggered by that. So maybe it's not really an accurate survey of the general public, but I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I wouldn't make too many judgments based on what you see on Discord.
Yeah, probably not. Probably plenty of people who just wouldn't give a shit, and plenty of people who would, but it's probably not the same numbers out there as it is in here.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yep. It's kind of a rage bait title, I guess.
I mean, I don't know. You guys are allowed to believe whatever you want to believe.
Yeah, but the words flat Earth immediately trigger. Don't you think?
I mean, maybe, probably certain people. Yeah, I could imagine it would trigger them, like if they were, I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's the most popular VC in the server, and I mean, if we had just set it up to say, let's say, 24/7 Globe Earth, do you think anybody would care?
No, of course not. No.
No, wouldn't get anything. The controversy begins when you say flat, and then suddenly they go, "What? No, that's stupid. That can't be." And that's how you become number one.
Gonna do a quick mic check real fast.
We hear you. You're coming through. We're live.
All right, and we're live.
We are live. It's true. It's a fact.
So confirm, chat. We're live. Awesome. Glad to be here, guys.
Just trying to get Simple Jack interested in defending his faith in the globe.
Yeah, you do have to have some faith, eh, Jack?
Faith? What do you mean by that?
I mean, you have facts?
Facts about what?
The globe, dude. What else?
Facts about it? I mean, I don't know, I guess.
All right, hit us with the facts.
What do you want to know?
Whatever facts you got.
I don't know. Maybe be more specific. I'll be able to answer. Give you a more specific answer.
It's hard to motivate this guy. It really is.
That's crazy. Well, either you just believe in it or you know things about it. So I can't pull out of you what you know. It's you. But maybe it's just a belief though, and that's totally fine. If it's like a faith-based belief, no one's gonna be upset about you. Upset with you about that.
It's just a big subject. I mean, if you have a more specific question, I could try to, see what I know about it.
We need to ask. We need to find out what he knows. All right. I mean, what about like size? You know how big it is, or it's all right if you don't.
Not off the top of my head. I'm sure I could look it up. I don't know.
Well,
I think they said
you'd be-
what 35,000 miles or something like that.
Well, if you're looking it up, it'd be looking it up for you. But that's all right. Anything else? Let's see. I mean, do you know what gravity is?
Do I know what gravity is? Like, what do you mean? Like, do I know what
What do I mean?
phenomenon of gravity is?
I mean, it's either you know what gravity is or you don't, man. I mean, I don't feel like we're speaking Chinese in here, unless you want me to.
Well, I mean,
I could fake it. You wouldn't tell the difference.
I know.
It just depends on.
It depends.
Because it just depends on what you're asking. That's why I'm just asking you to be more specific.
What is gravity?
It's like a phenomenon we observe in nature, I guess.
Okay, what's the observable phenomenon?
I mean, I guess it depends on what scale you're talking about. If we're talking about the most accepted concept right now would be like some kind of warping of space time.
Okay, where do you observe that?
What do you mean observe? Where do I see it happening?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I mean, you don't see gravity; you see its effects. So,
Didn't you say observable phenomenon?
no, the phenomenon that's observable is its effects. You can't see gravity. You can't there's no gravity to point out anywhere.
Okay, what's the effect?
It would be what we observe about things being pulled towards the center of the earth.
All right, where do you see that?
Everywhere on Earth.
Really? Okay, well, I'm looking around right now. I mean, what do you see that's being pulled down to the center of Earth? I don't actually see anything doing that. Do you? What do you see?
You don't see anything ever fall down?
Well, I don't see things falling down right now. Do you?
I mean, I see things staying down. So that would
Staying
be an
down.
effect of gravity. Yeah, like if I put something down on my desk, it stays there.
What
It doesn't
what
start
else would
flying
happen?
away.
Well, okay. Let's think about that for a second. Why would that happen?
Why would what happen?
The thing you just said, which is it's not floating away. Why would that even happen in the first place? Why would we assume that it's not floating, therefore something else is happening? Why would anything float like that in the first place? Why would you assume that?
Why would I assume that things would float away? I wouldn't assume that things would float away.
I'm sorry, one more time?
I wouldn't assume that things would just float away. Why would I
Okay,
assume
then
that?
well, I don't know why you would assume that, but you said why don't it's not floating, therefore why would it?
There's a reason that it's being pulled down to the ground?
I don't think that connects.
Okay, so I mean, if you hold something in your hand and you let go of it, what happens to it?
But where was it before you picked it up?
It was in your hand, but let's just say you're holding a
No.
pencil in your hand right now, and you let go of it. What happens to it?
Well, it didn't spawn in your hand. So where was it before you picked it up?
Well, are you going to answer my question? Like,
Of
if you
course, I
hold a
will. I will.
pencil, okay, yeah. So if you're holding a pencil in your hand and you let
But we
go of
can't.
it, like, what
Yeah.
happens to it?
I hear what you're asking, but I'm just saying we got to look at the full context, at the timeline. We can't have this hyper focused timeline where we only pay attention to the part where the pencil's in your hand and then the part where when you let go. It didn't spawn in your hand. You don't have pencils in your hand at birth. Pencils are usually at rest somewhere else. Then you remove it from rest, you pick it up, and then you dropped it. So it's funny to me when people are like, "But why did it fall?" It's like, well, you picked it up.
Huh? What does it mean to be at rest? What does that mean?
It's on the ground, or like on a it's on the ground.
Okay, but why? Why is it on the ground?
What else would happen? I'm trying to remove this idea that you think things shouldn't be on the ground or they should be floating away. That's kind of like a cartoonish idea
I
to
didn't
assume.
say that things should be floating
You are
away.
saying that. I don't know if you realize it, but you are saying that. You are saying that.
No, I'm saying
Yes.
that's what I observe. Like when I interact in the world and when I look around, that's like what I see happening. It's not something that I expect. It's something that I directly observe. If you directly observe something else, you think there's a different thing that happens when you hold something in your hand and let go of it. I'd love to hear what that is. But I mean, you keep trying to put me onto this belief that I've only, clarified over and over again with you that that's not what I believe or what I think. You just keep trying to say that. Like, I don't think things should just float in the air. I've never said that. I'm just saying when I observe the natural world directly, if you hold something in your hand and you let go of it, it's going to fall. Going to fall down. Things seem to be getting pulled down to the ground, or being at least staying on the ground. There is something happening that causes things to stay on the ground. If you don't agree with that, then I'd love to hear what you think.
I don't agree with the part where you're saying staying as if something else would happen. That's why I'm invoking like you implying that things should be or would be floating as a result of this. If it wasn't staying, then it would
No,
float. That's
I'm
kind
not
of, you
saying
don't
that
realize.
things should be floating. I mean, it's
You
actually
don't
the
realize it, but you are
opposite.
saying that.
Stuff is on the ground. It's not floating around. Therefore, what? Who
Yeah,
cares?
so what I'm saying is that if there
Who
was
cares about
no
that?
ground blocking something, it would keep getting pulled downward. If there was no ground there. So that's the opposite of floating around. There's something that's pulling these objects in a downward fashion. That's the opposite of saying it's floating around. So maybe you're misunderstanding.
Okay, so let me ask him this. Let me ask him this here, because I don't have too much time. I got to go in a few minutes,
Yeah.
but and feel free to jump in, Bill. But like, okay, let's say this pulling wasn't happening, then what would happen?
I don't know. We live in a world where we don't experience that. I would have
He
to
doesn't
see.
realize what he's saying. He doesn't realize what he's saying, chat. So if it wasn't being pulled down, would it float up?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
We don't know that. Can you find me like a place without gravity?
Yeah. The Earth.
Okay, where?
The Earth.
The Earth doesn't have gravity.
Yeah.
Okay, so then why are you like why do you feel like you're being stuck to the ground, or why do
I
things
don't
fall
actually
down?
feel that. I don't feel that.
Okay,
I
so
don't feel like I'm being tugged down to the ground.
you've never fallen down.
Well, I don't know. When I jump, I'm not Superman, and I don't continue going up. That's called flying. So
Right.
why
Have
would
you ever
anything else
fallen down
happen?
though? Have you ever
From
fallen
where?
down?
From where?
From anywhere, anywhere.
Like did I trip and fall or something, or
Have you
like
ever fallen
fell
down?
down from
Yes.
like the roof?
This is like a simple direct question. I mean, I don't know why.
I get what you're saying, but you don't spawn.
Have you ever fallen down? Yes or no? Like, it's a simple question. You don't have to avoid
Yes.
it. You can just say yes, or maybe you're like the most like graceful person on earth. You've never fallen, even as a baby.
I am pretty graceful, to be honest. I am pretty graceful. But in terms of like, have I gone up to something and then jumped off of it? Yeah, of course.
Okay, so you
And then I
fallen
returned.
down. Okay. Why is it that you fell?
Well, I don't have the ability to fly. So when I jump
Okay,
off
but
of
what is the
something,
ability to fly?
well, when you're saying like, well, since you're not going up, you're being pulled down. I don't agree with that sentiment.
What is the
I don't-
ability to fly? What does it mean to fly?
Okay, so you're saying, well, when I jump, how come I come back down? So, well, you don't have the ability to float or fly. Because in Dragon Ball Z, you're Goku.
What is flight? Like, what does it mean to fly? Can you answer that? It's like simple. These are like direct questions. You keep avoiding them. Like simple stuff. Like, what does it mean to fly? What is that? What
Well, if
do
you were to
mean when
jump,
you're flying.
if you were to jump and then keep going up, that's called flying.
Jump.
That's like some Superman Goku type shit. That's like what Goku can do. Superman, they jump and they keep going up.
I
That's
mean,
called
you don't
flying.
have to. You obviously don't have to like appeal to cartoons. Like flight is some like unimaginable concept. You know, like birds fly and like planes and stuff.
Oh, well, you're not
Talking
asking
about it like it's like some outlandish like thing.
Okay, but you're asking me when I jump, why do I come back down?
And you're talking about Goku and Superman instead of talking about
Oh yeah,
like, real world examples.
because if you were to jump and keep going up, that's called flying.
Yeah, and we have lots of things in this world that can fly, right?
Human, yeah, not humans.
Keep
Humans
talking
don't do
about
that.
it like it's. You keep talking about it like it's some like made up thing, like a cartoon
I'm not saying,
like ability.
I'm not saying that. You know what? Humans flying is made up. Yeah.
You keep only appealing to the most outlandish examples. You're saying flying? That's something Superman does.
Flying
Like,
is
what?
only for Superman and Goku. Yes, yes.
Yeah,
That
it's
human
also
beings
for
cannot
birds
fly.
and
But,
insects and.
we're not asking about birds and insects, are you? You're asking me if I'm
I'm not
graceful and
asking
if I've
about
ever
Goku
fallen.
or Superman, am I? I'm not asking about
Oh my
them, but you
God.
keep talking about them.
Yeah, I know, because human beings can't fly. You're not asking about birds and stuff. Of course, birds can fly.
What? So why would you bring up cartoon characters if you
Because
only want us to talk about
I
human
don't know if you
beings?
realize it. I don't know if you realize it, dude. You're asking.
I know this
okay,
is like your shtick to say like I don't know if you know what you're doing to people when you don't even know what you're talking about. But it's not like a good look.
It's a pretty good look.
Who are you like posturing for? Are you posturing for somebody? Because it sounds like
No.
you are.
This is my
Well, then you
own.
should
this is
just
my
be able
shit,
to
bro.
engage in like a good faith conversation.
Well,
Like,
he actually was, and he was answering your question, dude, but you weren't listening, yeah, because you asked him if he had ever fallen down. And he said, well, yes, he has, because
no,
he
he
doesn't
didn't.
have
He
the ability.
floundered for like 10 minutes
He
trying
said
to
that he
avoid
doesn't.
answering.
No, he actually did say it, and he said that he doesn't have the ability to
after
fly
like 10
like
minutes
Superman.
of avoiding it.
Well, it doesn't matter. He still answered the question, dude. And he's
It
making
does
a
matter.
statement.
It absolutely does matter. And I don't know why you feel like you need to defend him. Are you like his keeper or something?
Human beings are going to go down because they can't fly like Superman or Goku. This
Okay,
is where
so
this
what
is
is it?
brought in. Now,
So
you
what
wanna
is
take-
flight? So then
now,
how
you
does
wanna
flight
take it to
work?
birds and now you want to take it to birds and planes and change the subject and try and make out that he's somehow speaking garbage here. Yeah, it was in regards to people falling down. Yes, they do. We don't fly.
Okay, so why do people fall down?
Reset. Just respawn.
So yeah, I'm just waiting for like a direct answer. Oh,
And you're
why do
sure you're talking
fall
about
down?
people, or are we talking about birds? Just to make sure we're
It
locked
can be
in.
anything. Birds fall down too. They have to exert effort to be able to fly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
What
what
about,
are
like,
they acting
you said-
against when they're exerting that effort? Because you're saying that they're at rest when they're on the ground. That there's nothing acting on them. There's nothing keeping them on the ground. So flight should be pretty much effortless, right? Like, I mean, I'm just trying to
No,
understand.
there you go with the
what you're getting
floating
at.
thing. You're going again with this like floating idea. Like if there wasn't something pulling you down, then like going
Okay,
up
so
would be
then
really
what keeps
easy.
things
I
on
don't
the
agree with
ground?
that.
I don't understand.
It's not being
what keeps
kept.
things on the ground.
It's not being kept on the ground. Because when you
So then
say
what's
that, but you don't
happening?
realize. Hold on, just relax for a second. What you don't realize you're saying is when you say like, "Oh, why isn't it being kept down?" As if something's trying to happen, and then this other thing is preventing it from happening. There's no
it's what you see when you
yeah.
do things. Like, for example, if I have a piece of paper and there's wind acting on it, I don't want that paper to move. I'll put something on top of it, and the paper will stay.
Right.
So, like,
You
I'm
see,
trying to understand why do things have weight? Why do things have different weight? Why do they have like? How does any of that work? Like, what are you saying here?
even in your example, you're highlighting how like one thing is like trying to happen is paper going up or floating or like being blown around, and then like your other force or whatever is holding that back. I think that's actually the problem that I would like to highlight for you is that you don't need either of those ideas. The first idea is that, well, I should be floating or like effortless when I jump or whatever, but something else is happening to prevent me from this taking place. And I don't think either of those ideas are necessary. The only time you've ever seen any type of floating.
Can you explain to me
Let
like
me
how it
finish.
works?
Let me finish. Let me finish. The only time you've ever seen this like floating thing is on like YouTube. You've never actually seen things floating around like that, or have you?
What are you talking about with this floating thing?
Okay, well, remember, like like astronauts on the ISS, they have a bunch of stuff floating around and stuff, right? Because there's like no gravity there. Yeah. Otherwise, if gravity was there, it would pull all the toothpaste and all the water and all the astronauts down onto the floor of the whatever. Yes, or you don't know what I'm talking about?
Direction. Yeah, I mean, depending on how
Right.
they're
So what I'm
oriented
saying
in
is
comparison to the
that's
gravity.
the idea you have in your head is that like, well, if the gravity wasn't there, then we would like float around and stuff. And I'm saying that there's no reason to think that you or anything in this reality would float around when you've only seen that on YouTube and like a screen somewhere. I don't think that's like a good baseline for reality that, well, we should be floating, but something's stopping us from that.
Okay, so
I think those are two
you should
unnecessary
be able
ideas.
to offer like what is your alternative? Like how does the world function? Because kind of what it sounds like what you're saying is kind of like in opposition to everything that we observe. So what are you proposing?
Not necessarily.
Like, why? So
Nope,
how
not at all.
does reality work?
Here, I'll finish quickly, and I'll pass it to the team.
Well, I'm waiting. I wanted to hear your answer because you're kind of refuting something, but you're not offering like any understanding and like what we observe. Like you're just kind of telling me like, hey, actually it works like this, and then you're not elaborating at all.
Yeah, I think things are at rest until you remove them from this rest period. Basically,
things are at rest. What does that mean to be at rest? Like, what does that mean to you?
Well, your idea is that they're being like pulled or yanked down, and if the base was removed, they would continue going down. I disagree with this.
So, like, have you ever been like up on a high building and maybe
you
there's been
didn't
something
remember.
on a ledge, or maybe you have a cat and like there's like something on a table and the cat will push it off and then it'll fall down once there's no table.
Remember, they didn't spawn there. That's what you're forgetting. They removed themselves from that.
There, this isn't like a video game.
Let me finish. I'll explain.
What do you mean spawn?
I know. They didn't start up on the platform, right? They removed themselves from the rest. They went up to some other area, then they jumped or whatever. So then they returned back to rest on the ground. Right? Things don't just spawn up. The pencil wasn't in your hand to start. You picked it up from at rest, and now it's back down on the ground where you originally found it. So I think things are at rest on the ground until you remove them.
Something up on top of a mountain, and that's where it was spawned in your like.
Okay.
Like,
okay, then what? So it's at rest. It's at rest on the ground,
so it's
and then
at
what?
rest. You're arguing that it's at rest in its natural spawning position. So let's say the boulder spawned on top of the mountain, and let's say some ground gave way underneath that boulder. What happens? It's already at rest on your definition. So why would the boulder keep rolling down?
Okay. Sorry about that. One more time. So you have a boulder on top of a mountain, and then what?
And then, like, the ground underneath it gives way, and it does what?
It goes down.
Okay, but it's going away from its position at rest. It's going away from its spawn point. Why?
Well, the ground is broke. Is what you said.
Yeah, but why would it go down? It's already at its spawn point, is what I'm saying. Like, you're saying that there's, like, a position where it's at rest, and it's, like, So I'm just wondering, like, based on your own definition, why would it continue to fall
What
down?
else would happen? Would it
was
go
already
up?
at rest.
Yeah. What else would happen? Would it go up?
No, I'm asking you for an
I do have some
explanation
background
on
on
why
chat
it
if
goes
there's any questions.
down. I'm not asking you if it goes up. I'm asking you for an explanation on why it goes down. So maybe you can explain
what are
that.
the
'Cause
alternatives?
You keep trying to like avoid
It's gonna return
just
to
like explaining how any of this works.
It's gonna return to rest.
What does
Also,
it
by the
mean to
way,
return to rest? You said it's all about its
ground.
spawning point. You said it's about context and its spawning point. Why is the ground at rest?
Why is the ground at rest? I don't even understand that
Yeah.
question, to be honest.
Okay, you're saying something to be at rest, it's on the ground. You just said that. That was your claim. And I'm saying, okay, why is that? And you're saying that doesn't even make sense. So I
You
don't
said, "Why is the
understand.
ground at rest?" I
Yeah,
don't
why
understand that
is
question.
being on the ground considered at rest? Like, why?
Well, floating is not like a natural spawn point. Things
Stop
don't.
talking
They're
about
not like.
floating, bro. Nobody's talking about
That's
floating.
yes.
I'm
You
talking to
you
you.
are.
Why is
Being on the
why
ground is
in
at
your
rest because the
worldview?
upward force from the ground equals the downward force of gravity, right? At
No.
rest just means that the forces equal each other out.
No.
So
I'm waiting for you
it
to
would be
explain, bro.
seeking
Like, why is
equilibrium.
it? Why
They
is
don't
it
realize
that
it,
it is
Chad.
at rest on the ground? Why?
What else would be happening? That's what your friend who just
That's
chimed
not
in.
an
He's like, "Well, it
answer.
would
That's
be
not an
floating, so
answer. That
something's
is not an
canceling that out."
answer. To say
Oh,
what
look,
else
let
would
me
be
just
happening is not an answer.
Well, you do in your head. You have an alternative that something is canceling out this idea that it would be floating, right? Your friend just said that
No,
here. Like, well,
you
there's a
keep
there's a
talking.
force that's being canceled
What
out.
friend? What are you talking about? It's just me
Whoever
and you
just
talking
chimed
in
in, did
here,
you not
buddy.
hear
Stop
him?
trying to avoid this. Like, you literally brought
No
up
one's
this
avoiding
conversation,
anything.
and now you're trying to like run away from like these basic
Not
questions.
running. I'm not
It
running.
really seems like you are. You keep changing the subject to floating. You keep
How am I
talking about
changing?
other people. Oh, your friend said this. Like, what are you talking about, bro? I don't
Well, did
even know
you
who
not
that
hear
guy
what he
is.
just said? Did you not
I
hear what he
did
said?
not, because I'm talking to you. I'm not interested
I
in what
heard
he
what he
has to
said.
say. I'm trying to get an answer from you. If you want to talk to him about something else, you can, but you just have to admit that
So
like you kind of like
I don't.
talked yourself into a corner here.
Not really at all. But you don't realize that you and him are saying the same thing, and I'm trying to remove those bad ideas that you have. That like there's two things happening,
Okay, but
and
you
they're
need to.
canceling each other out.
I'm not trying to have any ideas removed by you until you can explain what your idea is. There is no reason
just
for me to
told you.
trust you as an authority that you can
You don't
come
have to
here and
trust me.
tell me, oh, your ideas are good or bad, when you can't even like explain your own concept. You can't even explain your own claim.
You're telling me that you're confused what at rest means, bro. I mean,
No,
I
I'm
don't know how
confused
much
by
more to help
your
you.
definition of at rest because you have very personal definitions to all these terms. All
Not
these things
really.
you have very personal definitions because somebody says
Really?
something
At
you're
rest
like
is my personal
I asked you
opinion.
earlier like what happens if you had a pencil in your hand and you let go of it and you said, "Well, the pencil doesn't spawn in your hand." Like who thinks like that? What are you talking about? That's a
You
very
do.
simple
You
example.
do.
You're a very like unique personality, so
No,
I wanted to make sure
This
you
is
understood the
something.
terms you were using.
All right, I'll let you finish. But this is something that is not new, bro. We've had this conversation many times. I've even dubbed it a horse blinder earther,
I've never even
where you
spoken
have
to
this.
you, dude, so I don't know what you're
I'll
talking
finish.
about.
Yeah, I've had this
I've
conversation
never
with
even
many
spoken to you.
before.
We've never had these conversations before.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, I've had this conversation with other people before who say the
I
exact
don't
same
care who
things
you
as
have
you.
conversations with. If you want to have
All right, well,
conversations with your mother, you can. It has nothing to do with
I'd like
me.
to finish what I'm saying before you
Yeah,
interrupt.
but you don't. Your point. Don't be bringing up pointless stuff. Like we're keeping it on topic, and you want to
I'm
bring up. I've
addressing
had this
exactly the thing you
conversation
just
with
said.
all
If you'd
sorts of
let me.
people. You should just keep it on topic. Like unless you're afraid of being able to
I'm
answer
not
like,
changing the.
for your own
All
claims.
right, just get
I
it
don't
all out, dude, because
understand.
I'd like to finish my point. But go ahead and finish
Well,
yapping.
make your point about what we're talking about. Otherwise, just keep it to yourself because I don't want to learn about you. I want to learn about your claim about how the world works. So I'm not interested in hearing your stories about all these conversations you've had on Discord. Like if that's what you want to talk about, just go ahead and keep it to yourself.
All right, you done?
I really don't give a fuck.
All right, well then shut the fuck up for a second and I'll finish.
All right, go ahead. Let's see what you got to say about your claim, hopefully.
All right, just mute up for a second, dude. Holy shit, dude. He's fucking yapping at this point. But yeah, I'm gonna talk to the chat at this point. This is a hyper limited timeline earther, a force blinder earther, where they
Here we
only
go. Yeah.
focus on. There you
This
go.
is what happens when you get
Jack,
backed
just
into a corner. You got to talk to the
just mute him
chat
for
to
a
feel
second, Jack. He's
better.
literally yapping at this point, Jack.
Got to talk to
I'm
the
just gonna,
chat to feel better.
we're just gonna mute him for a second, chat. I don't know where this is going. I'll finish up here and pass it back to the panel. But this is a hyper limited timeline earther, a force blinder earther, where they only look at limited context. Well, pencil in hand, then what? Well, you have to look at the full context. It didn't spawn in your hand, right? It started at rest on the ground or wherever on the table, and you removed it from its rest period, and you dropped it. And these guys are going to come in here and act confused why it fell down. Yeah, no, I really have to go though. I do have to go, chat. I've got like 2 minutes and I got to roll. I'll be back on in a little bit though. I'm going to unmute chat.
So what you're explaining, though, CB, is that objects are seeking equilibrium, and when you pick something up, you're adding energy to it. When you let it go, it's returning to its stable state or equilibrium.
Yeah, what he doesn't realize is that the guy that jumped in, he said, well, there's two things happening and they're canceling each other out. This Jack person doesn't realize that he's saying the same thing. Well, you're being pulled down, and if you weren't, like, you'd go up. He gave the example of the paper, right, and something on the paper preventing the wind from taking it away. That's perfect, right? Highlighting how he's saying that you would go up, but something is pulling you down. These two things are happening, and they're canceling each other out. I'm here to remove both of those shit ideas. They're both horrible, trash ideas. Number one, you've only seen this going up process in a fucking YouTube video of astronauts and floating toothpaste and shit like that. Well, something's got to be preventing us from that happening, or you don't need either of those ideas. It's not normal, or in reality, human beings, toothpaste and water doesn't just float around. So you don't need this other idea that something's blocking that from happening. And he's like, well, you have your own personal opinion on what rest means. Really? I just made up what rest means, chat. It's incredible. Well, let's let him respond here, but I do really need to roll out. I've got to finish some work, and I'll be back on in hopefully honestly, maybe 15 minutes. It won't be long. I'll jump back on. Go ahead, Jack. I'll let him respond, honestly. Let him respond. Let him respond. Jack, you're good to go, buddy.
Huh? I'm good to go. About what? Did you ask me a question?
Did you want to respond? Because I got to roll, so I'm gonna let you respond.
What? You literally just muted me and went to your chat for moral support, and then just started talking to yourself.
No one chimed in, really. No one really chimed in.
Hey, chat! This guy is this, and this is him.
Okay.
Is okay.
So your post is starting now. You don't have anything to say. I just addressed all your points.
I already said everything I had to say. You didn't even defend your claim. I'm waiting for you to defend your claim instead of appealing to chat. Can you defend your claim? Why is something at rest when it's on the ground?
What else would happen, dude?
I'm asking you to explain why. Stop saying what else would happen. That's not a defense.
There's no reason to think anything else would happen. Like your idea that things would go up.
That's
like
not
your paper
about.
Example.
See, you're so caught up. You're the one that's confused. You're so caught up in thinking that something else is going to happen. I'm asking you why what happens.
Just for the audience, I want them to realize that it's you who thinks something else would happen, not me. Not me. Don't pin me into your shitty ideas that things should be going up or floating. I know you don't like that, but that's your idea.
Here and avoiding a very direct question.
I'm
asking
addressed
why
everything very specifically. I do have to go. I have to go.
It's that's simple. It's super simple. You should be able to offer an explanation as to why something happens. If you observe something happen, you should be able to offer some kind of explanation as to what is going on. If you can only say, what else would happen? That means you really don't have any clue about the subject you're talking about.
So what is happening, you said?
Huh? What?
He's asking what else would happen because his understanding is that when you let something go, some objects, they're going to seek equilibrium, they're going to be at rest. What else would happen? Are you thinking that something's going to float away if we don't have what you're claiming to be gravity?
What else would happen? I don't know why you guys keep going to.
No, he's stating. Because he's stating he doesn't believe anything else can or would happen, You asking the question infers that you would believe that something else could happen, like something should float if we were
No, we put
being held
objects
down by
all the time.
gravity.
For example, we can put an object down. For example, like I can have an object in my hand, I can put it onto a table, and I can release my hand, and it's not going to move. It's not going to go anywhere. Okay? Now, if I do it and there's no table or no ground directly underneath it, the object is going to fall to the ground. So I'm asking why. Why does that happen? Like to keep changing the question to something else is kind of weird.
No worries. At a very basic level, you're asking for something that you can't. Well, sorry, not at the basic level. You're asking for something that you can't provide yourself, yeah? Because no one really knows what the causation of what gravity is, yeah? So when you're talking about gravity, you're talking about the physical effect of some objects going down at an average rate, okay?
Right.
What the actual... Now, none of us deny that fact. This is something that we all see in reality every day. The question is, what is the causation? Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Now, there's a couple of things that we can look at and that we can actually test. So that could be the buoyancy and density relationship with the medium. That could be objects seeking equilibrium, where we have this pen that's sitting on the desk. It's at rest or at equilibrium. When we pick that object up, we add energy to it. And then when we let it go, it's seeking equilibrium. Now, other than that, which the globe would agree with both these terms or both these explanations, we wouldn't be able to take it any further than that, just like the globe can't, yeah? Because the causation itself of gravity has not been scientifically proven by the globe. It's all based on metaphysics, yeah? And we would only be giving the same type of answers. So there's no use in arguing then about ideas.
So cooked, he's speechless.
Wait, what? What'd you say about somebody being cooked? Nobody's cooked here. I mean, this guy at least had the balls to like offer like some alternative claims, like some alternative answers. Like that's what all I was looking for from the other guy was like, okay, if you don't think it's gravity that's causing things to fall, like what is your model of reality? And he just kept saying, "Oh, again, well, what do you think is going to happen?" At least this guy is like has the balls to be able to be like, "Well, I think density is a factor. I think there's this. Ultimately, we don't know what the source of gravity is. If gravity is a real thing." At least he engaged with the question. The other guy just kept waffling.
Look, I wouldn't say
being like a baby.
I'm not. I said that gravity is the effect that we're seeing, yeah, and everyone always explains it this way. We say, what is gravity? Oh, things go down. Okay, but what is it really? Well, things go down. This is the answer we get. Or it goes back to mass attracting mass, which hasn't been proven, it's been superseded.
You usually get the mass attracting mass, or you get the warping of space-time.
Correct, and neither can be proven scientifically. And the mass attracting mass was superseded 110 years ago by Einstein, and they don't complement each other. They're actually in direct opposition to each other. So really, you're asking for causation, and that's something that you guys can't provide yourself. And I don't see the point of the argument because
I was just asking.
Well, you are. If you're asking.
No.
If you're asking why things are staying at rest,
I was asking him for what his explanation was, his personal explanation. I was not asking him for a published paper. I was not asking him.
No, I didn't say that. I said you're still asking for his belief on causation. Yeah. Now, whatever he proposes,
I don't know. He could say, I don't know why things act this way, but he wouldn't say that. He just kept saying, no.
Everybody discusses this topic in a different way. I feel like the whole gravity argument is a complete waste of time because we would only then be debating our own ideas or beliefs, not something that can be proven or shown to be factual. And what prevents there being this same type of force or whatever it is that we're seeing occurring over a flat surface rather than on a globe? It doesn't prove the shape of what's under our feet. Now, if you're here on Speculation Sunday and you wanted to speculate on what these causes may be, then that's a different story, yeah? We'll speculate and we'll have a discussion and a conversation, but I don't see the point in debating ideas like this, yeah? It's our own individual ideas.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's all I wanted to hear from that guy, because he just was saying like, hey, no, this is not how reality functions. I'm saying this is what we observe. And he was basically trying to be like, hey, what you observe is incorrect. So yeah,
no, I don't think he was trying to say that. I understood. I understood that. I understood the line that he was going down. Maybe you didn't quite understand it. I did, but that's fine. That's no worries. Everybody's going to discuss this topic differently. They're going to have different ideas, etc.
I mean, I totally understood what he was going on. It wasn't like an
No, you didn't. That's exactly what it was.
He was just trying to say that, like, hey, you have some presupposition or some presupposed knowledge that things are supposed to behave in a certain way where there's no downward force on them or something like that. And that he was trying to presuppose that I have that belief when that wasn't the case. I was just asking him to elaborate on why what we observe, like if I observe a phenomenon in nature and somebody's telling me like, hey, this phenomenon, like the reason it's happening is not for any of the reasons that science says. It's for a totally different set of reasons. And I say, okay, well then can you explain that? And he says, well, what else would happen? That's not an answer. So, like, no, he was not talking advanced. He was not going down some high level or high order of, like, explanation or thinking. He just wanted to, like, kind of try to put me into a box that I didn't even occupy and be like, hey, this is why what you think is wrong. And it's like, no, I'm asking you what you think. So maybe you can explain. At least this guy that was just talking, at least he, elaborated and he went into some of his alternative, theories or things that might explain why what we observe in nature occurs. He talked about density, at least he brought up something.
Yeah, but you remember how did you start your conversation? If I drop the pen, why it's going down?
Yeah, if I drop a pen, why would it fall down? Yeah.
Yeah, because you're dropping it down. That's what he was trying to explain. You're putting a force to pick up that pen, bring it up, and then when you're dropping it, it will go back where it came from.
Okay, but why do I need to put force on it to bring it up off the ground?
Oh my God.
What am I acting against?
That's what you are doing it. When you're picking it up, you're applying force on that pen.
But my question is, like, if I go to lift something, what am I acting against? The object is at rest. What am I acting against that's giving that object weight?
Well, again, according to the globe, that would have to be the bending and warping of space-time. Again, we're just discussing beliefs here, not something that can be proven. We know that the pen has weight. We know the pen has weight. We know we've got to use energy to pick that pen up. We're adding energy to the object, and we know that all objects seek equilibrium. So when you remove that energy, it's going to fall back to where it was. Now, this isn't all objects, but this is just a very simple explanation, yeah? But again,
and it might fall even
the actual causation
from where it was, though.
Correct. It may, because it's seeking equilibrium, and that would be when it lands on a solid surface, yeah? But at the end of the day, that's something that you can go and research for yourself. Objects seeking equilibrium. This is nothing new. This is nothing that's incorrect. It's just a fact, yeah? Same as buoyancy and density. Other than the things that we can test, we don't know why these things are doing these things, yeah? Like I said.
Well,
just like the globe doesn't. It's a best guess.
Topic of the room and move it to gravity. If you guys don't discuss gravity, then we don't have to discuss it. That's fine.
No, I'm just saying there's no point. What does gravity prove about the shape of the Earth, yeah? When the causation can't be shown to begin with.
Well, I mean, gravity.
Are you actually asking, like, if gravity was true, that would prove the Earth has to be round?
Gravity is like the whole crux of the globe model.
But you cannot
The
prove
whole
it.
crux.
And you cannot prove it. That's why your
We can
globe
measure an
model.
effect. Sorry, whoever's speaking.
I was just saying that's why his globe model it fails because he cannot prove the gravity.
Okay.
Correct. And we also can't measure the drop over distance required on the surface of the Earth to show that it's a globe in the first instance. So you would obviously believe that we live on a globe from the conversation we've had.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be inclined to believe it. Seems to make sense to me.
So what makes you believe that? Is there any sort of empirical evidence that you have? Is there anything that you've tested? Is there anything that you see for yourself that would actually give you that idea? Or is it just that this is what we've been told and there's explanations that have been given to us in regards to how things work around us, and that's good enough for you as the explanations seem to work?
Probably a mix of both.
Okay. So what have you seen or done or yourself that would give you that idea in regards to living on a globe?
I've seen a lot of I've seen the moon, I've seen the sun from different places on Earth. I've seen it behave differently. I've seen different constellations in different hemispheres. I've seen the moon go through phases, eclipses. I've seen rocket launches, and I'm inclined to, believe at least some of the things that I see regarding that stuff. Maybe not all of it, but some of it, I believe.
So, all right. So, everything that you said you've sort of seen that confirms you're living on this ball are all in the sky.
Confirm it. It just is. It's just compelling evidence.
That's cool. Yeah. Okay. It's evidence. So that's what I'm saying. The evidence that you've seen for yourself is all in the sky. Yeah. You're saying that you've seen the way that the sun passes overhead, or the sun, whatever the sun does. You've seen the moon. You didn't give any specifics on the moon apart from that. You've seen it. You've seen
eclipses,
stars.
Yeah.
Eclipses. These types of things. How do any of these things actually show the shape of the Earth?
What do you mean? Like, which example?
Well, I mean, I look at
the.
Oh, anyone that you like. I mean, I'm looking at the sun right now. Looking at the sun right now, or even any time during the day, doesn't give me, from my vantage point, any indication of what the ground may be doing. The same as the moon and the stars, yeah? I mean, again, we're told stories, or we're given models, supposed models, with an explanation on how these things would work on a globe. So, I mean, I understand that that's what you sort of go to, the sun's doing whatever it's doing. But in reality, I'm asking you, when you see these things, what do you see when you look at the sun, the moon, the stars, that would give you that evidence that the ground is curving under our feet? Because I don't see it.
Okay. Like, if you're in a country in the northern hemisphere, like the sun rises in the east and it moves across like the southern portion of the sky. If you're in the southern hemisphere, it's the opposite. It rises in the east still, but it moves across the northern sky. So there's a flip in the apparent direction. And that wouldn't be something
I'm actually in the north. I'm actually in the north, and the sun does take a northerly path in the north, rises towards the east, sets towards the west, and takes a northerly path, yeah? But that still doesn't show me that the ground is curving, yeah? And you're saying that in two different locations in the north and south, there's the appearance, that they may be, they're not traveling in different directions. Well, they're not traveling in different directions because we know they're traveling east to west,
Right. East to west. It's just in different areas.
That's right. Okay, so that is all, that to me, that's all viewer dependent, and it depends on the direction that you're facing. Now, and there's no reason why we also couldn't have 2 points of rotation over a flat surface. There's nothing that prevents that. So my point to all of this, for you, is that all these things in the sky we've been given explanations about, but these explanations are just explanations. They haven't been proven, What we need to see is actual curvature of the surface of the Earth. Now, we know that every day we view the Earth as flat and stationary. That's how we operate in daily life. We build upon it that way. We utilize it that way. We measure it that way. We navigate it that way. So if the Earth was to be measured, which it is, as flat, how then does the sun, moon, or stars or anything that we're seeing in the sky with explanations negate direct measurements? Wouldn't that be the most important?
It doesn't.
Whether we
it
could
doesn't
actually
negate
measure
it.
that.
No, it doesn't negate.
Wouldn't that be the most important? Is to actually measure the curvature on the surface of the Earth that we're supposed to be living on, rather than looking into the sky and relying on explanations.
I think they have measured the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, and when it's measured, it's always measured as flat, They measure elevation angles to celestial bodies. So, for example, latitude is derived from elevation angles to Polaris. Right now, for an elevation angle, we're using the surface of the Earth as the horizontal reference plane to obtain that angle. Now, this is the same in surveying. They use horizontal and linear angles when they survey the Earth. So, yes, we do directly measure the Earth as flat.
I mean, in sections,
Well, that line is just transferred, So we've got two types of surveying. We have plane surveying and geodetic surveying. Now, plane surveying doesn't utilize any Earth curvature at all. And this is over, sorry, I don't have the citation in front of me. I'm washing dishes. About 250 kilometres square, where there's quite a bit of missing curvature. I can cite that for you in about 5 minutes,
That's all right.
Then we then use geodetic surveying, again, where what they do is they measure the horizontal and linear angles. Then what they do is they create a plane triangle with these angles. So 3 straight sides. They then try to fit these triangles on a presupposed globe model, which is a WGS 86 model, right? Not something that's measured in reality.
I'm pretty familiar with how that works.
Right. So what happens then after that initial measurement is there's a calculation made for the globe. So the globe isn't actually measured. It's the angles that are measured in the first instance, and then a calculation is made. So again, the initial measurements are all flat. If not, we wouldn't be deriving angles from that surface,
No, I mean it depends on what your burden of proof is, because you're talking about direct measurements. I mean, if we're measuring the Earth in sections, depending on how big the Earth is and how slight that curve might be, maybe we're just not measuring it in big enough sections.
Well, we actually do, and we measure it out further than those distances. And if you did know about surveying, you would probably understand that. Do you know what the claimed radius of the Earth is?
No, not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so that's
I know
39.
Surveyors work in small sections. They don't work like in huge areas.
Yes,
They
but
do
then they have
calculations based on many measurements combined, many separate measurements.
Yes. Now, depending on the job that they're doing, yeah. If they're working on a big site, maybe it's a road, it's a bridge, it's etc. What they're going to do is they're going to transfer that level line, and they're going to continue to measure angles. So, like I said, most surveying is planar surveying. It is done over smaller distances, and there is no curvature taken into account. But over the area that they do planar surveying, there would be many, many meters. I think it's about 21 meters of missing curvature. Now, this is things that you can go and test and do yourself every day in reality for yourself. If you've got a laser pointer, you've got a good pair of binoculars, a good camera, you can go and make long distance observations. We're given the radius of the globe. Yeah, so we know the calculations for this drop over distance. We know where the geometric horizons should be that begins to block things in the distance, such as buildings, boats, etc. So that's a 39.59 miles. So that means with an observer height of 6 feet, you should be seeing no more than 3 miles or 5 kilometers to that geometric horizon. Now, we've got laser tests that go out many, many, many kilometers beyond that 3 miles, where there's 100 meters of missing curvature. Again, I can cite all these for you. I've actually done this myself, yeah, across a 10-kilometer span of water where the shoreline is visible on the opposite side, and there's 7 meters of missing curvature. So I should be only seeing 7 meters or taller where I can see the shoreline on a good day.
Okay.
So when you say it depends on the size of the Earth, how big it is, we know what they tell us it is. And everything that we do debunks that. But everything we do debunks what they claim it to be. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe the Earth is way bigger.
Well, if the Earth was way bigger, all of the things they claim to do would not work because everything is based off that radius value. So the rockets that you were talking about going into space no longer work. These satellites that you were talking about that are orbiting the Earth no longer orbit the Earth. Everything is based off that radius calculation.
Okay, so then is the radius calculation accurate?
Well, no, because in reality, we don't measure any curvature.
Okay, so then the Earth could be much bigger.
Well, no, because we're still not measuring any curvature. And
well,
I'm going to give you some laser tests.
Way bigger, and the curvature is more slight than 8 inches per whatever you said. Maybe it's even less. Maybe it's even more negligible. Maybe the Earth is way bigger.
Well,
and
again,
the curve is much slighter.
Then that would debunk their claims anyway, because everything that they do is based off that radius value. So what we've done is debunk that radius value.
False. You already said that that's false.
That's right, because the Earth measures to be flat. So yes, it does falsify that radius.
Well, it measures to be flat
long distance observations
over certain distances. If those distances become null and void because maybe the Earth is way larger than they say it is, and maybe the curvature is much slighter than they say it is. Maybe they just got those measurements wrong, or they're lying about them, or something. The Earth could still be curved. You would just not be able to tell.
And you wouldn't have your rockets, your satellites, or anything else that they claim. Because everything that is done is based off the radius. No, I never made any claims to rockets or
you're
satellites.
You're alluding to the idea that all those things are like fraudulent or like lied about.
No, I'm not alluding to the idea. What I'm saying is nobody again denies that we see lights and things float above us in the sky, yeah? This would just be denying reality. What I'm saying is that we are told that all of these things are based off that radius value, right? So
Okay, but
none of these things, according to the globe, none of these things, according to the globe, would actually work. Yeah, it's not that I don't trust it; it's the fact that it's been proven wrong.
Okay, so you shouldn't trust something that's been proven wrong. So you don't trust it. Hasn't been proven. It's been proven wrong. So, yeah, the Earth could just be way bigger.
Nope. Your latitudes are all toast if you do that. So is your cosmic distance ladder, the distance to everything in the cosmos, the whole heliocentric so-called model, all that shit just
Well,
collapses.
maybe they lied about all that stuff. Maybe all that stuff
Okay,
is
well,
wrong.
that's really, really reaching.
Well, maybe they just lied about the Earth being a ball at all. Maybe instead of you trying to cope with the idea that the Earth is somehow a bigger ball, maybe the Earth is, as it measures to be, a flat plane.
It's basically like you're saying, okay, well, it could be that all the so-called evidence for a globe is totally null and void, but it still could be a globe.
Yeah, pretty much. That is kind of what I'm saying.
Okay, good enough concession for me. Thanks.
Is it logical to say something could still be a ball when it measures flat?
Depends on how you're measuring it.
No, not really. It's measured flat. No way could it be a ball.
You had like a balloon and you only measured like, I don't know, the smallest possible portion of it. It could measure as flat for all intents and purposes.
No, not at all. Even down to the micron, the curvature would still exist.
Yeah, but in relation to the micron scale, how much curvature would that be?
There would be curvature from one micron to the next.
Okay, so that could be negligible based on your size.
Okay, so how big is the Earth?
I don't know. Do you know?
Okay, so how would you know how much curvature to expect in the size of the Earth that you don't know what it is?
We'd have to do some measurements and experiments, I guess.
I'll tell you what, let's do. Why don't you go measure for curvature and tell us what you find?
Nah, I'm not interested.
Okay, so the Earth's flat as measured to be.
For you, maybe. Okay.
Okay, well, if you want to measure curvature, you go do that. In the meantime, it measures flat. Okay, well, the Earth's flat then.
Okay, for you, sure.
No, for you too.
No.
No, okay, well, show me what curvature measurements you have. Oh, that's right, you don't have any.
Okay.
You just kind of want to keep the ball, don't you? It's kind of like your little religious plaything where, you know, we can't take it away from you, right? It's this thing that you just won't let go of, this idea of a ball.
I mean, yeah, you can't take anything away from me, even if you tried.
Right, so you can keep it, right? But let's just be clear, this is something that you religiously believe, right?
Not really. I mean, I don't have a Discord channel all about it.
No, it's just something that you want to believe. You don't have any evidence for it. It's just what you want, right?
No, I have evidence. You just don't like my evidence.
But your evidence is, I want it to be. It still could be. That's your evidence.
No, I brought up a bunch of things earlier.
Yeah, I heard. They're all conjecture, right? They're all inferences.
Like this, most things beyond the direct things that can be directly observed, most things beyond that, there is a level of conjecture about it. It's about compiling evidence and experimental data. Some things cannot be directly observed, such as like a cell's function or other things like that are just, or something on a massive scale. They're just not things I can directly observe. I have to use some conjecture in what beliefs I decide to endorse about the nature of reality.
So NASA never directly observed a globe?
Wait, what?
Did NASA never directly observe a globe?
NASA? Yeah, they did.
Okay, go ahead, Zezu.
So NASA observes a globe, but nobody measured one.
Is that a question?
Well, not really. I'm just making a statement.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it sounded like a statement. I wasn't sure you like paused afterward.
So you say that NASA observes a globe, but nobody measured one.
I didn't say that.
You didn't say that NASA observes a globe?
You said two things there.
Well, you said that'd be all inference, guesswork, conjecture, that it couldn't be directly verified. So, with that being said, it must be the case that NASA never directly observed any globe. But then you went, "Oh yeah, they did."
Yeah, they did. I didn't.
Well,
They brought
how
me
do you even know
pictures, or
that?
they put videos online or things like that. They brought me secondhand evidence that I can review, and I can determine if I decide, okay, I believe this to be true, or I can say, you know what, I think that these people, concocted this picture as some kind of like lie to deceive me. It all depends. I can make that choice. I can make that distinction.
Yeah.
People bring evidence for all sorts of claims, and you have to use your own discernment to be able to determine if you want to believe it or not.
Well, I don't know if it's really evident, since it seems like it's just down to faith whether or not you want to accept it.
I wouldn't say it's down to faith. I mean,
You just told me you can pick and choose. So do I take this on board? Do I take this on board or not? I'll just decide, is what you just told us.
No. I mean, you should still use your critical thinking to observe the evidence on both sides. You shouldn't just believe it just because you feel like it.
Critical thinking did you apply to NASA photos?
Not a lot of critical thinking to that. Mostly to the other things, like how we observe the tides, how we observe the moon cycles, how we observe the sun doing different things in different parts of the world. There's the constellations, how they move, and also just how everything in the world and how it functions is kind of based on this this model of the globe.
Right, but with any scrutiny, once those stories about those things are tested, you find that they're not correlating or connected at all. Like, there's places on the Earth where there are no tides. So what does that have to do with the moon?
It would. I would need to hear more about what
So-
places you're citing. What places don't have any tide?
Well, there's actually
You said
many,
it
and
the
you
wrong
can
way.
just search for yourself.
tide.
Just search tidal nodes for yourself, and you'll see that there's a map with many places.
Yeah, but what about all the places that do get a tide?
Hey, bro, I just want to point out you said it the wrong way around too, bro. You said it the wrong way around. You
Say
said
what?
that about everything matching the model, like the model matches everything in reality. You said the model, that reality is based on the model, when the model should be centered around what happens in reality. I just thought it was unusual that you said it that way.
Maybe I misspoke there. I don't
You
know.
might have
I don't
misspoke,
really remember
yeah.
saying that.
Well, no, you didn't. I mean, that's the truth. They're just reverse engineering the model to fit what they see in reality.
Yeah, because just because someone tells you something about a model, and then you go, okay, I believe that because that's the only thing I've ever heard. Then you say, okay, it makes sense because it's the only thing you've ever heard. So you go, okay, well, all of these things happen on the globe model, even though there isn't one. So therefore, it must be a globe because I have tides and stuff. Yeah, you see what I mean?
I mean, I could see that that's what you believe. Yeah.
It's not what I believe.
I mean, you're kind of giving your opinion. You're just giving like an opinion piece. If that's what you think, you're
Okay. So what other? Okay. So what other options have you been given?
about the shape of the Earth. I've been given the
No,
option that you
about
guys
those
are
things.
espousing
About those
it
things
being
you.
flat.
Oh my god. About the things that you mentioned before. You said everything works on a globe based on the globe model. What other options have you been given?
Not many. I mean, maybe you can give me one.
Not
From
many.
tides or why there are
Okay,
moon cycles or stuff.
Can you give me a second option on why there's tides?
A second option?
Yes. You said there's not many options, so that means
theory?
there must be some. Yeah. So that's it's
I don't
making
know.
my
I'm
whole
sure there's
point.
all sorts of
You've only been
superstitions
given
and folklore are based around those things and why they do what they do.
No, but I specifically said to you, you've only been given one option.
No, that's not true.
On
There are
how
plenty
things
of plenty of
So
supernatural options that people ascribe to what they see in the world. The Egyptians used to believe that the sun and the moon were two different gods that would fight to the death every day and every dawn.
waffling, man. Yeah, I know, Ra.
That's not waffling. This is like very direct. You asked me what other alternatives have I been given. There's
Stop.
plenty.
So what other option have you been given that makes sense to you?
No, not many. Not many that make sense to me.
Okay, what other
probably this
option
one.
have you been given that makes sense to you?
No, probably just the globe model.
That's it, right? So
That's the
because
only one
that's
that really
been
makes sense to me. Yeah.
Yeah, so because you've been told that okay, this is a scientific model, then this is the only one that makes sense because this is the only so-called scientific model that I've been given. Would that be right or wrong?
No, that's just you kind of projecting, I think.
Okay, what other model have you been given then?
I already told you there's a bunch of supernatural explanations for the reality.
They're not models.
No models.
This takes us back to where we were, Simple Jack, when you're talking about the sun, the moon, and the stars, and how you believe in some way that they show the Earth to be a globe. Now, other than the fact that you've been told that it works that way on the globe, there is no other evidence from you looking at it to show that we are on a globe. So Timbo's 100% correct. You've been presented with a model, not multiple. You've been shown how it works. So when you're asked for the evidence, you refer back to that model that you believe works of the sun and the moon and the stars, of gravity, etc. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand your opinion. You made it clear. Yeah. You're allowed to think
It's not
whatever
an
you think. I said
opinion,
that
dude.
Before to the other guy, you guys can have your own thoughts and opinions.
But it's
Nobody
not an
believes in you.
opinion. That's not an opinion.
Well, I mean, you're not going to sit here and tell me why I think what I think. You're just going to be wrong about that. If that's
Okay,
what
why
this
do you-
room is
okay,
about,
why
then
do-
you're just like. Then
okay,
it sounds
why-
like you're just trying to enforce
Okay,
your
so-
own beliefs.
Okay, why do you think the moon causes the tides?
Because of gravity, the effects of gravity.
And how and what made you come to that opinion?
The explanations made sense to me. They made sense that
So someone told you. Yes, someone told you. They told you an explanation, and you went, "Okay, that's it."
And they showed it to me. Yeah, they showed it to me how it works.
So that's not
and
my.
They showed to
it's
me
not-
how it's been tested over and over.
That's a lie.
my
They
opinion.
They
That's
showed
not
that
my
they build a
opinion.
whole world of technology based upon.
Okay, so it's
based upon
not
what they
my
learned.
opinion then. You're sidestepping what I'm getting at. So it's not my opinion then.
What's not your opinion?
I just asked you where you got the information from and how you came about it, and you said someone told me. It's precisely what I said before about them giving you one option about a model. You didn't come to this
not
on your
one
own
option, though.
fruition.
There's been a
Stop
million
talking
options
over the
that have
top
been
of me.
presented.
Okay,
Yeah,
what
there's a lot
other
of
option
options
is
that have
have
been
they?
presented.
What other option have they presented about the tides?
Who is they? Who are you talking about?
You don't answer anything. You've been told
Who
something.
is they? Your questions are obtuse and
not my
and very
opinion.
generalized,
The
like on
mainstream,
purpose. I think.
Okay, the mainstream science faculty is whatever they're called, right?
So my
where
science teacher, you're asking me what did my science teacher tell me?
Okay, the mainstream science view of how you get tides.
You're asking me what the mainstream science view of how we get tides.
Oh my gosh, dude, you're being obtuse.
I'm not being obtuse. This guy is. He asks a
wait a minute.
question, and it's the most general question I've ever heard.
He's
There's
getting
no
away.
specifics.
He's
There's
getting
no way
away
to
from
answer
that.
it.
He's just been told something, and he's trying to avoid answering, saying that.
I'm not
yes,
avoiding
I have
anything.
been told
Ask your
that.
question,
you
but ask a good question. Don't ask a
you
stupid
don't answer it though. You're just
You
a
ask
fucking
stupid
moron.
questions. I'm not gonna answer a
I didn't.
stupid
a-
question
I
so
didn't
you
ask you
can
what.
try
What was
and
the stupid?
say you got
What was
me
the?
or something.
What was the stupid question I asked you?
Your questions are so general
question?
and so
What was the
formless. You said, "What did
was the
they
stupid
teach you?" Like,
question I
first
asked
off, who is they? Like, what did they teach me? Who? My parents? Who? The Pope? Who the fuck are you talking about? This is like you need to be specific. Like,
Exactly.
you keep
Okay,
asking these
so
generalized, weird questions.
Mate, I'm gonna mute you in a minute. All right. So.
Oh my God,
I'm
he's gonna mute me in a minute. Oh no.
Okay, I'm asking. I'm just trying to have a conversation. You go into these big rants. So I said, where did you get your information from? That is who I'm referring to as
Okay,
they.
and okay, you said it's science. I asked you to specify,
I
and then
didn't
everybody
say that.
jumped on my neck because I needed to know
said
who you're
that.
talking about.
You said that. You said someone told me. So I said they. Is that okay?
I wanted to know. All I asked was a clarifying question, but apparently that's like a big
You
no-no.
said, who are they? And if you went
Yeah,
back to the sentence,
who are you speaking
you
about?
would know. You would know that I was referring to them.
I don't need
as
fucking justify asking a clarifying question to you, buddy. You're not God.
Okay,
You're
simple,
not. You're
simple
not. You're
Jack,
not the
man. It's
arbiter
been
here.
clarified. Simple Jack. It's been
Yeah,
clarified.
simple shit.
You
But I'm just.
said-
I want to make
Yeah,
some.
Hang on. You said.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you said that someone had told you, and Tim was referring to them as they, as the person
Yeah, it's not that
told
not
you.
that fucking difficult. No wonder you're a fucking simple Jack.
You should have referred to them as ham sandwich, Timbo.
Yeah, and then he might have got it.
Maybe them.
What a waffler.
As soon as you asked him from where you got your information from, where he got his information from, he spazzed out.
That guy's in high school. That guy's in high school.
Yeah, it's simply got no friends.
Oh, that's a good one, buddy.
Well, you know what, Simple Jack, we were all told the same things, yeah? And we were all told by the same people. We were told
That's
by
a
our
real good
parents.
one. This guy
parents-
saying, "Oh, he's got no friends." That's a good argument, buddy.
Okay.
No, that
So
wasn't an
we've all-
argument. That was an insult. I'm insulting you.
Okay, then I'm gonna insult you. You sound like a retard.
Fine. Yeah, no worries, man.
Good.
You're the one that can't answer questions.
Dude, we don't have
I mean, your questions suck, and I'm gonna keep asking clarifying questions whether you like it or not. That's just how it works in a conversation.
I got a clarifying question for you. Who told you that the tides have anything to do with the moon?
There we go.
My science teachers.
Okay, and how did they show you that this is the cause of the effect?
How did they show me? They showed how it's linked to the movements of the moon and the phases of the
Yeah, how
moon.
did they do that? How did they do that?
They showed how they could predict the movements of the tide
Who's
based on
they?
the position of the moon.
And how did they do that?
Who are they?
They made we're talking about my science teacher right now. My science teachers.
Oh, okay. I was just asking a clarifying question.
That's fine, and I answered it without giving you a hard time. Interesting how that
No,
works.
how did they do that? You haven't told me how they did it.
Well, I got sidetracked here by this guy trying to make it.
No worries.
You guys aren't just. I hope you guys just aren't assuming pronouns here. How do you know he's?
I don't know. So how did they do it? Simple Jack.
They demonstrated how you can predict the tides and how they're linked to the movements of the moon.
How?
They accurately predicted the tides.
Yeah.
Really? But what was the causal mechanism again?
What do you mean the causal mechanism?
Well, you don't just link two things. Like, I'll tell you what, if I tell you that tomorrow morning a rooster is going to crow when the sun comes up, does that mean that the rooster caused the sun to come up?
No.
Okay, so just because two things are related or maybe happening at the same time, does that mean that one is causing the other?
Not necessarily, no.
Great. So how do you know that the moon is causing the tides
Because someone told him.
Saw it on TV.
Yeah, because that's the explanation. It makes sense.
Yeah, I know. You're actually answering what I was saying. It's exactly what I was saying. You've been given
you anymore, buddy. You can relax. You're okay. Nobody's hurting you. No, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just here having a conversation.
Okay.
He's afraid of you, Timbo. You've just
No,
basically
I'm
broken
definitely
him.
not afraid of that guy. No.
Oh yeah, you're afraid, bro.
That's why he
Yeah.
doesn't want to talk to me.
But yeah, you notice, like for example, like in spring, when the sun and the moon are aligned, you get stronger tides.
Who told you that?
And we also found that, like,
is that so?
Found like Newton gravity from the moon does pull the Earth's oceans.
What's gravity?
Prove that.
What's gravity?
Prove that, and then
How do you prove it? Don't just make baseless claims. In fact, from this point forward, I'm going to keep you on mute for a second so you can hear this really good. I don't want a baseless assertion out of you again. I want you to show me the experiment that was conducted. Okay? So you brought up Newton. He proved something. What did he prove? What's the experiment?
Who do you think you're talking to, you little bitch?
Okay, see? That's the end.
Yeah.
It's the end.
I hate it when it ends like that. No, well, it happens a lot. I'll say that. I don't always hate it, but yeah, that one wasn't really going that.
Just let you gish gallop and claim stack.
Poor guy.
When he realised that curvature drop over distance, that's when he started coping.
Bit of a roboter there. Bit of a robot.
Am I robot?
You're better now. Go ahead. What was it?
Okay now, yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying that once he realised there was no drop over distance and he wanted a bigger ball, that's when he was coping.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was falling from there.
You're still roboting. Who the fuck is that guy?
I was trying to keep it polite and on track. I don't think he sounded like a bad young dude, yeah? He seems like not a bad young fella.
You had to, restate.
Except for when he got caught with his back against the wall.
Yeah, and I sort of expect that though.
I barely jumped in. I'm thinking, who the fuck is that fucktard? Like Jiminy Christmas.
What the fuck?
Hey, relax. I've seen 1,000 of them, man. That is shit.
They're in here all the time, but that one took the cake.
Nah. That one. I've seen worse, but that was bad. It's definitely in
the ultimate spiral, obviously, because he knows there is no experiment that's been done to show the causation between the moon and the tides, and I mean that's the end of it there. And I suppose, what do you do at that point? Apart, if you want to win the argument, it's resorts to insults, doesn't it?
Well, it's exactly what I said. He's been told something, and he listened to that, and because it's the only thing he's been told, then it makes sense because you hear it over and over again. And when he realised that, he was very upset.
Yeah.
Anyway, always a pleasure to listen to those kind of conversations. I think it helps the people listening realize that I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy.
You speaking to him for a while, AJ, yeah?
Yeah, I was, yeah. And it seemed to be going all right. I had him stumped on a lot of things, like when I was sort of trying to keep it all calm and just asking him the questions. He would just go quiet for a bit, but then he just got stuck on that, must be a bigger ball then. He sort of resorted back to that at the end of that conversation. And then Heretic jumped in.
When you get to that point, the conversation's over anyway. Yeah, when you get to that spiraling point, it's over anyway.
Yep.
That's why I'm still here, man. I used to do live streams in Hollywood, flat Earth, and telling people about flat Earth, and I would get those spirals coming in, going, well, "What about gravity? And what about that?" it's been going on for 10 years now, over and over and over. They don't know the first thing about the globe, but they want to defend it, and it's kind of funny to watch them because they don't know nothing about the globe.
It's like it's their idea. They came up with it or something.
Exactly, but they don't know nothing about it. At least in the mainstream numbers, whatever NASA numbers. Yeah, they don't know nothing. They don't know the first number, much less how far the moon is or whatever. It's sad, man. I think there should be classes in schools, man, that teach you about the globe. In my opinion. I mean, here's what the globe's doing. It'll be a short class, man. Maybe like 2 days, 2-day class. I'll give you full credit for a semester, but you got to learn the globe.
Sure, it'll be. Well, we think this, but we don't actually know.
No, you got to learn all
What we
those
need to do is ask him to bring his science teacher in next time. Maybe they can drop Discord on in the science class for the day, and the science teacher can explain it to us.
We had that happen before. I thought somebody brought their teacher in here back at the other server. I think it was. Anyway, yeah.
No, I thought a couple months ago they were in here. Well, maybe not a couple months ago. It's been a minute, but I could have sworn Jenna had me come on, and she was like, "No, Mom, you got to listen." And I was dying listening to this teacher get ready. You guys were just smoking him.
Teacher got wrecked, bro. Isn't that great? I love it.
Wait, what the heck? Is that Jenna's mom?
It's Jenna's mom, baby.
Jenna's mom has got it going on. You sound just like her. That's crazy. You sound just like her.
Oh shit! Everybody says that. Everybody says that.
You sound like an older Jenna. What's up, CB?
Yeah.
Everything all right down there? And fucking.
I'm the original. She's the copy.
Yeah.
You're roboting, CB. Damn it. You got to get rid of that beamer, man. You got to get a convertible or something, man.
That's because you're on a ley line.
Hell no, I'm not even in the beamer yet. Yeah.
Those ley lines, mate.
Wait, so can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you. We got you, bro.
Can you hear me now?
No.
Okay.
I can hear you now.
Cool.
Yeah.
He said no. Wait, so did you guys listen to that conversation with Jack? Did he leave? Did Jack bounce?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he spiraled, yeah.
Okay, what did you guys think of that? What did you guys think of our conversation?
I didn't hear it. So.
Were we cooking? Were we not cooking?
Well, I understood it. I don't think that he understood. But the only issue was it just wasn't really moving along. Like it just sort of got stuck at the point.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It sounded like it turned into like a personality thing for him. He's like, "Oh, I just don't like this personality," which is fine. That happens every now and again. But they don't realize what they're saying, chat.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
He didn't like me either, CB, so don't worry about it.
Oh, really? Yeah, man. They get all butthurt about personalities and stuff, but, it is what it is.
Leave your personality at the door and just discuss the topics at hand. That's it. That's all you got to do.
That would be too easy, and it's not culturally acceptable now. You just come in and call everybody retards when you walk into your science
your culture.
You just come in and, hey, teacher, you're a retard. You're teaching me some shit. Oh, hey, you're a retard. You're a yeah.
Jen and I have a saying. Jen and I have a saying, fuck your feelings.
Oh, yeah.
You wouldn't walk into your friggin' science teacher's class and go, you're a retard, man. Shut up.
Dude, I've done it. I did it in high school.
You did?
I did. I said, listen, it's my opinion that you're a fucking retard.
Red flag.
Where's my soundboard?
Yeah, but hey, Timbo, they don't realize what they're saying, bro. That's something I just, it was so perfect that random guy jumped in. He's like, yeah, there's two forces and they cancel each other out. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Thank you. That's what the other guy is trying to say, but he doesn't even realize what he's saying, bro. That's so crazy.
I'm not a red flag.
Dude, you think things will float? I don't think think that, but things are being held down. Like, bro, you 100% think that, dude. So crazy, bro.
If two forces are canceling
I
each other out, would that mean that? Doesn't that mean that nothing's happening?
That's my point. I was like, dude, nothing's happening, bro. Well, you have your own opinion on what rest means. No, I'm not.
Yeah, rest.
I'm not making anything up, dude. No, you just think that like that's your personal take. Like what?
You think that rock
They don't realize what they're saying while they're saying it, bro.
It's because they're not thinking, man. They're so confused with so many different directions of, from, paying the rent to fucking space. They're so confused, man. That's how the propaganda works, man.
He got mad because I told him that. He's like, well, you have a pencil and you drop it. Why does it fall? I'm like, well, let's look at the bigger picture. You picked it up first. Well, no. You can't say that. Like, well, it didn't spawn in your hand. Why do you keep bringing up spawning? I'm like, dude.
CB, man.
These guys, bro. These guys, bro.
Argument, man. Potential energy is like my third best argument, man, for sure. I love potential energy, specific gravity. Those, yeah.
Well, it's just so funny because they'll pretend to be confused why things fall. But like, you look around, just ask them, what's falling right now? Look around you. What's falling? Oh, well, everything's being yanked down on the ground.
Raining.
Where do you see that? That's not an observation. You're just making that up. And then you ask them, well,
I'm looking at clouds at the moment.
It's raining. It's raining.
I feel like that one breaks their brain when you say clouds, honestly.
Oh, I love clouds.
I love clouds. But like, okay, so you ask them, all right, well, if things wouldn't be pulled down, if I just turn off the pull down factor, what would happen? Well, they would go, well, I'm like that exactly. That's your problem. You think things would or should or could be floating. And they get mad about that. They get so upset. It's
Well, no, they wouldn't, because if they believe in Newtonian mechanics, then it wouldn't go anywhere unless it was acted upon by a force. If it got pushed sideways, then it'd just continue sideways, right? It wouldn't go up.
There you go. That's a good point. Man, dude, like, it's just crazy, bro. They've only seen that floating toothpaste and water balls and people literally on YouTube. That's it. Nothing else. You've never seen that happen within this world when you go around and travel or whatever. That doesn't happen. So to think that as a baseline that should be happening is crazy. This is what all I do. They have two ideas, poor ideas. One, things should be floating. Two, something stopping that from happening. But when you point out the floating thing, they get so upset. Oh, you're talking about cartoons and Goku. No. That's you. That's you. You think that you should be floating like Goku. Well, why when I jump do I keep going? Why do I go back down? Well, if you were to jump and keep going up, that's called flying like Goku. Well, but that's cartoons. Yeah. Newsflash. Ta-da!
But you believe in cartoons. Fucking CB's fired up, man.
Dude, like, oh my dude.
My boy's got some freaking T-bones going. Let's do it.
I think you need to go to the gym, man.
The gym?
Yeah.
You're fired up.
I just got off work, but I was just thinking about that conversation because I was just finishing up some work and I only had a few minutes to cook his dumbass. But reflecting on that,
way too confusing. Way too confusing for him.
You're right.
Yeah,
yeah, that's
honestly,
way
bro,
over his head, bro. Way.
If I'm confusing to people, you're just low IQ because I'm not in here trying to be all Gregory and like, what is it? You guys know that sound clip that's like, we also have to ask ourselves, what is the hopsicle of the Flagheim of the quantum realm? Speaking from some crustacean zeitgeist paradoxical exfoliation. Like, you guys have heard that. You guys have heard that clip a million times, bro. I don't speak like that. So if you're not understanding what I'm saying, you're just dumb.
Well, the rotations of the
What'd you
gravity, the rotations of the gravity vector are not
Yeah, he's like,
correlating
And
to
have you
the
seen May Weenie?
transition of
should I get the clip out?
energy, which is passing through.
Nah, I'm joking, man.
I gotta get the clip out now.
We're missing, bro.
But CB, how is he going to understand what you're saying?
What?
Sorry, go ahead.
How's he going to? Sorry, I spoke over that. How's he going to understand what you're saying when he doesn't understand what he's saying?
Oh my God. Yes, dude, that's a good point. He didn't even understand what he was saying, bro. That is crazy, dude. Yep, that's a good
No,
point.
he's just regurgitating talking points that he was taught.
Yep, that's exactly my point.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Maybe I should just start speaking all big word, $10 words and stuff. The gluteus maximus of the equation. Dude, that's one of the best sound clips ever. Just because it highlights that nature of these guys. They come in here. I'm sure you've met people like this, where they come in and they just use like $10 words and crazy like stuff they heard from some YouTube channel or whatever. And maybe it worked on them.
They saw it in a
But
cartoon, bro. They saw it in a
someone
cartoon.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they saw the big words on the cartoon, but you know, like
What, like
I watched one too many episodes of Bugs Bunny.
what do you say, Timbo?
Electrostatic potential, like those ones.
Yeah. The gluteus maximus.
The gluteus maximus of the question. We also ask ourselves, what is the molecular harpsichord of the foie gras in the quantum realm? Speaking from sort of crustacean. Zeitgeist, calcium efficient paradoxical exfoliation, sort of juxtaposition.
Exfoliation. Dude, like they literally do that. Go ahead.
He's German. That guy. He's German.
Too funny, bro.
That's hilarious.
I love that clip so much.
Well,
but yeah, man.
Hey, CB, you could do it better than that, bro. I know you can.
Bro, if I do, I just start making up words. The quadrilateral of the backward literal, divisional acquisition, like you start making shit up, bro.
Careful, man. You're going to start sounding like a retard.
You need to spit it, man. Spit it out, bro.
Dude.
Throw some bars down. Throw some bars down with that crazy shit, man. Do it.
I joke around, bro. I'm the people's champ, all right? I put it in layman's terms. You can't understand the, the basics. You just need to give up, honestly. Because you're going to end up running into people like Indio, and they're going to hit you with some higher level shit. You're going to be completely roasted and out of your league. So,
all right, let's do a room check.
Room check. Yeah. Let's do it.
Right.
What do we got?
Neo Sack.
Neo Sack.
I don't know.
Welcome.
You there, Neo Sack?
What's up, Neo? Hey, did you guys see that coming out with a new?
Hang on, dude.
Hold on, dude.
You there, buddy?
Neo.
We hear you breathing, bro. Go ahead.
I can hear you breathing.
Hello. Go ahead.
Neo's dad, man. He's in the Matrix. Neo's in the Matrix.
Mate, he's talking.
Hello, dude. You got
what are you guys trying?
What's going on, dude?
What's up, dude?
Turn this guy up again as well.
Yeah, he's really
with
low.
everyone's mics today.
He's low.
I don't know.
Very
Why
low.
are you guys asking for me? Like, why are you guys demanding for my name or asking my name?
You're sitting. Well, get this right. Imagine you walked into a restaurant, sat in the corner of the restaurant, and then just demanded to be left alone. Do you think that's a bit weird?
Okay, but is this a public server? I don't get it.
That's weird, man. It's weird.
I thought I was just in a public server, just listening to people talking about politics. That's
Okay. Would you like a glass of water, or would you want to buy some chips or something? Or?
That's pretty funny.
I appreciate it.
Maybe a better mic.
Yeah, my boy's low, man. Got I got studio monitors here. He's pretty low.
That's all right. Are you a flat earther or a globe earther? Just curious.
Me?
Yeah.
I really don't know yet. I believe it's probably just rounded, like spherical, rounded.
Round.
Hold on.
Like the moon, like everything in nature is usually like circle, you know.
Nature?
Really? Like what? Like what?
Like nuts.
Nuts.
What? Wait a minute.
That's not
Come on,
right, man.
they're not round like a ball. Like,
but you know what I mean? Like everything is more like a circle and everything. So that's why I believe it's probably like.
That's not true.
Well, but then maybe I'm.
What about
got a hot dog shaped one here?
What about a rock?
Yeah, I was thinking rocks. Tons of rocks.
No, I didn't say everything, but a bunch of stuff in nature comes like circle, and that's it. That's my point. That's it.
So I can maybe give you fruit and nuts. What else?
What about a banana?
No, like banana.
There's like some fruits and some nuts. Anything else?
Seeds, eyeballs, cells.
Eyeballs aren't eyeballs aren't spheres.
Whatever, but you know what I mean, bro.
He said whatever. I would say most things let me just point this out to you, brother. Most things in nature are very irregular. They're weird. Look at like a tree, a rock, a lake, your hair, your body. They're all super irregular. I don't think most things in nature are like round. But also, if you're gonna say the moon, which I think you mentioned, could you name a resemblance between the Earth and the moon? When you go outside, you see lots of trees and water and stuff. You look at the moon. What are the resemblances? What are how could you compare the two?
Dude, I don't know much about those things, but I'll give you an example. For example, if you notice, nothing ever touched to anything, right? You never touch anything because.
Oh shit! Sorry, Neil. Somebody's hot micing.
What do you mean we never touch anything? What are you talking about?
I mean, for example, like atoms are just like magnetic electric electrons, and they repel each other, and that's what you feel. It feels like a touch, but it actually just repelling each other, and it feels like you're
okay. I dare you to go out and jump in front of a car.
I know what you. Yeah, you're gonna get destroyed, but I mean, in actual particle size, you never touch anything. You know, when you go to particle level, and that's it.
Prove it.
I mean, just watch any video about it, and that's it, or make a research on. You'll see it.
Yeah, but no one's ever done any experiments showing that. That's all theoretical.
Well, it seems like it's proved, like it's how it works. That's it. Atoms, electrons, and neutrons. And that's it.
Okay, when you come in and you use the word seems, you're in dangerous territory there, honey.
Okay, my apologies for that.
Be very careful with the language you're using here, because we're here to give you evidence to show you flat Earth. I mean, I have a huge equation that gives you the 3959 radius that the quote unquote scientists have used to do their globe math stuff, and it's been debunked pretty effectively.
All right. I mean, you make your research. That's cool. I'm not against it.
The irony of it is that Google, of all things, who is known to suppress information, will tell you that they'll give you the globe calculations. But if you do an experiment, depending on where you're at, personally, Jen and I are from California. We grew up on Long Beach, California, in Long Beach, California. So we're like, wait a second, we can see Catalina Island. So I went ahead and I'm like, well, I asked Google, well, how far is Long Beach, California from Catalina Island? Well, it's about 29.3 miles, right? And I've put this in the chat before, and I've argued this in the Discord before. So, the question becomes, at a distance of 29.3 miles, how much curvature over the horizon is there using the 8 8 inches per mile squared calculation, it works out to be something like 6,866 some odd feet, and you multiply that by 12 and you get a distance, and this is literally like sitting on the beach and looking across. So this is at a distance of 0, or a height of 0, and you're getting somewhere about 570 feet. So in other words, I should not be able to see about 570 so feet of Catalina Island. Well, that's not true, because I can actually see the entire island, harbor and all. If I have my telescope out and I'm looking at the harbor, I can see the boats, the lights, all of it. And the tallest point, if you ask it what the tallest point on Catalina Island is, it's 2,057 feet. And so you take away 570 feet of that, well, that's, going by the globe math, I should only be able to see about 1,400 or 1,500 feet of the island, and that's just not the case.
Noise.
So if you actually cared, and this is just critical thinking, you know what I mean? This is just employing critical thinking skills, rather than just coming into a chat like this and just arguing and bickering back and forth and, doing stupid semantics. If you actually sit down and you ask the questions, doing some critical analytical thinking, you'll get the answer.
Yeah, I believe that if you make research deep on a topic, you'll find a lot of answers and stuff to get your point. I agree with that. I understand that. Yeah, I don't disagree. But I had never made like deep studies about flat Earth. I just have made like surface research and stuff, and that's it. And just using my own logical common sense and coming to my own conclusions, and that's it. I had never I'm not the guy to debate. That's what I mean.
Yeah, I
what's common sense about the globe? What senses do you use?
I was just going to ask that. I was going to say, yeah, I get that, but what is common sense about the globe? I think where we get that quote unquote well, hold on. I think where we get that quote unquote common sense is that we are taught scholastically. We are taught this. We are presented images. And we unfortunately we believe what our eyes see. That's folly and misnomer. It's awful that it happens. So unfortunately we cannot trust our eyes. We actually have to do the research and trust what goes into our brains. And so, using the basic math calculations, I'll go ahead and I'll post it again in the chat for you. So you can take a quick look at it.
Wait, so what should we trust if not our eyes?
Sorry, say again?
What should we trust if not our eyes?
That's a very, very good question. It's our eyes can in fact deceive us. So when I say we have been shown images, let's put it that way. We have been shown images and we've been told that this is fact, right?
Okay, so what can we trust then?
That's a very good question. You've got to go and do the research. You've got to go do the research for yourself.
But I have to see the research with my eyes, right? But I can't trust my eyes.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. You do the calculations.
But I have to see the calculations, but I can't trust my eyes.
When you're given images, that's different than working out a problem.
But if I do calculations, I have to look at the calculations as I'm doing the calculations, but I can't trust my eyes, so I can't trust my eyes.
Okay, retard, you don't need to take it literally. She's using we can't trust our eyes. If you let me finish, I'll explain it to you, right?
No, because wait, I need to explain
so you want to interrupt me then?
Yeah. Okay, so if you want to listen... Okay, these are those semantics that I was talking about, people arguing. They want to jump in this Discord, and they just want to argue these crazy semantics. So, if you want to do that, that's fine, but I promise you the rest of the guys are going to come.
That's like the Globy, kind of playbook, so I'm like,
It is. It is the Globy. It's the Globy playbook. They want to argue semantics, and I'm not. I'm not here for that. I'm simply saying that there are mathematical calculations that can provide evidence to the contrary of the globe theory.
Yeah, but my problem is I'm not pro flat and I'm not even pro globe. Like I'm genuinely like radical skepticism. Like I don't even know if I could even trust like mathematical calculations. Like that doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't. Does 2 times 2 equal 4? I mean, see what I'm
How can I
saying?
even trust you though? Like how do I even know you're like telling me the truth?
Wow.
You're a waste of time, man. We'll get back to
Your
the other
ways.
guy.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. You're just being ridiculous
Like this
now.
is insane. Like you guys are insane. Like this.
You're
like
insane.
like you think
you can't even agree.
like
Dude,
you guys
you can't even agree that 2 times 2 is 4. And you say, how can I even trust that you can tell me that 2 times 2 is 4?
You
It's
believe
not
in the
her
globe.
math.
You believe in the
saying
globe.
you can't trust your calculations? I mean,
You
what
believe
kind of
in the
person?
globe. Why should I trust you?
One
You
sec.
believe in the globe.
What makes you?
Oh,
What
wow.
makes you think that we believe in
You
a globe?
believe in the globe. Why should I trust you?
What makes you think that?
Because you're the one who's
Say that
saying you
again.
should
Wait,
trust
wait,
the
wait.
math.
What was your question again? What you so are you coming here to find?
One sec.
Okay.
Wait. I just want to clear this up. So why did you come in here thinking that we all believe in the globe?
Because you're the one spouting like, oh, trust the math, trust the science. That's literally the problem.
What a
Yeah, but can you?
weasel.
But you
Literally a
can.
bunch
But you
of
can do a
globies.
math. But you can do a mathematical equation and use it, can't you?
Yeah, but he's insinuating that the math
Yeah, nobody
tells us
said.
it's a
Wait,
globe.
guys, hold on. Give me a second,
Can't you
please.
see
Give
it?
me the mic for a second. Give me the mic for a second. Nobody said trust the science. I said a mathematical equation, not science. Now,
That's science.
mathematics.
I don't care. That's science.
Hold on.
It's
Hold on.
science. What the fuck, man?
Good God.
Get him, Tito, bro.
Math is finite.
Literally
Math
science.
explains the universe. Math explains that. And so you're just coming in here to be contrary and to be argumentative, and you're not opening your mind. You're not accepting the information. So I'll let the guys deal with you. I'm going to mute my mic.
Get him, boys.
Yeah. So what? I want to know why you think I believe in the globe.
Because in classic Globy style, we have just this endless selling of like, oh, trust the science, trust the sources.
Who said that?
But dear sir,
Who said that?
Nobody said
that?
Nobody said trust the science. We said the math.
Yeah, I want to know why you.
what do scientists do?
Hey, dude. I want to know why you think I'm a globie. Go for it.
Isn't that what this room is for? For you guys to get in your soapbox about how?
Okay, I saw you jump in.
Who the fuck are you?
We didn't say anything about believe the science, believe the math. We didn't say any of that.
Okay, so you're telling me that the Globy playbook is not to appeal to science, to do all the heavy lifting for their like inane worldview.
Just tell us what math.
Just
tell us what math proves the globe. What math proves the globe?
None.
Okay, that's the whole point I was trying to make. There's no math that proves the globe, but I can prove with a mathematical equation that we have flat. More veggies.
On there, Jenna.
I have literally posted the mathematical equation in our chat several times for people like you. You're just being completely obtuse.
Wait, so you're not a Globy? Wait, you're not a Globy? Is that what you're saying?
Oh my god, that's why I asked you what makes you think that. You didn't. You just came up with an.
Big mongoloid. What?
You just came up with an assumption, and you didn't ask anyone.
I mean, okay, it was a very well-founded assumption though, because like I said, I've been in and out of chats. Yes, it is. Let me explain why. Let me tell you why you are wrong.
No, you won't. See you later.
What a weirdo.
Yeah.
I'm about ready to block
What's
the cat.
happening? What's all this Wii stuff anyway? Who is this rando?
I think he was just laughing, man.
Don't nobody know who you are, bro.
Just a lapper.
Globy playbook.
I think he just dropped in on a random and just decided he was going to, pick our Discord to fuck around in.
Trust the
Yeah,
science.
I think he just wanted to create an argument for no reason.
Are you bored? He's still unmuted, Ness.
Because he didn't say anything.
Hey guys, I love y'all. Hugs and kisses. I'm going to bed.
Good night.
Alrighty, nice. Thank God. I mean, have a great night.
Yep. Thank you. Bye.
All right.
Misogyny.
All right, that was enough out of her. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Or am I? All right, Ness. Now that the 304 is gone, he's been server muted. All right, well,
that was me.
Let's move on.
You can unmute him. Yeah.
I don't know if we're that bored. Should we just give him one more shot, or should we just move on?
Try. I don't think you're going to get a coherent conversation with him.
Well, Neo, I think Neo wants to chime in. Go. What do you think about this, Neo? What's on your mind, dude? I saw you. We heard you breathing there for a second.
I don't know much about flat Earth stuff, to be honest. I'm just here listening and learning. That's it.
Cool.
Awesome, bro.
Do you want to ask any questions?
For now, I'm trying to chill a little bit, listening to you guys in the background, and then going to bed soon. That's it.
Cool. No worries.
Nice, bro. Hey, quick question for you. Where are you from?
You guess.
Espanol.
Shit, you're Mexican?
Not really. No.
Just joking, bro.
I'm going to say Puerto Rico.
Yeah, that's where I'm from, yeah.
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
No, not Mexican.
Fucking Mongo.
Too funny. Oh, well, chime in if you have any questions, or maybe chat. Do you guys have any questions for him before he pops on mute?
Hey, I have a question. Is this a public channel, or is it like a private channel? Or
Public, and we are live, and we also have and the Jord said welcome. Yes, we're live on YouTube, bro. Yeah, you can go back and listen to your conversation if you want, or make clips or whatever you need.
Nice.
Not private at all.
Maybe you could go back and hear how bad your mic is.
Ooh.
Yeah, makes sense.
Definitely do that.
Please.
What's up, Jordy? We got Jord. We also have Happy Smile. So tell us about that profile picture there, bub. And congratulations on the top slot as well.
It's happy smile. Happy.
I'll be back, guys.
No, you ain't. All right, what's next, chat?
Globe?
Who's got a globe?
Just random question.
No
Jesus.
You got a globe? Who's got a globe? You got a globe? Who's got a globe?
Did any of you flatties argue against other flat earthers when you first got started? Like when you were kind of globe-tarded? Did you argue against the flat earthers, or do you?
I mean, I've had arguments with flat earthers. Sure.
I asked questions.
Yeah, I don't think I had any beef with flat earthers at the start. I wasn't like, these guys are fucking dumb. Like, I never did that, never had that experience. I think it's smart to just shut your damn mouth and listen and maybe like absorb information before you go and start yapping.
I asked questions on both sides. That's what I did.
Yeah, I just sat in the back of the classroom like, all right, well, let me just take some notes here.
And I went out and paid attention to reality. I was like, oh, shit.
Yeah. That
That's
seems
weird.
kind of smart. I think it's really dumb when people come in. They're like, "Oh, you flat earthers are dumb." Blah blah blah. Well, you're only thinking that because some other YouTube channel or somebody else gassed you up. They put a battery in your back and told you, "You got it. You got this, champ. You're better than them." They don't have any information on hand, and you can tell because they come in here and you ask them stuff, and they'll be like, "Hold on, let me Google it real fast." Like, bro, you've got it all backwards. You're supposed to Google first and then speak on it. You don't speak on things and then go and try to find out whether it's true after you said it. You're setting yourself up for failure. That's dumb. And I think that's actually one of the flat earthers' strengths is we speak on things we know. Why do you think I can yap so much? 'Cause I don't speak on things that I don't know what I'm talking about. So if you hear me speaking, I don't.
Full on
And that's
yappuccino.
What's Lassie, bro? I'll take a sandwich now. Let me get my turkey and Swiss.
Yeah, hold on a second.
How you doing tonight? You just get here, girl?
No, I've been here listening to the lack of
Bro?
synergy.
Synergy. It's a little off. I agree. It's a little off.
Maybe it's a lag or something.
Dance.
The dance is not flowing. The band sucks, man. The band, that fucking Globe, they're called the Globers. They're playing tonight. They suck, man. The Globers suck.
I put your sandwich in the chat.
Thanks, Flatsy. I'm literally going to get me a sandwich. Yeah.
So I have a question, right? Could you explain to me why you guys don't believe the Earth is round?
Because it's it doesn't measure that way. It measures flat. There's no reason to think that it is a globe. It's a pretty wild claim to say that the Earth is a globe in a vacuum. Yeah, we checked that out, and it doesn't check out.
Could you provide me scientific reasoning as to why?
It's not a scientific question.
It is a scientific
Geometry.
question. There's scientific documentation that supports the reason why the Earth is a sphere, not flat.
Flatsy, ask her a question. Hey, 304 BBL. Is science a buzzword, or do you actually know what science means?
Science is science. Science is proof.
Okay, so what it sounds like is you're using
word with the word.
Hold on, BBL. It sounds like you're using it as a buzzword. It sounds
I'm
like
not using
you don't
a buzzword.
Okay, why don't you
we
tell
live
us
around science,
what
so it's how
science means?
science operates.
Well,
First of all, you don't define. Hold on. First of all, you don't define a word with the word. If you want to tell us what science is, we're all ears.
Wait, okay, Flatsy. So you said the Earth is in a vacuum?
Hold on, we're talking
I
to the
said it's a-
BBL.
I feel like they came from the same. Yeah,
We're
they
talking
came
to the
from the same
304.
piece or the same profile.
Probably a voice changer. It's fine.
Yeah. So the surface orientation of the Earth has nothing to do with science. It's geometry.
Alright. Hey. Sorry, she doesn't want to learn.
Facts. Typical woman.
Yep, exactly. I don't know what's up with her today, but man, she's off her rocker.
Probably every day.
So
It's all good. Do you know what science means? Maybe we could help her.
I do.
All right, tell us.
I'll be honest, man. I don't know.
Facts.
Okay, that was such a fruitful conversation.
It's been very, very insightful. I appreciate
Chat,
you guys.
just so you know, this is a buzzword earther. People just throw around words like science, gravity. They have no freaking clue what these words mean.
You know, it's a red flag when somebody defines a word with the word.
She said we live around science. I don't know if you guys caught that, dude. What the?
We do live around science. Science lives around us.
What does that even mean?
Is science in the room with you right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dude, we actually have a dog named Science.
Science lives within me. When science was resurrected after 3 days, it came to live with me.
What, Science?
Science.
No, my dog Science is not at your house
Yeah.
right now, bro.
Okay. Well, chat. This is 4K happening live. Ninjas don't know
shit, sorry.
what science means. It's all right though. Don't worry about it.
Oh, man.
Should we just teach him
We're
real
not worried
fast?
about it, man. It's fine.
We'll just teach him real fast, super quick. Science deals with cause and effect, right, Flatsy?
That's right, CB. And I like how you bonded with this guy over misogyny.
You already know, dude.
I think it's the same person.
Wait, how do you spell misogyny?
Oh, I was actually said it wrong. I was supposed to say it wrong. How do you say it, CB?
Misogyny.
Misogyny.
Misogyny. As opposed to geogony, you know, those out there that hate the earth.
Geogeny.
That's a CB original right there,
You
chat.
pulled up the Google and hit the little sound button. I love that.
Anyway, on a scale of 1 to 10, BBL, where does like the Earth being a globe fall? Like 10 being for sure, definitely a globe. 1, I'm not super sure. Open to other ideas. Where do you fall on that list?
It's a 10. The Earth is a fucking sphere, not a fucking flat surface. Not like a fucking flat disc. What you guys talk about?
She's a globe earther.
Oh, no,
Yes,
we never
hold
said
on,
this.
One second there, 304.
Yeah, you got the wrong idea. Nobody said a flat disc.
So
Surface-
there's actually a song that kind of goes over this. It's called Circle Theory. It's by Obel Reed on Spotify. He put it out recently. It's kind of a banger, honestly.
We
do not care. Yeah, hi, man. This, man. I'm trying to, enlighten the fellas.
Don't go thinking that we think that the Earth is a disc in space or anything like that.
Disc in spaced. How do you spell that?
That's 3 words. Disc in space, outer space. Like most people think, for some reason, your BBL,
Disc in space.
your BBL friend thinks.
yes,
Most
one
people
word.
think this, bro.
CON is another word, and then space is the third word.
Just chill out for a second. A lot of people
sorry, man.
think when they get they say the word flat Earth and they think of a solar system with a bunch of round planets and then a flattened planet. That's the wrong idea. No one actually thinks that except for your BBL friend and a bunch of other weirdos. That's not our position, actually. But
BBL friend.
yeah, that's you.
Yeah, I wish you had a BBL.
Misogyny.
I'm sorry, my bad. I'll just call you 304. But
Yeah, I hope that
no, it's not a disc.
My artery.
Anyway,
Wait, so what do you think about the moon then?
it's not like the Earth at all, so there's no reason to compare the Earth to the moon. Not even one resemblance between the Earth and the moon. So I wouldn't look at the moon and say, the Earth must be like that. Well,
So do you think the
there's
moon
nothing.
is a sphere?
It can be anything. Doesn't matter what it is. The Earth isn't like those things that you see in the sky. I see stars and planets and moons. The Earth isn't like anything up there, so there's really no need to to compare the Earth to what you see in the sky. So, you ever heard the kids say, "Yo, I'm built different"? The Earth is built different, bro. It's not like those things at all. Go ahead.
This is a world, right? We're on a place, right? A realm, right? We exist here on this surface. Those things in the sky, there's no evidence whatsoever that they are other places, other realms, other worlds that you can go to and experience being upright, like here.
Very
So
good
do you
point,
think the
T-Dub.
moon
I
is a
appreciate you
hologram?
putting that in there.
Go ahead, 304. What was that?
So do you think a moon is a holograph, essentially?
Bruh.
No.
Who said
Nobody
that?
said that.
I know. I'm just asking because that's like one of the myths what flat earthers believe.
No, it's not.
No, they don't. That's what
But
someone
you
made
guys
up.
said the moon can be anything.
You just
I'm
need to know
saying.
the difference between terrestrial and celestial.
Yeah, there's a difference between us saying, well, it could be anything, than you saying, okay, it must be a hologram. That's a bit different.
Yeah. So what he's saying is it could be anything when you're trying to like narrow it down to just one thing, that it could be, but it also could be like everything else.
There's definitely no
No,
going
what
there
I'm
to
saying is it
verify
doesn't.
what you would claim.
The point is, it doesn't matter what it is because the Earth isn't like it anyway. But I think what people are trying to get at is they say, well, look, I see a spherical moon, so we must be spherical too. That's bad logic, especially when there's not even a single resemblance. So it doesn't matter what the moon is. It could be a sphere for all we care. It doesn't
Yeah,
change
it's
the
literally
nature
like
of the Earth.
big white thing in the sky, fuck.
Yeah, this is what people get wrong about flat Earth, right? We make a claim. We make one claim, right? The Earth is flat, right? the surface that we live on is flat, right? Anything we know, been to, traveled to, the horizontal reference plane is a flat, measurable thing. That's the only claim we make. We don't make any claims to what's on the outsides. Someone says, "Oh, what shape is it?" People come in and say, "Well, if it's flat, there must be an edge," because they have that. They have that in their mind that they're just swapping the Earth, that ball in space, with a flat disk in space. So it must have an edge because it's somewhere. That somewhere is space. Like what? No one's ever proved that space exists anyway. So if space doesn't exist, it doesn't have to be somewhere. What if Earth is the somewhere? You know what I mean?
Like that Red Hot Chili Peppers song, the moon made in a Hollywood basement,
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's yeah.
Well, hey, I appreciate you guys' time. Thank you so much for giving me a lot of explanation.
Anytime, man.
All right, bro. You guys have a wonderful night, all right? Or a good rest of the morning.
You too.
You too.
All right.
You too.
Y'all come back now, you hear?
All right.
Hey, that's what I'm supposed to say.
Nice, bro. All right, well, that ended a lot better than it started, bro. That could have went a lot of different directions, man. Oh my god.
They were like night and day.
I know. Let me start cooking. I might lock into Misogyny headquarters, but this is why men are just better. Pause.
Misogyny.
All right. I'm slightly joking, Chad. Don't get your freaking panties in a bunch. Only slightly joking though. She was like, dude, when she said we live in science, I about lost my shit. I'm like, wait, what?
You walk your science with science.
She's like, we do live in science. Like, oh my god, dude.
She said what?
Like, live in science.
She said we live in science.
Yeah, I should go make a clip. I should make a clip of that one. That's probably good.
She should stick to making sandwiches.
Honestly, you got it.
Well, that's science, all right.
That's also science.
No. Maybe baking. You could say that's science, but not making sandwiches. No way.
Engineering.
That's the E in STEM. That's the E in STEM now. Let's not get that wrong.
No, STEM actually stands for science, science, ions, and mayans.
Good one.
All right, someone else chimed in there. Novitiate? Going deaf in though. We also have Master Artichoke. Come on down, buddy.
Still here?
What'd you say? You're about to choke.
Yeah, I know. Is he choking on an artichoke? Because we can hear you eating.
I'm literally eating a sandwich. Isn't that crazy? I'm literally eating a sandwich. I'll take a picture.
I bet you made it yourself too. No female made it for you.
What the hell is going on in here? I know goddamn well the flat earth has not become all of a sudden this popular. So what the hell is going on in this channel?
It's popular because of people like you.
What?
Dude, it's hot
Why
right
would you
now,
s-
bro.
What
It's
kind of
hot.
people are people like me? What kind
It's
of
normal
people
people.
are people like me?
ball.
Your content, bro.
Consumers.
You know what I think about this channel?
No, I don't.
Channel.
Would you like to know?
Yes.
No.
I think it's a repository for people who don't know what to think.
Okay. I think you are drunk and fell into this room.
I think I've been aware
On
of
accident?
what you believe for a very long time. And the fact that I'm drunk may happen to be the reason why I'm willing to be in this ridiculous room. But I did
You
not
don't even know
fall
anything
here.
about it. So why
came
are you
here
making judgments
intentionally.
beforehand?
I came here intentionally to give you a chance, and because also there's a million
All right.
people in here, and I was wondering why.
I'm going to take that chance. Do you have any proof that you live on a globe?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, I owe my entire existence to Jesus Christ, the Word of God. Do you or no?
Do you have any evidence that you live on a globe?
Well, I was prefacing this with my
Yeah,
reasoning,
you don't need
which
to,
is,
though. You don't need to preface anything. Yeah, we're just
Can
talking
I-
about.
am I permitted to ask you if you also believe Jesus Christ created you?
It's irrelevant.
Am I permitted to ask regardless?
Nope. Yeah, I just told you it's irrelevant. So that's your answer.
Would you answer the question whether it's relevant or not? Just answer it and then say it's irrelevant.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that you live on a spinning space ball?
Well, I'll tell you. It's because the book of Proverbs says that the wind blows to the north and comes back around from the south, and it doesn't turn to
Does
the
it?
east or the west, and that is required to be a globe. Yes,
What
the
does it
Bible
say?
says it's a globe.
Sorry.
That's why I
What
believe
does
it's
it
a globe.
say word for word?
It says the wind blows to the north and comes back around from the south, and no one knows from where it came. So it's describing the actual direction and how people understand it. And so
What if that
if it's
means it just
describing
went?
an understanding of the
What if
wind,
that
it would
means it just
certainly
went
say
from
that the wind
Hello?
must turn to the east before it becomes northern again.
Why wouldn't?
But it doesn't.
Why,
It says
why
it
would-
goes
why
from
doesn't it-
northern to
Hello?
southern, and that can only happen on a sphere. The wind can only turn from northern directly to southern on a sphere, and the Bible says it does.
So what if it just goes from the north and then goes down to the south and comes back up?
That's how it works. It's a sphere. It can only do that on a sphere. If you're
What if it
not on a
turns around and comes
sphere,
back?
if you're not on a sphere, it has to turn east or west first.
That's your
It would
evidence?
have to go up to the north, hit the the ice, boundary, turn east, go all the way back around to the south, and then become north. But the Bible says it turns from north to south directly.
What if I showed
And
you a
no
weather
one
pattern?
knows, and no one knows where from whence it came. That's
What
what
if
the
I
Bible
showed
says.
you?
No
what
one
if I
knows
showed
where from whence it
Hey,
came.
dude, if you keep doing that, man, you're not going to last long. All right.
Well,
I'm
just
asking you.
stating, just stating
What if
what
I
the Bible
showed
says.
you? What if I showed you a weather pattern where
I wouldn't
the
care.
air comes from the north and then does this little loop down the bottom in the south, just below Australia, and then starts heading north again in the same area.
It has
What
to
if I
turn
showed you that?
east. It has to turn east or west before it could go north without crossing a pole. If there's no pole it would have to turn
It just does
east
this
or
little
west
loop.
first.
I'll show you this weather pattern. It just does
can't
this little
go
loop
from
and then-
north to south.
Okay, we're gonna shut you up. All right. You're a belligerent fool.
Yo, I have a question about flat Earth.
And we
hope you're better than
live.
I hope you're better than the last guy.
Yeah, so basically, I don't understand, dude. Like when I look outside, right? There's a lot of curvature going on. Like, what do I do? How can I not?
Where?
Well, usually like when my dick's hard, so I'd probably say like there's about 2 to 3 inches of curvature. It's usually points.
Bro, do you?
Usually, what the fuck? Yeah,
Bro, come on, dude.
I'm just saying that's curvature, no?
No, you're not just saying. You're not gonna just say that. So fix
Well,
something
I
else.
am saying. Okay, let me see.
Then
What?
go back. Yeah.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Go fuck, dude. This is the best they have to offer, chat.
I think they let the asylum out this time of night.
Bro.
They're on on excursion.
Have a couple of days break.
What the hell, bro?
The Globe Asylum.
It's really bad. And also the Victor guy left too. When they leave quickly after a mute, you know it's like they never really had anything in the first place. Wow. Master Artichoke. Still here? What's up, dude? Oh, that's Happy Smile. Yo, what is that profile picture, bro? Sorry, I'm getting my Quetzalcoatl on right now. I'm eating on the mic.
Oh, that hot sauce was... Oh, I was too, but that hot sauce was hot.
Bro, Quetz is always eating on the mic. It's so funny. It's like a thing now.
Yeah.
It's so funny. He's always munching on the mic, bro. It's so funny.
I reckon it's pistachios too.
That's good. It's funny. I love it.
Let's do a scan.
Scan time.
Quick scan.
Let's go.
Who's Novi TAT?
Yeah, he chimed in earlier. I forget what he said, but he chimed in earlier during our spat with the BBL lady. He jumped in to say some weird stuff. And he's deafened now, though.
One spliff a day.
One spliff a day.
Who's that?
That's Sub Dude.
Name.
Sub Dude.
That's why.
What about Knuckles?
I don't know, but I'm interested in that.
No, that is a weird looking profile picture, bro. What is that?
That's where Sulfur is born.
Ew. That's funny. That's probably a legit picture from like James Webb or something. I would not be surprised.
No way. That's a piss take.
There's no way. T-Dub, you're hilarious, bro. Dude, T-Dub is one of the funniest flat earthers right now. I think T-Dub's the funniest flat earther. I'm just going to say it. He's hilarious, bro. Courtesy of NASA, says Knuckles. Bro, jump on the mic, dude. Are you a flat earther?
Yeah. Definitely.
Definitely not. Got no mic.
No, definitely. Can you hear me?
Oh, that's better.
It's way better. All right, guys. It's high noon.
It's high noon.
Yeah, that picture you can get. I can't remember. I looked it up. It's on NASA's website. It was recorded a couple of months ago or something.
G'day, mate.
So, hey, fellow Aussie.
There's a few in here.
Where's that Matrix at? He's got the best Aussie accent I've ever heard.
Yeah,
Metatetrix? He's probably playing squash right now. I don't know.
Probably.
How long you been in the topic, Knuckles?
Well, 5 years or so, I guess.
And
Been around the block.
how'd you find us here?
Well, it's pretty buried. You start in the usual places, I guess, and then if you got a brain, you can sift out the crap. Get through all the shills and basically get to here, which is buried deep underneath the ground. But once you're here, you don't leave.
Are you on our other server?
Which one's that?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, that's what I'm on now.
No, you ain't.
The original one, not the politics one.
Oh, no, I'm not on that one.
Oh, okay. Can someone send him a link?
Yeah, send me a link. That'd be good.
Yeah.
Do you obviously know Angels of Light?
Angels of Light.
Yeah. He's an Aussie. Hung around FED for a little bit.
Do you know him, T-Dub?
Kind of sounds familiar.
Yeah, well, he was in a video with David Weiss the other day or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it wasn't real good.
Yeah, I wouldn't go on a video with David Weiss. He couldn't even admit that. Do you know or do you not know? What was he with Jesse?
Jesse Peterson.
Oh shit! Yeah.
He was asked. He was asked.
So did that.
He was asked. Could be a really big ball.
Yeah, I know.
Big ball Dave.
Yeah, I know. How stupid, man. So, do you know or do you not know if the Earth is flat? Was it?
Without a doubt.
Do you know for sure, without a doubt, that the Earth is flat?
He said, "Yeah, well, I know it's not what they tell us."
Yeah. How many times did he ask him? Like 50 times?
I think it was like 20.
28 or 29 times.
Amazing.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, never go full retard.
Yeah. Never go full retard. If you like that movie, we had someone in before called Simple Jack.
Yeah, I was listening to him. He was pretty simple.
Everybody knows you never go full retard.
They generally, though, you know.
Yeah. Welcome,
welcome,
Knuckles.
It's very, yeah, thanks. I was just going to say, it's very rare you come across someone who thinks they're on a ball that's not retarded. In some way.
Yeah, facts. Oh my god, yeah.
In some way, yeah. Spatially retarded, horizontally retarded.
Yeah, I just can't understand like I was saying before, having a brain and being able to navigate your way to more like-minded people. I just can't understand how a simple fact like, like I drive a Hilux, right? I got a white Hilux, but they'll tell you it's a unicorn, or they'll tell you it's a Ferrari. Now it looks like a Hilux. I treat it like a Hilux, but it's actually a Ferrari.
yeah,
Like
exactly.
it blows my mind. It blows my mind every time.
Yeah, and they're like, I think it was the other day they were trying to explain, but I need to explain to you why you shouldn't feel the Earth moving. Okay, so you don't feel it moving. You can't measure it moving. You can't do anything. Yeah, but I need to explain to you why that is.
It's like them saying, prove I can't turn into a chicken.
I hate when they do that. I hate when they do that.
Yeah, me too, man. I just say, nah, don't want to hear your excuses.
Yeah. We also have Catboy that's joined as well. Welcome, Catboy. How's it going?
Yo, what's up?
The
A lot of people here. What brings you here?
I don't know. I think I was just moved here.
You were moved here? Wow, okay. Damn, you joined a crazy panel. Are you have you ever talked to a flat earther before?
No.
You never talked to a flat earther before?
No, because that's not a thing in Russia, bro.
It's not a thing in Russia.
I bet you it is.
All right, well, we got enemy UAVs coming over your territory right now, so
Hey, Catboy, what'd you do? Like trip over and press a button or something?
No, somebody moved me here.
Okay.
dude, we need those perms. We need to get crit those perms or something like that. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can't get them though.
I was moved. I don't know why.
Yeah.
So.
Now that you're here, have you got any evidence that Earth is a ball?
I've got you in my
I mean, do I really have to?
Yes.
No, you don't have to.
Yes, you do.
Do whatever you want, man.
Because, I mean, we're the first country to ever, fucking launch a satellite, bro.
Bruh. Yeah, but what does that mean, though?
I mean, it's a little bit silly.
Satellites launch you.
It's a little bit silly, don't you think?
What's silly?
I don't know, almost 100 years of our space program, bro.
Okay, so how does space program make the Earth a sphere?
No, so we sent out satellites. We have sent pictures of it. We have sent people there. They also took pictures.
How do you confirm that all that information is correct?
Well, we saw the launch happening, and we saw the people.
You saw
return.
it 100 years ago.
Not 100 years ago, but it's documented. I mean, anybody can see a rocket launch. You can literally go to the launch pad and watch it yourself.
But you don't know where it goes, though.
I'm pretty sure you can track it nowadays.
Pretty sure?
He's pretty sure.
You're gonna go, okay,
pretty sure.
I'm going to watch a rocket go into the sky. I don't know where it goes, but I'm going to look at this TV screen now. And because this TV screen says that it's going to space, then it must be going to space.
Okay, so we spent trillions of dollars on nothing, and it's just fake. Clear.
It doesn't matter it's not about money, dude. Like people who make the money, spend the money. Like it's not even anything to them. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so then tell me how does satellite television work?
I don't need to tell you anything. It's your claim, dude. You're the one that says...
Okay, so we have a magic box that just works.
You're the one... just because you call it satellite TV, it doesn't mean it's satellites in space. Right? You can have communications. Just hang on, dude. Chill out, man. I know you're getting excited. You think I'm, putting your country down because you've had a space program and this and that. I'm just saying, you can have communications in the sky without them being in the vacuum of space and falling around the Earth at 17,000 miles per hour. Can't you?
And they're just standing still there. Nothing.
I don't even know what you just said, man.
So you're telling me you have an object in fucking space, and since the Earth is like a cube or whatever the fuck, it's just going to stand still there. How does that even make any sense?
Who said it's a cube, man? Who said that?
I don't fucking know. This cube, anything. I don't really care at this point.
You're just making shit up now. Now you're making shit up.
I'm not making shit up.
You're making shit up because you can't answer my question.
If it's not a fucking sphere, then you tell me what shape it is.
It's not a shape, dude. We're just talking about the surface. We're talking about the surface of the Earth being flat and measured flat.
Okay, so what's at the edges? What happens there?
See,
guys, let me cook them, Timbo. Let me cook this one,
man.
Catboy.
We're out there.
What shape is the universe?
Nobody knows. You can't see that.
Great. Where's the edge?
It is calculated that the universe is infinite.
Stop the cap.
It's practically infinite for the human mind to comprehend.
Is there an edge?
You're comparing a small little fucking piece of dust to something that you can't even comprehend or the size of. So like, how's that fair?
Correct. Exactly.
And you're doing the same analogy with yourself and the Earth. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but like, bro,
let me help you out here, buddy. Let me help you out. Because when you say, oh, so it's like a cube, a disc, or whatever, you're comparing apples to oranges. The globe, I say this all the time. The globe is a thing in a place. Place being the universe. Flat Earth is not a thing in a place. It is the place, right? So it's not a little object like a square, circle, triangle, whatever. It's more like the universe, which you said is incomprehensible or whatever. So yeah, that's what Flat Earth is like. It's not like a little object floating around in space. Newsflash. Space isn't even real. It's like a fictional setting for books and video games and stuff. The Earth does not belong in outer space. That's for TV and books and fiction. It's not real. You probably have never heard that before. It's probably going to blow your freaking mind. But
don't say that. Russia's had a space program for 100 years, apparently.
Look, that's totally fine in my eyes. You can totally have technology in the sky. No problem. I have no problem with that. There being tech in the sky. Cool. There's just no outer space for things.
It's actually the gold standard. It's the gold standard of communication, NASA said.
What, tech in the sky?
Yeah. Shadowloons. I can send him a documentary, but I know he's not going to watch it.
Ooh. Catboy, is the cat got your tongue?
So by your logic, the sun is fake.
Oh my god! What the? Where did you get that from, dude? No. It's just that you have look. You have everyone sees the sun, everyone sees the moon, the stars, right?
Okay.
But the problem is you have stories attached to what they are. You know, you can like write an email and attach a file. You basically have attached a bunch of stories or lore to what the sun is. Now, I see the sun just like you do. I just don't go with the story that's attached. The story that's attached is it's 93 million miles away. It's a giant burning ball of gas. It's cap. We can easily debunk that. No problem. But I still see the sun. I don't think you know what the sun is in reality. No one knows what the sun is. I don't know what it is. No one's ever going to know what it is as far as I'm concerned.
Why?
I wouldn't even worry about it.
Go there.
I wouldn't worry about it. I don't think it's a location you can go to.
Why not?
I don't think it's somewhere you can go. I don't think it's a location you can go to.
Okay, then where does this energy come from? It can't come out of thin air. You can't create nothing from nothing.
I'm not saying it comes out of thin air. I'm not saying it comes out of thin air.
What is it?
But no one's saying the sun's fake. It's just that the story that you're provided about the sun is cap. Easily, we can show you that.
Okay, then let's see what it is. Let's go there and see what it is now.
Well, I don't think you're going to know what it is. I wouldn't worry about it, to be honest. You know that saying, come back down to earth? Yeah, that's what we need to do, because you've never heard that before?
No. What is it?
Yeah. The answers aren't up there.
So you're telling me there is a mysterious thing that shines half the fucking day and provides unlimited energy, and you don't want to know what it is?
Yep. 100%.
Why? The fuck?
I don't know how you would even get closer to knowing what it is. I wouldn't worry about it,
Yeah.
though, to be honest. Let's come
Not
back
that we're
down to
not
Earth.
curious, right?
Okay, so if it's not 90 million kilometers, then it's purely closer, right? So you can go there.
No, I never said that. I wouldn't worry about it. Why don't you just come back down to Earth, dude? Answers are down here. There's mystery up there, a lot of questions up there. I don't think the answers are up there in the sky. The answers are down here on the ground.
That doesn't really make
There's a
sense.
lot more.
I don't know how
really.
you go. You go there. How are you going to go somewhere? Like what? How high do you think civilians can go?
Ooh. Look, bro,
Really
honestly,
high
you
up?
probably just hit him with the container argument. We're inside of a container anyway, so
He's
you're
not
not, you're not going
gonna
anywhere.
He's not going to understand that.
I mean, we could go into the lore for sure, but just rip the bandit off. You're inside of a container, bro. You're not going anywhere. There's no outer space to go to. You're inside of a container. That's gonna sound crazy, but it is what it is. Just like, should we just hit it? Should we hit it real fast? Honestly, we'll just do it quickly.
Just do it, man.
We might as well just rip the bandit off. Just like you need a tire for, the air inside of your bike or your car.
Wait, this is how we
can't
know
have-
space is fake.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Correct. Yeah, no, that's a good point to add there. But just like you need the tire to hold the air in your car, whatever, that same principle applies to the Earth as well. You can't have like air without a container. You can't have gas pressure without a container. There's a bunch of examples, right? If you have like a bottle of sparkling water, right, bubbly water, there's a bunch of gas in there. Okay, and then you have the container that contains that gas. As soon as you open it, let's say you just like leave it out for a while, you're gonna lose the gas. That's the container that holds the gas in. So that's two examples right there. A balloon, for example, right? You have the balloon that holds in the helium or whatever, right? So you need a container to have the gas. So that applies to the Earth as well. There's a container containing the gas here. So you ain't leaving the container. You're not going anywhere. Even if the sun was in or out or whatever, doesn't matter. You're not leaving this place. You're stuck here. Sorry.
Okay, let's break the container then. Break it. Just break it. Break it.
The container, chat. Let's just break the container, chat.
Break
and go where? Go where?
I don't care. I want to see what happens. Okay, break
Are you
it.
thinking that the flat Earth is encased in a dome?
I don't care what it is. If there's something limiting me, I will break it.
I don't know how you would do that, but
okay, where's the container? Where is it?
Up in the sky.
Okay, let's go there and break it.
Okay, let's go.
What makes you think
meet
it can
there.
be broken?
Okay.
I'll meet you there, man.
Alright, good. If there's like a fucking physical barrier, right? You need to break. Let's break it.
What makes you think it can be broken?
Why not?
So, can you? If you don't think there's a container, then can you show me gas pressure without any containers?
Ooh.
You're saying that like you are inside of a container. Okay, I'm like, okay,
That's
let's go
not
to the
what I'm
edge of the
saying.
container.
I'm asking you. I just asked you. I said, if you don't think there's a container, can you show me gas pressure being produced without a container?
Gas pressure where?
Anywhere.
Anywhere.
Every single like celestial body has its own atmosphere almost.
Oh well, you can't use that. You can't use that. And that's the thing in question. That's the claim. You're claiming that you can have gas pressure without a container, and that claim involves
Well, the container.
Jupiter and all this
the
stuff. So you can't
container
use
is
those
the
things as
atmosphere,
opposed
though.
to-
The container is the
No.
atmosphere, no?
That would
It is.
that would
that's
be
the air.
that would be gas containing gas. So can you show that?
Isn't gas attracted by gravity?
Okay, that would be
No.
gravity making the
Okay.
container. So that would be gravity acting upon gas. Can you show that?
Well, gas is definitely influenced by fucking gravity. What the fuck?
Show us.
Okay, can you show that?
What do you mean show us? Not every gas. Some gases go up, some go down. Like what the fuck? It
So
depends
not
on how
gravity
heavy they are.
then.
The fuck?
So
No,
not
it is,
gravity.
it is gravity because some go up because they're lighter than the necessary weight to get pulled, and some are heavy, so they go down.
Okay, can you show that and demonstrate it?
The fuck do you mean show how? Do you think I'm a chemical fucking laboratory? I can show it to you. The fuck?
You are a chemical laboratory. Why would I think you are a chemical laboratory?
You're making the claim, so if you're going to make the claim, you got to back it up, bro.
Brother, that's retarded. That's like saying, oh, okay, build me a nuke in your basement.
As a default, isn't retarded. Are you sure about that?
I don't fucking have heavy or light gases in my fucking bedroom to demonstrate which gases go up and fucking down.
Okay,
like, I'm not going to do that.
Have those.
Can you show us someone who demonstrated it?
Go to YouTube, look how gases work. Like, what the fuck?
You do that.
You do it, man.
We already
why the fuck would I do that? I'm not a chemist. I don't care about that.
We know the gas behavior. You don't seem to know, so you should back up your silly claim.
Okay, so my silly claim is elementary school. Okay, I see. Basic elementary school shit.
Now elementary school contains gas.
Brother, I don't know. This is just too mentally ill for me.
No, let's just rip the bandit off, Catboy.
You're the one that's
single
making
time
it
there's gas pressure,
mentally
you
ill.
need a container. Period. That's it. You just need a container for gas pressure, not gravity, not gas itself. You have to have a container every single time. Period. It's over.
Gas has this tendency to fill space, right? And if there's a space to fill, it will fill it. And don't say, oh my, CB.
Oh my.
You wanted him to say, oh my.
Nothing will stop it. Nothing can stop gas from continuing to expand into available space. The only thing that restricts the space that it can expand into is a volume defined by a container. Walls stop gas from expanding any further. Right? If you have a claim that gas, something else can restrict the area within which an amount of gas can be contained, then go ahead and demonstrate it. If not, then you just have a baseless claim and a baseless belief.
Yeah, or you could just say, oh, I don't know. You could do that. Instead of saying making a claim, not backing up your claim, backing up your claim is retarded. That's weird too. Just say I don't know. It's easy, man. When I don't know something, I just say I don't know. Let's look at it. Is he still here or not?
Yeah, he's here. We're putting Putin memes in the chat.
Got something to say, Catboy?
That's the Putin. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but that's the Putin walking meme. That's the sound from the meme.
Moscow.
Too funny. Also, Jord is in the chat saying sulfur hexafluoride disagrees. So what you're saying is, yeah, that's definitely false.
Yeah. So it will sit in the bottom of an open container for a little bit, but then it'll disperse into the atmosphere like everything else does. So that would be gravity not holding it down, because going out of the fish tank would be going up.
Gotcha, bitch.
Well, think about it though, Jordan.
Primarily man-made anyways. It only happens
man-made.
naturally in extreme conditions.
But think about what you're thinking of, Jordy, right? You got one container with your sulfur hexafluoride. Then you're going to pour that into another container. You're going to use those two containers to say, look, you don't need a container.
It's people arguing from exceptions. Like, it's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous approach to a topic, to argue from the exceptions.
Well, and now he's saying when dispersed, sure, also man-made or not, it's affected by gravity. Well, obviously not, because it disperses into the atmosphere.
Right, because I wonder if you had like a container of sulfur hexafluoride, right, placed it inside another bigger chamber, right, but it's sealed from the other container. Then you put a lid on that, the bigger container, suck all the air out of that, so you've got a vacuum surrounding your box of sulfur hexafluoride, and then exposed the sulfur hexafluoride container to the vacuum surrounding it. Would the sulfur hexafluoride just sit there inside its original container?
No. It would equalize into the lower pressure in all directions.
Right.
No gravity.
Oh.
Anyway, these people, they just call gravity down anyway. They're just, what the... They
Keep using 2015 arguments.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I drop a pen. You go, yeah, and what? So what? You're calling the direction of down gravity, and because you think you live on a ball, you think it's going into the center of a ball. If you've got a flat surface and you drop something down, it's just because it goes vertically, because vertically is opposite of horizontal. Fucking who cares? Like, the observation is not something going from your hand to the center of a ball. That's not the observation. The observation is if you drop something, it goes down to the ground. That's down, not in.
Also, Jordy, get your mic. Do what you're told.
Shut your fucking mouth, you'll do nothing. You'll do fucking nothing.
Shit, that's the wrong sound effect. That's the wrong one. But yeah, you deal with your toad, yeah.
Jordy, what falls down? Not in all directions. What falls down? Gas? Where? Falls down and then what happens to it? Okay, it's an interesting question, right? What's the heaviest gas on Earth?
Dude, this freaking guy, bro. By saying it disperses, cooks yourself. That's a self-cook. Because the first guy said gravity contains it. So you're over here saying it's dispersing. You need to rethink the game plan. Go back to the drawing board.
Right, so radon, I was right? So the heaviest naturally occurring gas in the atmosphere is radon. Right, so why is the surface level of Earth not radon?
Because gas disperses in all directions.
Yes, I think.
That's why you got to carefully handle sulfur hexafluoride to get it to sit at the bottom of a container for a while before it disperses like all gas.
Stupid.
Jordy, get your mic, dude. We hear you breathing anyway.
Yeah.
Hurry up.
Mic up or get out.
How did you hear me? I put you on mute. Did you think a mute button was gonna stop me from hearing you? Yes. No. You got a mic.
He said, "Why?" He said, "Why does radon accumulate in basements?" Because it's contained.
Honestly, I'm not going to entertain the TTS stuff too long. We also have Fallen Friends. Have you guys talked to Fallen Friends before?
I think he's a
Yeah,
bad
I mean, Hayoka. Elderbear. Fallen Friends, yeah.
Oh, it's all of them, is it?
Probably.
I've got you in my sights.
Damn, bro, he's got you called out there. Fallen Friends. I mean, Hayoka. I mean, Elderbear. I mean, Fallen Friends. Isn't that a Bevite?
Yeah.
That's definitely a Bevtard. I think I've talked to Elderbear, cooked him so bad.
Well, it's not that hard. He doesn't say anything. He just says, yes, that's a horizontal reference plane. But it's not flat.
Is he like, yeah, but there's mountains, or stuff like that? Incredible.
Yeah, level doesn't mean flat. Even though, like, I've got a dictionary here that pretty much says it is. Horizontal doesn't mean level. Oh, flat? Yeah, it does.
Bev told me it didn't.
What?
Oh, well, Bev would know, wouldn't he? Yeah. We should listen to him.
No, we shouldn't. I wonder what was the catalyst for all that. It seemed like they were on the right track, and then they just broke. You know, how do you become a Bevite? That's so who. There's got to be
stuck on pedantics.
Really? Golly. It's such an L. You were on the right track, and then you just got cracked. But man, how do you fall for that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, even the people that come in that think disk in space obviously realize that there's topography, that we're not talking about a perfectly smooth 2D sort of representation, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty scary when people actually do things. They're like, well, so you think it's like smooth? Why? What? The fact that you think we're just like closing our eyes and ignoring the earth that's outside and going, nah, it's got to be this way in my head. Like, why would you ever do that? That's why I always say, nope, it's just the earth outside as is currently. That's it. No, but like I need like an idea. Like, how do you see it? Like, you just look at it. What else is there to do? But there's mountains. Yeah, I'm literally looking at mountains right now. I'm still a flat earther. But do you think we just like try to rationalize that? Oh, we'll just ignore the mountains. Like, bro, that's what the Globers do. They're presented with a worldview, and they're like, well, I know it seems this way, but it's not like that at all. We're not like that. We don't sit and observe the earth and go, well, I know we should see to China, but the reason why we don't is because blah, blah, blah. Like, we just see the earth as is. That's the flat earth. Easy. The smooth earthers are so dumb, literally. Yeah, but there's bumps. Okay. I think the easiest way to cut through to that is just present them with the dichotomy. There's only two options for how any surface can behave. You can notice this in your own surrounding right this very second. You can look around. Take 30 seconds if you need to. Just look around. You'll see all kinds of surfaces. I might need to start taking pictures of stuff for people to get like a good understanding, but really this is not that hard. Okay, I have a mirror. This big round mirror. Right, obviously it's a round mirror, so the border of the mirror is rounded. But the surface of the mirror, like the mirror part, that's the flat part. So that's your dichotomy. You've got a flat surface and a rounded surface. Now you can start looking at other surfaces, like my wall, for example, is very bumpy, and like the texture of the wall, it's like super lumpy and stuff. But it's still a flat wall. It's not kind of caved in or bubbled out or whatever. It's a flat wall with bumps. But I also have this lamp here. It's like this tube, so it's rounded, but it's like crinkled, and like there's just the texture of the paper that it's made of is very textured, but it's still round, right? So when they start getting into the texture, I'm like, you're just stupid, because again, a surface can either be rounded or it isn't. There's no other option. Texture does not change that. So that dichotomy, this one or the other nature, also applies to the surface of the earth or the ocean or whatever. The people that say that, well, there's waves. Okay, it's just like the texture on my wall. Or if you have a floor with carpet on it, it's not a curved floor, it's just a bumpy floor, right? It's still flat. So I don't know how people can't see that, but just present them with the dichotomy. Any surface is either rounded or it is not. Period. There's no third option.
Yeah.
What's a dichotomy?
Dichotomy, male, female, on, off, black, white. Like, well, I guess maybe black and white. It's not the best example because there's like grays and other colors, but yeah, male or female. Like that would be a dichotomy. You're either this or you're that. There's no like, well, shit. I'm on YouTube. I don't want to get us banned. Well, dude, look, I get it. But you get what I'm saying. There's heaven, hell. There's up, down. Like there are some dichotomies in nature. Yes, no. You get what I'm saying. It's like two sides. Really, Lucid? Is this the first time you've heard that word before, or what?
I'm not. English is not my native language. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. No worries. Oh, where are you from, dude?
I want to reveal that just yet.
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
So, just
I'm an alien. I'm an illegal alien.
Dichotomy, a division of contrast between two things that are or represented as being opposed or entirely different. So let's get some examples. Let's see. Nature versus nurture, public versus private, mind versus body, left versus right, love and hate, war and peace, success and failure, rich and poor, light and dark, passive, active, on, off, living, dead. So
flat, flat or
I would say I don't see rounded. I think flat is such a triggering word for people, which I think has a benefit. But I would say when I present the dichotomy, I say it's either rounded or it's not. And so I think that helps people absorb, because they'll be like, if you say flat, then they start thinking of smoothness and all this other stuff. It's either something's either rounded, like maybe like a pillow, or it's not.
Yeah.
Ideally, your bed is probably not rounded, but some of you guys probably have some like caved in beds, though. Let's be honest.
But I mean, even with like your bumpy parts, right? There's like, okay, so anybody can do this, right? They can go to Google right now and type in the flattest country on Earth, right? And you'll get the result, right? And funnily enough, it doesn't say the least curved country on Earth, right? It's the flattest country on Earth, right? And it's the Maldives, however you pronounce it. And the reason it is the flattest country on Earth is because it has the lowest average elevation above sea level. Okay, so you've got a standard, a plane, which is your sea level, that they're comparing any undulation above that to, right? And then, so the highest peak, right, of the highest part of the Maldives, you could draw another horizontal parallel line, right? So the thickness of that, right, is going to determine the flatness, how they want to look at how flat that area is, right? So because another country, that the distance between the two parallel planes is going to be greater, thicker, right? So that'll be less flat. So the closer you get to those two parallel planes meeting is going to be the flattest.
W.
I mean, this goes for like objects that are common to us, like LPs, records, right? Or biscuits, pancakes, right? Because like they said, Kansas is flatter than a pancake in comparison, right? If you scaled, Kansas down to the size of a pancake, or you scaled a pancake up to the size of Kansas, right? A pancake would have more undulation, right, than Kansas does. That's with your bumps. Oh, I didn't mean to kill chat.
Sorry, chat. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to bed, chat. You guys have a good rest of your night.
You going to bed right?
Or left.
I'm so tired. I don't even get that. My bad.
He ate a sandwich and put himself into a food coma.
Dang, what was on that sandwich?
Turkey.
It was actually turkey. That's funny.
Don't you know turkey makes you sleepy?
It's got L-tryptophan in it. Oh my god, George's in the chat putting some crazy shit. Can you delete that, please? Alright. And grab your mic. Alright, guys, you have a good night, okay?
Have a good night, CB.
Morning. Hey, whatever. Alright, guys, keep cooking.
Have a good one.
Later, boys. Peace out.
Damn, what is going on? What the heck? Oh my goodness gracious me. See that in
I guess
the
Jord doesn't know about a change in entropy. It doesn't require energy. The only change is entropy of the gas when it disperses into the available space. That can happen. You don't need a force of wind or anything. Entropy can take care of it on its own.
Is he in here? Yeah. Have a watch of that. Have a watch of that, son. Yeah, the clip.
Thank
Clip
you,
right
T-Dub.
above what you last posted. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, because it shows exactly what I was saying. The only thing that happens in that container versus vacuum when he opens up the valve between where the gas is and the vacuum, the only change was a change in entropy. No energy, nothing like that. Just a change in entropy.
That's right, exactly.
You know what you did that he didn't do? Post a demonstration of his claim.
Oh, snap.
This has got to be a joke. Literally every time I have a chance to talk in here, it just goes dead.
We all wait for you to come in and then we mute.
I know, that's what I'm complaining about. I'm calling you out for it, that's it. Enough's enough.
We've got, and the George said, but says he's in a no Wi-Fi area or something. I don't know.
But he's able to text.
Yeah.
Full of shit, Glober again.
That doesn't make sense.
Why would you want to change our mind back?
I wonder what else he says that doesn't make sense. Get on the mic so we can hear. I'm not changing your minds. Our minds were already changed, dude.
That guy's a stone cold idiot. I mean, he is one active Glober in the chat, though.
Well, you have to be in order to defend the globe like these guys do. It's the only way to do it. Gotta have zero critical thinking skills. What you got for us, Jord? Rationalize your globe religion to us, please. Let's hear some entertainment. Oh, I see. If you just sit and think about why radon might stay in a basement, then you'll understand somehow from that the Earth is a ball. A geometric figure of specific proportions and dimensions because of radon in a basement. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you fully thought that through.
Get this right. So I just looked it up. Figure out the best place to put the radon detector. Place the detector in the typical breathing zone, 0.5 to 2 meters, right, or 6.5 feet from the floor, away from an exterior wall and away from other objects to allow for normal airflow. Place the detector on any flat surface like a desk, table, or shelf.
Uh-oh. Is this some sort of horizontal gradient, or what are we talking about here? You guys must have told him this is live streamed. That's why he's not talking anymore.
Aww.
Now he knows it's going to be on record forever after he says all this stupid shit he wants to say in the VC.
He's at work, frantically texting to everyone, but...
Wow, important job you have, loser.
Not everybody can be winners. Some of us have got to be losers.
Well, thanks for taking one for the team.
Right on. No problems.
Not you, the other guy. Never you. Busy at work being a dipshit on Discord. Cool job.
I always wonder what dipshits do for a living.
Looks like just act like a dipshit. Well, I mean, you're not handling this task very well. Basically just making a fool of yourself. So I don't know what that says about the rest of the tasks that you're multitasking on, but definitely low performance energy going on here for this one.
Who's he calling meth heads, by the way?
His coworkers.
Sounds like a good team environment.
That's probably what he does, is sell meth. Nah, he's not that high up the chain.
Dang, his workplace doesn't supply free Wi-Fi?
Even meth dealers get free Wi-Fi at Macca's.
My data on my works better than Wi-Fi, anyways.
No, but they hand out free meth. Keeps them going.
Mustn't be in a populated area. I can barely go down our main street without getting a signal, like getting a Wi-Fi signal.
He's in the basement huffing radon.
That can't be healthy.
Seems to have an obsession with it.
He should probably open a window, let that shit get out.
You don't need to do this to yourself, man. The globe ain't worth it.
What does waiting for clock out time mean? The guy's obviously never had a job in his life, obviously.
Home time.
He could be making good money selling pictures of his feet, I guess, on OnlyFans. Has anybody seen the new Mission Impossible movie?
No.
My wife wants to go see it, but I can't be fucked, to be honest. Unless it's good, of course.
Well, I say take your old lady to a movie if she wants to go see one. Maybe have dinner too.
No, we do movies and dinner. Well, we do movies once a fortnight and dinner at least once a week, date night. But it's just a Mission Impossible movie. I don't know.
Well, that's good that you do that a lot. I wish that I could with my husband, but it just doesn't work out that way. But we do get to go out here and there.
I just took her to Sri Lanka for 2 weeks. You think I can just get a break from Tom Cruise for a few months?
No.
Sri Lanka? Hardly knew her.
Anyone been to Sri Lanka, by the way?
Nope. Well, I'm speaking for myself. I have not.
Don't hear of Sri Lanka very often, do you? Barely anybody ever mentions it.
Yeah. After being there, I know why now.
All right, that bad, is it?
I just remember the cricket team being assholes.
Yeah.
That's about it.
They definitely don't get Aussie humour. I can guarantee that.
No.
No, look, we had a great time. We stayed down south in Gaul. The people are lovely. They just don't have a sense of humour. And it's fucking expensive.
Sri Lanka is expensive. Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah. If you want to get down and dirty and mingle with the locals and backpack around, it's cheap as. But there's no in between. So if you want to, if you want to stay at a hotel somewhere and then sort of get your way around, no, it's like Australian dollar exchange rate there is terrible.
Far out. So take your wife to the movies, and you'll have a good time. Don't worry about it. But you can go like, "Oh, honey, I'll take you to the movie." But afterwards, can you, that thing, you got to negotiate, bro.
No, past the point of negotiation, all comes down to hormones and what position the moon's in.
Oh, fair enough. It's like that. Okay. Is she Australian as well? Or?
Yeah, she's an Aussie.
What, born?
Yes, born here. Her mum's from Ireland. Her dad's from England. Her mum's from Ireland. She was born here.
Never had an Australian-born girlfriend. We were born overseas. So yeah, I don't like them.
Yeah, after seeing like 4 busfuls of Aussies in the hotel that we stayed in, and I'm just sitting back watching these women speak to the staff, and I'm like, fuck, surely we're not like that. Seriously, is that what Australians are like? We are so obnoxious and so fucking rude.
You don't realise how bad service in Australia is until you go to other countries.
Like in the States, Matrix. I imagine some of the service you'd get over there would be absolutely, phenomenal.
It's just little things. Like, I went to this massive shopping centre, which is about the size of my suburb. But anyways, I've gone in there and I'm just having a wander through it, checking out stuff, like just comparing prices. And I'm walking through and there's a young kid stacking shelves. Now, he could have just mind his own business, kept stacking shelves. He stands up, walks up to me. "Oh, is there anything I can help you with, sir?" And it's like, wow, I didn't know I'd been knighted, but no, I'm all right, thanks, mate. I'm just having a look. And he's like, "Oh, wow, you're from Australia?" "Yeah, mate." And he goes, "Well, if you do," he offered, "if you are looking for anything in particular, just thing out and I'll help you find it." And I said, "Mate, I'm just having a walk through to fill in some time and compare prices of things back home to what they're like here." And yeah, most things are about a third the price, which is fancy that. No Australian tax.
Where's this?
In the US.
Ah.
The two things that stood out for me, like majorly stood out, and a few people are going to just go, nah. Number one was customer service. In every single shop, in every venue I went to, customer service was off the charts awesome. And number two, road etiquette. People in Australia have got no friggin' idea how to merge, how to indicate, how to go round roundabouts, just how to drive in general.
Hey, I bet he walked away, and he was like, "Where was my tip, arsehole?" That young fella. Did you give him his tip?
He's got his hand out. Second shelves, I don't think get tips. I don't know. Yeah, that's an odd one.
I'm going to concur with you there. Where I took two of my kids to the US in 2010, travelled all over, and yeah, absolutely loved it. The service was amazing, and yeah, the first place we landed was LAX airport. Picked up a hire car at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, peak hour, and we had to drive from there to Anaheim. And I'm driving, and I'm like freaking out, wrong side of the road. Pull onto the freeway, and it's just magical because people can speed and drive and concentrate at the same time. Amazing. And my favourite place out of all the places I visited was New York. The people there were lovely. I thought it was going to be a concrete jungle with no sun until I stepped into Central Park. Just amazing. Loved it.
My favourite spot, Tombstone, Arizona. That was just freaking awesome.
I do remember an enormous amount of beggars in Vegas when we were there, and it being a bit sleazy. But it was a little bit of a strange feeling when I walked over the bridge and there's all these beggars and hardly any of them had any money. And at the top of the bridge, someone had put a Kermit frog with a cardboard sign saying "It's not easy being green," and his bucket was overflowing with cash. Funny but sad. Best food, Bacchanal Buffet, Caesar's Palace, by far, in the world, ever.
I stayed in Vegas, but I didn't do the whole touristy side of it. I was only there for one night. So I just stayed at some average motel that was away from it, because I was just sort of travelling through anyway, so I'm not that big on gambling. So Vegas to me is just like, yeah, been there, great.
We stayed in out there places like Anaheim, in LA, and Jamaica, Queens. Just wanted to get there and experience it. My kids were shitting themselves, of course. And when we walked into Jamaica, Queens, with only 4 white people in Jamaica, Queens, and yeah, very funny experience. I remember pulling up at Anaheim at the local shops to do some washing at the laundrette. I grabbed a couple of beers, sat outside drinking the beers. Some old dude rides up on his Mongoose BMX, and he's like, "You're not from around here, are you?" I'm like, "No, mate, I'm not."
Wonder what give it away. The night that I was at Vegas, so this was 2014. The night that I was in Vegas was what's his name? Boxer Pacquiao versus. It was a mad fight. It was a major fight on, and I was having a bastard of a time getting a motel too. And I finally got a motel, and there's like a gas station, probably about 200 metres down the road. And I've got a motel, booked all in, chucked all my shit in my room, and it's like, right, I'm going down to get beers. I walk down, grab some beers, come back, and there's a whole heap of people that had been booked in to see the fight. These guys had all bought tickets, like quite a few grand worth of tickets. And they got there, they're at the motel, they're just about to leave, and all of a sudden, two of the girls, their girlfriends, I don't want to go and see the fight. And they just looked at them as if to say, you've got to be joking, we've just driven halfway across the country. And my thing at most of the motels, some of them didn't have little fridges and stuff in the room, so naturally you just get a bag of ice, chuck the plug in the sink, and fill your beers up there. Sit them in the ice and all good. And they're all sitting there going, what do we do? What do we do? It's like, guys, I'll tell you what you can do. Go in your room, grab your chair, come back out, and have a sit down. And they go, well, what's that going to accomplish? Well, at least you can sit here with me, have a beer, and listen to some crazy stories. And they sort of went, you're not from... The same thing. You're not from around here, are you? Nah, mate. I've just driven 3 parts away around your country. And, yeah, this is some pretty entertaining shit. They offered me the tickets to go for the fight, and I said, look, I'm not really that much... Like, I'm not into boxing. I didn't realise at the time what it was, but... Because I was that tired from driving and whatnot. But, yeah, they stopped there, and we flattened a carton of very high, like 7% beers. I can't remember what they were, but they were bloody strong. And, yeah, got wrecked one afternoon, sitting there talking to some of our American friends. Good fun. Just pulling up and have a yarn with someone.
Yeah, no matter how much you travel in the world, you see all these beautiful places, and you tick off all these places you want to see, but it's always the people that you remember.
Yep, 100%.
Anyway, my turn to cook dinner for the lovely, so nice chatting. Catch you all later.
Catch you, mate.
See you later. Same bad time. Go to the movies, Batman. Don't be a schmuck.
I will.
Shit, if you don't want to go to the movies, I'll go.
Yeah, we'll take a Matrix. Let's go.
I haven't been to the movies.
They should be like, Mission Impossible movies are really what James Bond should be like. That's what James Bond should be like. But they're not. James Bond's lame. But if you want to see James Bond movie, go see Mission Impossible.
I liked the old ones, like Moonraker and all that. Like, they were all right, And I used to love when he'd get down into the lab and they'd give him his special gadgets, before he took off on his mission.
Oh, yeah.
All the mad weapons, yeah.
And Q was an old guy who was kind of, sort of a funny old guy. Q now is like, it's annoying. But yeah, he'd have all those exploding gliders and stuff. But that was a bit similar. Get Smart was the same thing. They had a lot of groovy gadgets in that show.
Man, I love Get Smart. That was such a funny show.
They used to
Like,
get
as a
calls
kid,
from the CIA.
it's funny.
Oh yeah, I loved it. But they'll get calls from the CIA and stuff, and the government saying, "Where'd you get that idea?" And they go, "Oh, it's just Frank, whatever, just made it up." And they go, "Oh, okay, no worries, see ya." Yeah.
Wow.
We want
Like
with
it's a
exploding
real thing.
cigarettes. Well, they're just going, "Oh, are you Russians or something?" Or I don't know. Well, they go, "That's a good idea. We're going to do that. Can we have that idea?" That one was a cigarette. You light the cigarette, and you have one puff, and you throw it, and it explodes. That was pretty good. And the one where they put the psychedelics in the water supply. That was a good one.
Well, how old is Dick Tracy? It's like 1940s, was it?
Yeah, I'd
As a
reckon.
comic book?
Yeah.
Well, when did he get his little video phone watch?
Ah,
Remember that?
yeah.
Remember
Yeah,
that? That was
pretty
like
cool.
way ahead of
Yeah.
its time, shit, right?
Yeah, I remember
People
that
are
show.
doing that
That was
now.
good.
People are FaceTiming on their watch. Yeah.
That's bizarre. Yeah, Mum's got one. She loves it. She goes, I love my phone. A watch.
Dick Tracy is an American comic strip featuring Dick Tracy, a tough and intelligent police detective created by Chester Gould. It made its debut on Sunday, October 4, 1931. Holy shit.
Damn.
I knew it was old, but yeah, I didn't think it was 30s. I'd have said mid 40s. Maybe later. That's cool.
All right, caught you with your pants down. There's nothing going on here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, here's trouble.
And you stayed.
Just a bunch of gooners streaming to YouTube.
Yeah, not much happening, man. What are you doing?
I just finished playing some Counter-Strike.
Thought you'd come in here and give it a go. Give it your best shot.
Yeah. Let people know how stupid they are. Majority of the people in this room so fucking dumb. They think the Earth is completely flat.
Completely?
Yeah, it's not.
What?
Strong
Flat like
words.
a billiard table.
Yeah, it's not flat. That's for fucking sure.
We know it's got hills and shit.
Yeah.
Maybe they just use the term flat loosely instead of saying planar with topography.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be more accurate.
At least you agree.
No one took the bait.
Welcome to Planar with Topography Earth. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, that's good. All right, so if the Earth is flat, how do you conceptualize that? Is it the only flat planet?
I wouldn't call it a planet.
Yeah, what is it then?
It's a plane with topography.
So plane T.
Yeah. Oh, you got me there.
How come all the planets are circular and Earth is potato shaped? That doesn't fit, does it?
Dude, why is it always dead silent in this channel every time I join it? What is wrong with you guys? Dude, the Earth is obviously flat. There's so many gay guys in here. I can't believe this. You're all gay and retarded. You're all muted. You're just listening in like homos.
What are you on?
But yeah, I'd be following up a bit more on the previous question about the other planets and stuff. But I'm just a bit busy at the moment.
Doofus, are you you're not the other Doofus, are you? Oh, 7 muted.
No, he's back on now. If you want to talk to
Are
him.
you the Globe Earther Doofus?
Oh my gosh! Why did you mute me? Globe Earther, what's wrong with you? I just said I love flat Earth. What are you talking about? That's what I thought. Okay, look, I don't really know anything, okay? I'm just a regular guy. I'm not a spaceman, okay? I'm not a fucking astronaut. So how the fuck would I know what the color of the Earth is, idiot? You stupid idiot! What do you know about it? You don't know anything either, okay? We're just regular guys. Why don't you just admit that you want to kiss me, homo? That's what I thought. Anyways, I obviously won this
Why do you
debate.
guys go there?
What?
Well, why do you always go there? Why do you guys always go to the gay insults?
Gay? What's gay about two men kissing? That's what I thought. Sit down, dude. You don't even have the capacity to... Dude, you're so stupid you can't even have a conversation with me, dude. You're stupid.
Yeah, I'm going to have to refer you to someone else.
Refer what? To your psychologist? Because you're gay and retarded? You have to talk to some kind of gay...
No, I'm not professionally equipped.
That wasn't an innuendo, by the way. Yeah, see you later.
Hey, T-Dub, you want to set the timer for me? See how long I last before I boot him?
All right, countdown.
Time's up.
I'm going to go say hello over in politics. Back later.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Is it nap time or something?
Yeah, hello? Yeah, hello? There's 20 fucking people and no hello? No fucking courtesy. It's crazy.
Watch out, bro. You'll get server muted
Server muted by who?
by everyone.
Why one of the fucking 20 people in here not talking? Oh, yeah.
What are you talking about here, guys?
Is anybody else in here talking? Am I fucking...
Volume and pressure. These are some big words for you guys. Whoa. Diving into the chemistry, I see. I'm so proud of you guys for studying 7th grade chemistry.
Yeah, get this guy the fuck out of here, dude.
Are you a fucking idiot or what?
Jesus.
Oh my god.
Have you ever fucking looked up the definition of pressure, you fucking moron?
I'm so proud that you know what pressure is, man. I'm so proud of you.
I know what pressure is. Do you know what pressure is?
I do know what pressure is. Which 10th grade chemistry class did you attend for this? You need me to tell you what pressure is? Oh, did my friend leave? I don't know. I'm scared now, you guys.
No, I want to hear.
You want to hear me talk about pressure?
I want.
You're kind of lagging there, man. No, you guys actually blocked me from it. You guys blocked me from here, and then I came back because that block kind of just went away.
Know about pressure?
You don't know what pressure is? I thought you were talking about it here.
I know what pressure is. Do you know what pressure is? Are you going to tell us?
I think I remember enough of my chemistry class next year. Huh?
Do you? Well, that's good. Let's hear it.
Yeah,
Let's hear how well they teach you in the Americas. Come on, spit it out.
It's not that big of a deal, man. It's just pressure. Under pressure. Do you remember that song? I love that song, man. The song's great.
You're under pressure now. You're under pressure now. You opened your big fat mouth. Now, how about spilling the beans?
I think
probably know why you got muted last time and booted.
I did. I got muted so many times.
Well, you certainly don't.
No, I remember. I need to get banned again.
Well, you're not muted now, so how about you tell us what pressure is?
Why do you want me to tell you what pressure is? What will this solve?
I want to know what your version. I want to hear what your version of pressure is.
I mean, I can't really talk about pressure anymore because I kept on putting it off so much. You know, it doesn't really fit.
So now you can't talk about pressure.
I mean, I just don't see the reason to. You know, I think everyone knows what pressure is.
Everybody. Well, I want to know what you know about pressure.
What I know about pressure.
Yeah, what do you know about pressure?
Under pressure. I know about that one song that.
Wait, Batman, do you have cancer? Batman, do you have cancer?
Do I have cancer?
Oh, you're not Mr. Batman. You're not Mr. Batman.
No, I'm not Mr. Batman.
Oh my god, I just died.
Right, Mr. Batman's not a Mister.
Miss Batman wants me to tell everyone what pressure is. Can you help me tell Miss Batman what pressure is?
Wow, remember when Dark Shotguns used to be popular?
Hey guys,
See?
why don't we look up at the sky and then look at the moon and see that it's a sphere, and then look at us and ask ourselves why are we so important that the Earth is flat instead of globe?
Oh, wow. I looked up in the sky. I saw an aeroplane. That means we're an aeroplane. God, you're an idiot.
Wow. Well, that airplane is like 300 miles up away from our surface. If we look at the moon, that's way many more miles than an airplane. So I wonder what? Are we a moon? Are we a star?
Yeah.
Your analogy is fucking retarded.
My analogy is retarded.
I'll take my yes it is. It is absolutely stupid.
Look up in the sky.
I'll take my ban now.
When I
I'll
look
take
up
my
in
ban
the
now. You lost the
sky,
argument. Goodbye.
I see aeroplane.
Oh, that airplane doesn't sure doesn't look like a sphere. But that moon kind of looks like a sphere. A sphere.
Up in the sky, you see something that's of a circular nature, and you go,
yeah, every celestial being, every celestial object in the night sky is a sphere.
What?
I wonder
You're
why.
gonna let me finish?
Oh, go
Are
ahead.
you
I'm
gonna
sorry.
let me fucking finish? Right.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We look up in the sky, we see all these round bodies, right? And we go, oh, we must be a round body. Why don't we test it and see if we're a round body? When we test it, it doesn't come up like we're a round body. It comes up like we're a flat plane. Now what do?
Yeah, how big are those circles? How big are those celestial bodies that are spheres? How big are
Who
they?
knows? Do you know? Have you been there?
Do you? Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you see how big they are? Do you see how big they are? Do you see how big they are?
Yeah.
In the night sky.
They don't look big to me.
But yeah,
They don't look
they're
big to
pretty
me.
big. They're pretty big.
Are they?
Look at the little tiny dots. Look at the little tiny dots compared to the big old moon and our sun. So we can assume that assumes that there's distance between the farthest away stars to our moon, which is closer. So that gives us a repairable. That gives us distance.
We look. That gives us distance. So we look up. We see a big moon. Then we see a little star, and we can assume that the little star must be really big because it's little. Yeah,
no, that's not what I said. It should be really far. It should be really far because it's smaller than the moon. And
well, what about if it's really small and it's closer than the moon?
Like what? What celestial object are you saying?
How could you tell?
Talking about an asteroid?
What about an asteroid?
A comet? Well, an asteroid is a celestial object that's smaller than the moon. Okay. So let's talk about the asteroid. You want me to talk about the asteroid?
Let's talk about asteroids. Go on.
Yeah.
Let's talk about asteroids.
So the asteroid, yeah. So asteroids come and they hit the Earth, right? What shape are they? What shape are the asteroids?
Can you show me of an asteroid hitting the Earth? And can you show me what an asteroid looks like before it hits the so-called Earth?
Gladly.
Go on.
Yeah.
Post it in the chat.
Oh, I don't have image firms. That sucks. I'll give you guys links.
Yeah, thought so. It's all.
So yeah, you thought so. You thought that I didn't have image. Because you would be right. I don't have image firms. I don't have image firms. So I'm gonna show
I'll tell you why you don't. Right? Because
it's fine. I can just give you links. No, that's not the reason why I don't have image firms. Just because someone took it away from me.
I'm going to mute you because you just can't keep fucking quiet when someone else is talking.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Fucking hopeless.
I'm just.
There you go. Fucking muted, mate. Notice how he couldn't give the definition of pressure, Phil? I asked him how many times. Then he diverted to looking up in the sky. And then he turned around and said, because those little dots are smaller than the moon, they must be further away and bigger. Like, that's logical, isn't it? It could be. It could be just tiny. It could be a little bit behind the moon and tiny, couldn't it? It's just the logic of these guys just fucking bamboozled me. I learned something new today too. When there's a solar eclipse, okay, everyone says that it's the moon that goes in front of the sun, right? But whenever there's a solar eclipse, it's what they call a new moon. In other words, the moon can't be seen before it eclipses the sun or after it eclipses the sun. Now, if the moon's eclipsing the sun, then why can't we see it? Before it eclipses the sun. But it's right there. It's like a black body, literally just comes in front of the sun. Not like a sliver of a moon because it's reflecting the sun or something. There's nothing. It's just a black body goes in front, and you see the ring of the sun, and then it turns around, and as it leaves, it's nothing again. You can't see anything. I've never witnessed one, but I just got told today that's how it occurs. And then it dawned on me, why the fuck can't you see it? If it's the fucking moon, you should be able to see a little bit of it. There's all this fucking light. You're standing there, you're looking at the sun, and then the moon's fucking approaching it, which you can't see. That's a strange part, that you can't see the moon. Apparently, the moon disappears for 3 to 4 days once every month. Just gone, filch. Nobody knows where it is. Nobody can see it around the world. Well, when we say around the world, it's all the continents on a globe are literally on one side of the globe. You know what I mean? And the other side of the globe is nearly all water. That's a coincidence in itself. You know? Next time, if you ever see a globe anywhere, just have a close look at it and you'll see all continents. If you could cut the globe in half, all the continents fit on the one side. Fucking holes, man. Gonna have to fix this road. Well, apparently they've told the developers that they have to fix the section that's outside their estate, you know, because they've got to put entry lanes and everything in there. Right, yeah. When that estate was going, they started by widening the road. You saw the section that they put in, but then they went bust, and then nothing's been done ever since. That's ridiculous, you know. Okay, so they've gone bust. Should go back to the fucking government. Get someone out there to fucking patch it. You're not going to fix it, patch the fucking thing. I'll unmute this guy, see.
Oh, I'm sending you a photo of like a graph that explains it. So you see how the moon doesn't orbit like our planet does. You see how the dark side is facing the Earth and the lit side is facing the sun. That's why we can't see it a couple days throughout the month.
You could hear me talking, Naz, but I had you, so I couldn't hear you talking.
Yeah.
Right, so I've unmuted you now. We're going to have a decent conversation.
Yeah. Sorry, I kept on
Let's have
speaking of you.
let's have a
My
look.
fault.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, it's if you're talking about the why we can't see the moon with a new moon, it's the time and date link. So it should pull up a site that
Okay, so
shows like a little.
I've just
Yeah.
no, Naz, I've just read your comment, right? Now you call me a dumbass, right? But you
No, I was calling
realise
low
that
track.
oh well, you tagged me in it, right? The reason
Oh no,
you're right, the dark side of the moon does face the sun, but we should be
Yeah.
able to see a sliver. Because remember, right, the light on the Earth is also supposed to travel a little bit around the perimeter of the Earth, okay? Same with the moon. There should be some glare around the edges of the moon before it eclipses the sun. Yet that's not the case. It's a complete black body. We can't see nothing. You know, if you were correct, there would be some reflection of the Earth back onto the moon,
Yeah.
giving it a little bit of light. But that's not the case. The moon completely disappears before a solar eclipse. Completely black. It's a black body, not a light body, a black body.
Wait. So are you we're talking about lunar eclipses, right? Not solar eclipses, because those are two different things.
I'm talking,
if we're talking about
a solar
if we're talking about lunar eclipses, you actually can see a new moon if the settings are set right. So like if albedo is basically the reflection of sunlight from the Earth going back into space. So if the albedo is high enough, you actually can see the moon during a full moon. I can try to find you a photo of this.
No, now hang on, Naz, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about a solar eclipse.
Oh,
During
okay.
a solar eclipse, it's the moon that gets between the Earth and the sun.
Yes.
That's the one I'm talking about. You're
okay.
talking about a lunar eclipse where the Earth is between the moon and the sun.
Yes.
Okay? They're completely two different scenarios. During
Sorry,
a lunar
it confused me what you were talking about.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. During a lunar eclipse, there certainly are some unexplainable events that go on. But having said that, what happens when we have a selenium eclipse? Okay, that's a lunar eclipse, and both the sun and the moon can be seen when that happens. That shouldn't be happening if the Earth is supposed to be getting between the two of them. See, this is what you guys don't understand. There are a lot of unexplainable events that happen that we can't explain as flat earthers, but you can't explain as globe earthers either. Right? You come up with explanations, but those explanations are wrong in most cases. Right? We could come up with explanations, but why should we? Why do we have to come up with something that can be proven wrong? We just let it go and say, well, your lunar eclipse doesn't work all the time. Your solar eclipse doesn't make any sense. It's wrong. We can't detect any curvature on this Earth. We know water lays flat. We know to have gas pressure, you need a container for the gas particles to press against, and we don't have a container that we know about, right? So, you know, these are all unexplainable events with your model, okay? What we do know is when we go out there and we measure the surface of water, we can see way, way further than the globe Earth model predicts. Why do we have to go any further than that?
Yeah, so with those, it's happening under certain circumstances, like you were also suggesting with lunar eclipses. So unexplainable in quotations, but it is explainable.
Okay, so which part is explainable? So the village idiot can turn around
seeing objects.
Hang on, Naz. The village idiot can come up with an explanation. Okay, does that mean that the explanation matches reality? It doesn't. Right? You have to get back to the Earth. Right? The Earth is what we're trying to measure. All right? I was a glober all my life. I couldn't believe it when people were out there saying, oh, the Earth is flat. I'm saying, what are these guys talking about? Are they nuts or something? So I had to go out and investigate it for myself. Okay? I wasn't going to take anybody's word for it. I wasn't going to take a YouTube video's word for it. I wasn't going to take a Prime Minister. If the Prime Minister came out and said to me, guess what, fellas, we lied to you, the Earth is flat, I wasn't going to take his word for it. I went out and did my own observations. And I can tell you, it's flat. Not a little bit flat. It's flat as can be.
It's not flat.
Now you could do the same.
I'm sorry to do your calculations wrong.
I didn't.
But it's not flat.
My calculations aren't wrong. My calculations are definitely not wrong. No, they're not. No, they're not. I could out-calculate you when it comes to calculations. My calculations are 100% correct. Not 99.9, 100% correct. And I could take you to the spot where I get this observation time and time and time again.
I just have one question. How does gravity work on a plane?
How does gravity work on a globe?
Yeah, it works because an object is attracted to a bigger object. Why do you think?
Really?
Why
So
do you
that's
think?
Newton's,
Yes.
That's Naz. Is that Newton's theory? Mass attracts mass.
Yes, that is Newton's theory.
Yeah, that is correct. That was completely debunked and overwritten by Einstein's theory. With the bending and warping of space. Oh, yes, it was, mate.
Einstein's theory was a better explanation of Newton's theory. Mass still is attracted to mass. Yes, it is. They work together.
Newton, on his deathbed, even turned around and said, do not attribute that stupid law to me. You cannot have objects that are separated by space being attracted to each other. Okay? It was superseded by the bending and warping of space-time. Simple as that. And that's supposed to be that the bending of space-time is making things get pushed onto the surface. And guess what? Your astrophysicists, when asked about what is gravity, they will turn around and say to you, next question, we don't know. You assume that things are pulled to the centre of the core of the Earth. I could come up with an explanation that says, things are pulled directly down. There you go. Guess what? I can't prove that. I know that if I pick something up, it falls due to its density. People say to me, well, why don't things fall up then? Well, guess what? If things fell up, then up would be down, wouldn't it? You know, you don't have to be an Einstein to figure that out, right? Don't talk to me about gravity. You know nothing about gravity, just like everybody else.
You just stated that gravity is about density. You don't know anything about gravity. You have no idea what you're talking about when it comes to gravity. You just said that Newton's first and second and third law of gravity is incorrect, which is not true. My turn to speak now, sir.
Naz, listen to me. I said if you pick something up and let it go, it will fall because of its density.
Which is incorrect.
read my words. Listen carefully. It's something that you Globers don't do very well. Okay? If I pick up a helium balloon and let it go, where does it go? It doesn't fall. What about clouds that have tons
What has more mass?
and tons
What has more
and
mass?
tons of water? I beg your pardon?
Okay, let me explain that. So, what has more mass? A balloon filled with helium or a rubber ball that that falls? Right? Which one has more mass?
A rubber ball will.
Well, obviously. So then mass attracts to mass. The first mass being the
No, it
rubber ball.
doesn't.
The second. Let me explain.
No.
Yes, you're not letting me finish.
There's no
You're not letting me
attraction there,
finish.
mate.
Yes, there. What do you mean? The attraction is happening. The rubber ball is attracted to the Earth because the Earth is
prove
bigger.
it. Naz,
I
all
just
you
proved it
can
right there.
prove is that all you can prove is that the rubber ball is falling because it is more dense than the air that's surrounding it. Okay? That's all you could prove. Gravity is a term that was derived because they did not know the reason for the direction of goods falling. Okay? They still do not know what it is. It's a phenomenon. Okay? Don't get the things confused.
I think you have it confused.
Mate, there's no confusion. There's no confusion. Right? You know, the thing is, as I said before, you can claim gravity turns around and pulls things to the center of the ball, and flat earthers, if they wanted to have an explanation, which they don't, could turn around and say things fall vertically down. There you go. You have an explanation. We have an explanation. Yours is bunk because it's not caused by gravity. Ours is bunk because it's not caused by gravity. Okay? It's bullshit. You don't know what gravity is. None of your scientists can tell you what gravity is.
Oh my god. Are you suggesting that mass doesn't have an attraction to mass? Are you saying that there's no correlation between masses? No, I'm just saying. Can we agree that mass? No. Look. Can we agree that the Earth is a mass? Has mass? Can we agree with that?
I've never seen
No, the Earth as general.
I've never seen a cloud be attracted to a cloud.
That's such a stupid argument. A cloud is water. That is water molecules. We're talking about a rubber ball going to the Earth.
Naz, a
Going
cloud
back to what
has
I was saying.
a very large mass of water, and it's floating up in the sky somehow.
So once there's too much water in the cloud, what happens? It starts to rain. Where is that rain going?
Thank you. So when a cloud has
where's the
too
rain
much
going?
water in it, what's happening to that cloud?
Yeah, no. Where is the rain going? Where is it attracted to? Where is it attracted to? Where is the water? Where is the water attracted to? Yes, it is because it's falling down to another mass. It's falling down to another mass. Can we agree on that?
Down because its density is greater than the air surrounding it.
So why wasn't it as
I beg your pardon?
No. So okay, you can call it density. Does it still not have a mass?
It does have a mass. It still has a mass when it's up in the air. When it's up in the air, it still has mass. There you go.
So when the rain falls down to another mass, when the rain falls down to another mass, does it not have attracted? Does it not attract?
And where does the rain stop? Does the rain stop when it hits the sea? It does, because it matches the density of the seawater, doesn't it? It does.
What are you talking about?
Well, you're talking about density. You're talking about it. You keep mixing density and gravity. Okay? Gravity is supposed to explain the direction of things falling. You have to prove we are on a ball.
Gravity is just the force of attraction between two masses. That's all it is. You're calling it density when density is a completely different topic than gravity. You're reinstating the two different things that are completely different from each other.
Okay, Naz, I'm driving. Get on your Google, get on your browser, type in is gravity a force? Go on.
Gravity is a
Go on.
force.
Did you
Gravity
want
is
to
a
be
force.
taught?
I don't
You
even have
want
to
to
look
be
it up. Gravity is a force. Is density a force?
gravity is not a force. Gravity is not
Yes,
a
it
force.
is.
Look it up, Naz.
Gravity is a force.
Naz. Gravity. Oh my
Newton
God.
was superseded 110 years ago, dude.
Gravity is a force. There's nothing. Nobody is saying
That was
anything
superseded
against that.
110 years ago, according
No,
to
it was
your own
not.
belief system.
No, it was
Yes,
not.
it was.
Both
Yes,
both
it was.
both Newton's theory of gravity and Einstein's theory of gravity work together. Einstein is just
No,
a
they
better
don't.
explanation of what
They
gravity
are
is.
in
It doesn't
complete
supersede what
opposition
Newton
to
said
each other,
before.
my friend.
No, they are not.
Yes, they are. And we can go
Okay,
through that
in fact,
step by step
Einstein's.
if you like.
Okay, so what you're saying
you
is
like to go through it
Einstein's
step
theory
by
is not based on mass having an attraction to mass. That's what you're saying. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so what does Newtonian
answer my
mechanics
question.
say about
Answer my
gravity
question.
being a force? Oh, I'm answering it right
Answer
now.
my question first.
So,
No, you're not. You're answering. You answer with a yes or no, not another
according
reinstated
to
question. That means nothing.
Einstein and general relativity, gravity is not a force. It's a curvature of space-time. According to Newtonian mechanics, gravity is a force of two masses. According to Newtonian mechanics, it's instantaneous at a distance with no time delay. According to Einstein, the changes in the gravitational fields propagate the speed. There's major differences.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter?
Newton says time and space are complete and absolute. General relativity says time and space are not complete and absolute. Newton says that gravity does not affect time. Relativity does affect time. So, which is called gravitational time dilation. So, how do these things work hand in hand when they're in direct opposition to each other?
What do you? It doesn't mean. It still doesn't mean anything to your argument.
Yes, it does mean something.
No, it
means
doesn't.
that
Why does it
gravity,
matter?
according to Einstein, is not a force.
You can't
of
talk about
mass
physics and then
attracting
also
mass.
think that the Earth is flat at the same time. You can't do it. It's impossible.
So we're going to go into some meta garbage about what we think and blah blah blah.
Yeah, no,
The
because
Earth's
it's.
flat. We can't be
Why
smart
are
enough
you
to talk
talking about physics when you have no idea what you're talking about? With it?
That you have no fucking idea between the differences of Newton
You're getting
and
muted
Einstein.
because you're just yelling at me.
Yeah? No, you can mute me and then I'm going to mute you. Yeah, because you like
go
to
ahead.
talk over
Go
everybody.
ahead, because you just like to yell at people and that's mean.
No, you like to talk over
I'll take
and
my
just
ban.
make
I'll
baseless
take my ban
assertions
now. Go ahead
over
and ban me out of here.
over again.
Ban me out of here, please. I don't
Naz,
want to have.
if you mute AJ, he's a mod. If you mute AJ, I'm going to ban you.
I didn't
don't
mute him.
mute-
I just
don't
lowered his.
mute
Can I mute?
anybody.
Can I lower his volume a little bit?
You may.
That was
You
like
can
that was
lower
really
his
bad.
volume as long as you can still hear him.
Yeah, no, I can still hear him.
I'm speaking up because I'm driving in the car for a start. I'm on hands-free. And two, all you do is speak over the top and rinse and repeat and want to talk about how dumb flat earthers are, that we can't talk about physics because we're flat earthers. Yeah? So at the end of the day, you have no idea about the difference between Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity, and they do not go hand in hand. We just went through that step by step and you had no answer.
Einsteinian gravity.
Yeah, so gravity is the curvature of space-time, like you said, according to Einstein. Newtonian
So
gravity is mass attracting mass, right? They are fundamentally the same thing. Einstein is just a better explanation of that. So when I say mass is attracted to mass, that's not wrong.
No, it is wrong because Einstein makes it very clear that it's not mass attracting mass. Secondly, we went through a few other things. Yeah, we went through the path of light. We went through instant reaction at a distance. All of these things are in direct opposition to each other, and I can provide citations for all of it when I get home.
No, I agree. I agree with you. It's just that this has nothing to do with the Earth being flat. In fact, it proves that the Earth is
100%
round.
it doesn't. Gravity does not have anything to do with the Earth being flat or
Yes, it
round.
does. Yes, it does.
No,
if the
it
plane,
doesn't.
if the let me explain. If the Earth was a flat plane, okay, it would crumble. It would crumble into just a mass of that is circular, that is round.
Oh, would it? Are you able
Yes,
to
it would, because the
Are you able to demonstrate gravity pulling things into balls for us, please?
because it's going into okay. So where is gravity most strength? Where is it the strongest?
The thing with more mass, right?
Yeah. So in the core. Well, there's no core with this, but it's just it would be in the center. If we were in a plane, it would be in the center. Okay. So everything would just collide into the center, creating a sphere.
Can you demonstrate this happening in reality?
I can probably give you a simulation. Like nothing like this can be demonstrated. It's just using
Okay, so
common
it can't
sense.
be demonstrated in reality.
Yes, it can.
Yeah?
Yes,
So
it
it's
can.
not-
It can be
so
used with
it's not
simulations.
common sense.
Yes,
So
it
it's
is
not
common
common
sense.
sense.
It is common sense if
Well,
you
it
know.
can't- it
See, you're
can't
talking
be
about
because it's not-
you're
it can't
talking
be
about
demonstrated
physics
in
when you don't
reality.
know anything about physics. You're talking about
Oh,
physics
so
here
again,
when you cannot
more
explain.
meta,
You can't
more
even
meta.
understand what I'm talking about with this
Yeah, more
what I'm
meta
talking about here.
garbage, yeah?
You
I
cannot
know
understand.
exactly what
You
you're
don't
talking
know what I'm
about.
talking about here. You do
I
not
know
have
exactly
enough
what you're talking
education when it
about,
comes
Nez,
to
and
the
you're not
branch
going
of
to keep on
physics.
rambling like this. There you go.
Yeah,
I know
I'll
exactly
take my
what you're
mute.
talking about.
I'll
And
take
you're
my
not going
mute,
to
please.
poison the well here.
Yeah, I'll take my ban. That was enough. Enough of my
Naz,
fun night
you're the
entertainment
one
for that
that
day.
sounds. Naz, you're the one that sounds very uneducated right now. You just got schooled by another flat earther.
This guy didn't school me. He has no idea what he's talking about when it comes to physics.
You got
You didn't
schooled
school
by
me.
2 flat earthers in the last half hour.
How did you school me?
I was explaining to you that gravity is not a force, and you kept saying gravity was a force. You got schooled, mate, right?
It
Best
doesn't
you
matter.
go back to
It
school
doesn't
and
matter.
learn
It doesn't matter
the
if it's a
law of
force.
the
It
globe
does not matter.
before you come back here calling us stupid.
It doesn't matter if it's a force or not. It still proves that the Earth is round.
You can unmute him if you like. I'm just driving.
Yeah, look, I've already muted him once and he kept rambling whilst he was muted. The guy's
If you
got
mute-
no idea. He won't listen to a single word that we say.
Yeah, because what you're saying is wrong. So I'm obviously going to try to argue it.
No, just hand wave dismisses and then rinse and
I
repeats
will
again
please-
and
I
again
will-
and talks over the top again and
Listen,
again.
That's
If you're going to ban me, if you're going to mute me, please ban me so I do not have the courage or like the want to come back here. Like if you are going to do it.
Just do yourself a favour. You're making yourself look stupid amongst all the other globers. Mute yourself and listen. Okay? You might
are
actually
below
learn
the
something.
food chain here. You are below the. I'm not learn. There's nothing to learn here. You're learning bullshit. Please.
There we go. I've muted him. The guy's a fucking clown. He doesn't deserve to take up the time on our YouTube stream.
Yeah, give me 5 minutes and I'll grab my citations and all my crap once I get inside the house and we'll go through it again.
Thanks. You can unmute him when you get home. I'm off to table tennis, so I'm going to be busy for the next 3 hours.
So, Nez, for some reason I can't take you off mute, but if you want to look in the chat at 26 minutes past the hour, you're still claiming a force. Well, from Physics Libretex, Classical Mechanics, Newton's two crowning achievements, the law of motion and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. And from Botanica, because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance through which any two objects, such as the Sun and Earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. And from Science Alert, the mathematical equations of Einstein's general relativity, tested time and time again, are currently the most accurate way of predicting gravitational interactors, replacing those of Sir Isaac Newton. Newton's two crowning achievements, again, toppled from the throne. And from Science Daily, Einstein's right, at least for now, said Giaz, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity. So, please tell us how gravity is still a force.
Yeah, so it still works in the same way. So that's why it's usually taught as a fundamental force. You have to start by learning Newtonian physics to understand special relativity as what you're suggesting. I assume that you never paid attention in any science class because you're here in this channel and you think that the Earth is flat. So there's nothing to say here. Everything that I'm going to say here is going to get thrown out the window, same as you. It's bias. My point of view is biased. Your point of view is biased. Nothing here is going to change. So, you're fine here just having a good time. I don't even know why I joined. I joined with the other guy. And he kind of left. And I just kind of stayed.
How are you, mate? Phil's got your rubbers in here.
Who's the other guy?
You can fill it in, buddy. How are you, mate? How are you, mate?
I think we go.
No, you know what you do? No, I'll tell you what you do. Maddie's playing over here, right? So what we're gonna do? Well, and that's what I want to do. So put me X. Put me X.
Wait, Sporadic is just stating that he doesn't even believe general relativity.
Are you? So he's number 2. Mine. Awesome. Phil's filling in for the number 2 player. From the start.
We got Phil.
Yeah, we got.
Hey, Batman, you're hot micing.
Star, man.
This guy's having a laugh.
Play mind games.
Wait, okay, so Sporadic, you're talking about general relativity, like you understand it, but at the same time you don't believe it. How does this make sense to you? Explain that to me. I'm not even going to try to talk about general relativity because you don't understand Newtonian physics at all. It's impossible. How am I supposed to do this if you don't even have a grasp of the physics that you need to learn before you can even talk about general relativity? This another analogy that doesn't make sense and it's not relevant to this conversation, Mr. Viking. This is so much easier when you're allowed to speak instead of what's that other guy that was just kept on? I forgot his name, but he was just so. How many times that he muted? I'll wait for your response, Sporadic. Wait, because I don't know enough to evaluate it? Okay, so you just agreed that you don't know anything about Newton's gravitational law. Here, I can give you a test. Here you go. Yeah, they teach it differently in college. You need to understand Newtonian Newton's gravitational law before you start learning about special relativity. Kind of similar to how you need to learn about algebra before you learn about calculus. Okay, so just because you said it was a fraud and not even looking at the data that he literally gave a peer-reviewed. So are you just saying that you don't agree with peer-reviewed research? You're saying that peer-reviewed research is wrong. Yeah, so you agree with me, Daza. You agree with me that Newtonian's law of gravity is still relevant. It's just that Einstein's theory of relativity is just a better way of explaining it. What hypothesis do you want from me on it? Where do you tell me to give you a hypothesis of what exactly? I gave you the research paper if you want to read it. Eddington was a fraud. You're just saying people were. Wait, you're saying the entire experiment was a fraud. Eddington is not a person. It's an experiment. I hope you know that. So you're saying this entire peer-reviewed. Well, see, this is the problem. You look at evidence that is supported by the entire community of scientists, and then you throw it out because this guy was a fraud, or not even this guy. You're stating that the entire peer-reviewed research paper is fraud, which is completely incorrect. You pick abnormalities and things that cannot be explained by layman people. Myself included. I had trouble explaining like what's it called, like mirages that made you see farther than the 3 mile curvature or whatever. It still doesn't matter. This is still right and true. Is Pierce say that? Okay, let me read this real quick. Let me find where you're wrong. Eddington is not a person. It's oh my god, this guy is rage baiting her. Let me see. Yeah, but you're saying why did Eddington like it's a fucking person? You don't know what Eddington is. Sorry for cussing, guys. I just did. Oh, you want a hypothesis now? Okay. So that's a completely different thing. So do you know what a hypothesis is? Or are you asking for research? Because a hypothesis is just an explanation of what he was talking about. And I can read it to you. I'll read it to you right now. Einstein's hypothesis for general relativity, published in 1915, proposed that gravity isn't a force, but rather a result of the curvature of space-time caused by the presence of matter and energy. There's your hypothesis. Show me a scientifically testable hypothesis from Einstein's general relativity. So again, you don't know what a hypothesis is.
It's not an explanation.
It's not. Oh my god, I remember you.
You should remember me.
Yeah, I do
I'm the
remember
nice
you.
person
Remember
that
me.
injects people that are idiots.
Yeah.
Well, I was
reject
trying to
Sporter-
unmute Nez, and I
Sporter
think a
Rick.
few other people did as well, but I don't think it undid the server mute. Well, it definitely didn't come up on my screen
Yeah.
that he was unmuted, but I don't know. Have a go.
I just gave you a peer-reviewed research paper that supported his claim and his hypothesis of general relativity, and then you threw it out the window, stating that it was a fraud. I can give you another one. Find it.
So where was the hypothesis?
This isn't a hypothesis. This is an experiment. He doesn't know what a hypothesis is.
I didn't ask that. I said, where was it?
You can read his paper. You can just look up General Relativity 1915 paper
Yeah,
from
excellent.
Albert
Have
Einstein.
you posted the paper, or are you just dribbling?
Here. You want the quote? Here, this is from AI Overview. You probably won't like it, but
I didn't ask if I was going to like it or not.
okay. Wait, are you saying that this isn't Einstein's hypothesis?
You presented Arthur Eddington's paper, which he wrote after he went to was it Madagascar?
Yeah, but I was talking about the experiment. I was talking about the
You were
experiment.
talking about Arthur Eddington as an example of a testable hypothesis for general relativity. You provided Arthur Eddington's paper on it. I showed you that it was a fraud, linked you to a journal, show you how he threw out 33 to 42 or whatever plates, cherry-picked his data, cherry-picked his time, cherry-picked everything. He didn't even have an independent variable to scientifically test, just like Einstein. Now show me the dependent variable from Einstein's hypothesis for the general relativity.
I just gave you another
No, you've not. What is the dependent
go to
variable?
this experiment.
What
Do you
is
understand how many experiments?
Do you know what a
support-
Yes, I know what an experiment is. Do you know what the dependent variable is in a hypothesis?
I couldn't give you. Why don't we go and read Eddington's paper?
What is the dependent
Give
variable?
it to
It
him.
is-
I
I'll
didn't
tell you
read
what-
Eddington's paper.
I
You
know
just
didn't
threw it
read
out because
I read
he
it.
was a
I
fraud.
freaking read it. Eddington
Okay, so give me the dependent variable.
proved it was a fraud. The dependent variable would be gravity. Now, what's the independent variable?
Give me the independent variable since you read
No,
it.
I'm asking you what it is because I'm asking you for these.
I never read the paper. I just gave you.
You never read the
I just
paper on
gave you an
general
experiment.
relativity.
I just gave you an experiment.
So you don't know what a hypothesis is, kid. So why don't you sit down? I'm done. Matrix, you have.
Boom, sit down, mic drop.
Facts.
Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about the other paper that I just gave you. Or the
You didn't even read the first one. Go sit.
Already sitting
So,
down.
Nez, pro tip, if you're going to come here and sling all these papers around, at least have the common decency to read them yourself first. So when someone
This guy is reading general relativity
I didn't
papers.
ask you to
and then
talk yet.
Okay, hold on. No, I don't.
Yeah, no. At least have the common decency. So when someone like Sporadic or AI Overlord or Miggy or Cyclone or one of the guys that are a lot more read up than someone like myself starts to converse with you about said subject or papers, you can at least reply or act like an adult and pretend you don't know or disagree with particular parts of it. Don't just come in here and throw it at them and go, ha, paper proves something, and you haven't even fucking read it. You may as well come in here with a comic strip and lay it down so we can at least have a laugh.
had to like mute you a little bit for that. Viking, what do you
I
keep
wouldn't
on
do
sending,
that.
man? No, but I did.
Well, that was a mistake.
You know, these kids come in here, they think all high and mighty of themselves. They're like, wow, these flat earthers must be way dumber than me.
Yeah, that I find it amazing. They just I don't know what their mindset is. Oh, flat earther, therefore left school halfway through kindergarten or something like that. I don't know what their thinking is.
Yeah, it's heretics razor once again. They've been taught their
Yeah.
entire lives to think flat earthers are the dumbest people on the planet. So we get retards from society who've been intellectually bullied, like Nez over here, who've never won an argument in his life. And he finds that flat earthers exist. He's like, wow, I can finally sound like an intellectual champion for the first time if I wander in there and say something halfway intelligent. So then he does, and he ends up stepping in his own dog shit.
Yeah, I don't claim to be the most read up on a lot of these papers, but if I was going to go into someone else's panel and at least drop a paper on them, I'd probably be somewhat halfway smart to read it first, just in case someone asks me what the title of it is.
I'm criticizing his paper that he responded with regards to Arthur Eddington, and he didn't even know what I was responding to. It sounded like he thought that I thought that Eddington was some kind of feature of relativity or something when it's a dude who tested it. Oh, now he's bringing up the moon horizon as a proof of the globe. What a champion. I can't stay in voice very long, so I'm going to back out.
No, that's all right. I only just dropped in. I saw him in there and I thought, here we go. I wonder who's talking to him. And I jumped in and he's talking to himself.
Yeah, it didn't take long for him to start coming up with moon pictures as proof of the globe. What a ding dong.
I'm just showing you a beautiful photo. Hang on a minute, I've got a beautiful photo too. Where's the South Australian coastline? That's a pretty awesome photo. There she is. Right. How's that for an awesome photo? Beautiful. Like that, Naz? $143 miles. No curve. That's gotta suck. You can see the curve. Yeah, right. Just to add insult to injury, if you look right at the top, you can see how the horizon is still behind the land when you look across the water. So, yeah.
Check that out on The Lemon Illusion. It's actually a psychological condition to claim to see curvature in things that aren't really there.
Oh, nice. Oh, Nez, you've outdone yourself, you idiot. First YouTube set, second one, third one. 7 simple ways to prove the earth is round. Yatatata! Climb a tree! Oh man, you are so bricked.
I love how you've trained everybody to be on mute.
I say everybody should be off mute talking at the same time. That would sound better.
No, he's gone. What a shame. We could have had some real audio chaos there. Now that I think about it, I think it weirds people out more when they drop into a channel with 20 plus in it that's dead silent than someone saying, hey, I'm a flat earther. It's like it must be unnatural for this many people to be able to be sit with their little mute buttons on and behave themselves.
So what does a normal, and that's normal? I don't understand. I've never been in a room that wasn't like that.
Apparently oh wow, you're lagging. I saw your mute button come on and you still had sound coming out. Yeah, apparently the other rooms are just full tilt, 12 people, if not more, just barking at each other. Maybe they should record their channels, bang them up onto YouTube, and then go back and listen to it and understand why we try not to have that happen. Well, they'll learn.
It's a bit like that when you walk into a bar and the music stops and everyone stops talking and just looks at you. Might be a bit of that feeling. But it's funny when they carry on a bit, they go, oh, you guys are all blah, blah, blah. Still nothing. And they're like, oh, shit, that weirds them out too. A bit more. Bunch of retards expecting, something. It's just still, yeah. It's silent.
It's got me thinking now. Is it the FE side of it or the silence that weirds them out?
Yeah.
Ah, yes. Social experiments. Let's go.
My God, you guys unmuted me finally.
It was
Who's a vacuum physicist? I would like to see your degree, please.
He actually just dropped out because he was lagging.
Oh, okay. Yes, around Earth because Earth is not flat. I can't really talk to you guys about it. What's the study of the atmosphere called again?
So what would happen?
Do you know what the study of the atmosphere is called? Astrologist, right? Astrologist.
Yeah, meteorology.
I think so. Oh, meteorology. Oh no, astrologist is like the other retards. I didn't say astronomy. I said astrologist. Astrology.
Are you an astronomist?
I remember that because of the Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs movie. Show me upside down people. They don't believe the Earth is a globe. Oh my god, you guys are fucking hilarious.
Why is asking to see upside down?
When you think about it, you've allegedly got these satellites out there in space looking back at a ball tard. Surely one of them could just go a little bit of a zoom in on the United States and then zoom back out and then zoom back in on Australia. Upside down people. Or actually sideways people. It'd be that easy. Just like that.
Satellites
Done. Solved.
Yeah, go to Google Earth and then look. That's literally satellite images.
Google Earth is just a piece of software, mate.
Yeah,
it's a map that's been wrapped around a ball. There's no upside down people on a map that's.
It uses. It still uses satellite imagery.
So there's upside down people on it. Yes? No?
No. Well, I guess it depends on like what you think upside down means.
What did I just say to you?
Let me explain
Satellite
it to you.
that
Please let me explain it to you before you mute me. Please.
Too late. You're not going to explain it to me. I'm going to buy you a pack of crayons so you can eat one and draw pictures with the rest. Satellite, out in space, zooms in on the left-hand side of the fucking ball tard, zooms back out, zooms in on the right-hand side of the ball tard. That's it. That's all it has to do. Nothing more, nothing less. And the next thing you refer me to is Google Maps. Fuck no.
Can I explain why, or can I explain what Sporadic wants me to explain? Right? Oh no, final FE final boss. That guy, ultimate FE final boss. Let me explain what he was talking about. Let me explain his question. So, gravity.
You're most definitely not going to explain somebody else's question. Okay? If you want that person to explain their question because you didn't understand it, perhaps you should ask them. So that's something else we're going to nail down on too. You and your little wannabe straw man creations. So, if you don't know what Ultimate FE Final Boss was talking about, perhaps you should ask them instead of making your own shit up.
Ultimate FE Final Boss. You said, show me upside down people, then I believe Earth is globe. Period. So, gravity pulls down objects to the ground, right? And that goes for everything that has a mass, including you. So let's say that you're in the United States.
Hey, Naz,
you're on the.
Remember the satellite thing I told you about? Zoom in, zoom out?
Uh-huh.
That's what we're after, mate.
Yeah, so how are we going to see Australia?
Wait for it.
How are we going to see Australia?
Wait for it. No, you just lost your... Stop. We don't give a rat's ass how you believe they're stuck to the ball. That has nothing to do with your alleged satellite zooming on one side of it, seeing people sticking out to the left, then zooming into the other side of it with his happy little camera and seeing people sticking out to the right. That's it. You can call it gravity. Oh shit, they could all be wearing magnetic boots for all we care. That's what we want to see. You guys claim there's satellites doing all this photography shit. Surely it can be done by now.
Yeah, so continue to abuse your power because this is the only power that you get in the...
Oh, sorry, finger slipped. No, it's not the only power I've got. There's one that's a lot more fun. So, less meta, more proofsies.
How are we going to see Australia if the satellite that you're talking about is in the orbit space of the United States, if they're on the other side of the fucking planet, you goddamn retard? How is that possible? Explain to me.
Is that the best you've got?
Yeah, because that disproves whatever the fuck you were talking about. Because it doesn't make sense. You're just pulling words out of your asshole. Do you want some Caesar dressing for that word salad of yours?
Okay, Professor Dave. Fuckwit.
He knows a lot about the science stuff. Professor Dave explains.
Professor Dave wouldn't know what science was if someone wrote science on a stick and flogged him with it. That's how fucking stupid he is. He is not a scientist, never has been, nor ever will be. He's not even a professor. So while you're there praising Professor Dave, you might want to watch some of his videos. He's one of the most cringe YouTuber there is. Maybe you should go and watch, what's that other fella? There's another fella that counts up all the logical fallacies. Professor Dave holds the record.
Yeah, so could you explain what I said before? Could you answer it?
You've said a lot of shit before. I don't have to explain your problems.
It's your problem because you can't explain it.
I can't explain what? How your so-called satellites can't take an image from one side of the ball-tard where there's a country to the other side of a ball-tard where there's a country.
Yes, how the fuck is that going to work? How does that work? We're looking at the United States.
The satellite that's in the space looks to the left. The satellite looks to the space, and you shut up. And looks to the fucking other side, and that's it. Zooms in on the people that are there. That's all it has to do. Look at one side of the ball-tard, zoom in, see people. Look at the other side of the ball-tard, zoom in, see people. That's it. There's nothing more to it. For something that's so simple, you seem to be coming up with a lot of excuses for why this can't be done.
Oh, so you're talking about two satellites. I thought you were talking about one. Let me show you some footage. I can show you some footage. You can't do it with one.
You could show me
because you're looking at a continent. You're looking at a continent right now, right? So you're looking at the top portion of the hemisphere.
No, I'm looking at a computer screen right now.
You would need at you're fucking stupid. There's no argument with you.
You're fucking stupid because you're too stupid to realize
you cannot do this with one.
You cannot. Let's scroll back up
real quick. You cannot do this with one satellite. It is impossible to do this with one satellite.
So it's not a ball-tard then. Right, let's have a look here. Oh, here we go. Gas pressure without a container. This is going to be interesting. So how are you breathing air if outer space exists? Nez?
No, we're changing subjects now. Let's go back to what we were talking about. For both, you can't do it with one satellite. For both satellites,
you can't do it. Why are you making excuses, Nez, for something that you've never even done, nothing you could prove in the first place?
Stupid fucking retard. You cannot do this with two satellites. You're getting to my head. Oh my god, I can't let you get into my head.
So let me get this straight. You start off, you can't do it with one satellite, now you can't do it with two. Are we going to go for three, Nez? Maybe four? No? How high do you have to get, Nez, before you can see curvature? What elevation? Maybe that's the problem. Your satellites don't go high enough to see the curve.
Satellites can see curvature.
What
do you understand what? I can give you. Okay, so 35,786 kilometers, or 22,236 miles.
22,000 miles.
Have you ever looked at a satellite image? Why are we debating about satellites if you're not even going to look at
How high
satellite
did you
images?
say? 22,000 miles.
Mm-hmm.
How high is the ISS again?
ISS and
Allegedly.
ISS space station and yeah, the ISS space station and then other satellites are completely different things.
I didn't ask if they were different. I asked what their
Yeah,
elevation
so-
allegedly was.
Allegedly 250 miles. Again, two completely different objects.
So the ISS
And you
is
can still
supposed
see
to
the
be
curves.
above these other ones, but yet the ISS
No, they're
has
not.
never shown footage of another satellite yet.
No, they are not.
Even though it still hasn't shown an image of another satellite yet.
Do you realize that the ISS space station, I'm pretty sure they live stream daily?
You're an idiot if you believe that.
Yeah, so I'm giving you evidence and then you're choosing not to believe it. Therefore, everything that you say
So
is
it's not a
flawed and
belief
you lost
system.
the argument. You
Okay,
lost the
stop
argument.
for a second. Stop and listen.
No, you
this
stop.
is not
You
a
lost the
win-lose.
argument. Have a good
No,
one.
shut the fuck up. Stop talking over people and fucking learn something. Get your dumb shit ass onto fucking YouTube and have a look at the dumb ISS footage that you are force-fed on a daily basis. And you will notice something. There's a little offline thing down the bottom. And it just so fucking happens that when the offline bit appears, that's the only time they show your alleged curvature. And something to add insult to injury, when they do show this alleged curvature that you believe that's there, you don't know it's there, it's just a belief system, it's fucking stitched together. You're too stupid to look at that. And then you'll just go, oh, maybe that's just an artifact. You're dumbasses. Fuck's sake, open your eyes, mate. You've been indoctrinated. Take a step back from all the bullshit you've been fed and have a think for yourself. You're not a fucking sheep. You're not a follower. It's actually sickening listening to you kids coming in here. Oh, gravity. Oh, satellites. If we wanted to listen to that shit, we'd record it and just press a fucking replay button every 8.5 minutes. Surely you can think of your own stuff, Nez. Come on, mate. You can do better.
I have constantly disproved your argument. You have lost the argument. Have a good one.
You haven't disproven anything. You
Yes, I
haven't
have.
proven anything.
I just did.
All you've done is blurted out the same shit that the last guy blurted out. That's it.
Yeah, because the other guy. that was
We're not
talking was right.
joking.
That
This
person
is
was
rinse
right,
and
by the way.
repeat stuff
You're-
from you.
you're-
It's the same fucking shit every day. What is your goal? Do you have some kind of mindset that you're going to come in here and re-indoctrinate people? You do realise that the whole fucking panel was brought up on space-tard shit and the usual heliocentric crap that you think is true and correct. You do know that. We all learnt this shit at school. We didn't learn anything different than you at school, mate. You're not going to come in here and re-preach it and then everyone's going to go, oh, well, fuck it, he must be right.
What's going to happen when space travel is commercialized and you'll be able to see the flat or the Earth not being
Naz,
flat?
I'll give you a little hint and tip. When you get a bit older, you will realise about every 5 to 7 years we get promised a new space thing. Ever since I was 5 years old, I can remember we're going to do this. Then when I was about 13, we're going to the next big thing. And about just over 5 years, they come out with some really cool thing that they're going to do in space. And you want to know something sad? I've never fucking seen it yet. That's your problem. You don't care because you don't have life experience.
Just keep yelling at me. You're at 52%.
Because you're a dumb fuck and you don't listen.
Yeah, because you're at 52%.
%95% of your problem, Nez, is you don't listen to other people. All you do is fucking keep talking through them. The reason I mute you is so you can't. And I know everyone loves listening to my accent anyways. We've been promised all this space shit for fucking years, mate. Over and over and over again. And what makes me laugh is when I talk to people in their 70s and 80s that have been promised all this other cool shit beyond that. It's not anything new under the sun. Oh, we're going to go to space next year. What are you going to do when we go to space and prove it all? What are you going to do when you hit 60 and they're still not in space? And then you realise that all these flat earth guys were right. No, you'd be too proud by then to take a step back and go, oh, fuck it, I can't say I'm a flat earther now. No way. I've spent my whole life fighting them. You got nothing, kid, and you're too stupid to realise it.
Oh my god, you people are crazy, man. I love you guys, though. I keep coming back for more because I'm just, like, my hunger to be entertained is never satiated.
So you've got no proof of curvature.
I proved it to you too many times, and then you just keep on nitpicking
no, you
out of
haven't.
it.
Drop over measurement. Where's your drop over measurement?
Doesn't fucking matter. I already
yes, it
gave
does.
you too much information.
Okay. Drop over distance measurement. That's it. You provide that, every single person in this panel goes away. There's no more entertainment for you. Gone. We all pack up, take our little bat and ball and go home. Oh. Admitting that was a mistake. Any final words?
Oh, yeah, please get me out of this hellhole, please, forever. Wait, before you do it.
Too late.
He was painful.
Sorry, Sporadic. I just saw that then.
The judge had already banged the gavel. It was done. Dan Hammer was too quick off the mark.
Yeah, just after I hit it, I looked up and went, ah, shit. Too late, it's gone. Well, he made his intentions quite clear. Just here for entertainment. Not here for learning anything. The only way he's going to learn about all this space crap is when he hits about 50. He might learn beforehand if we're lucky. And he realises that he has been lied to all these years. That nothing space related has actually happened. Except cool stories. oh, in 2035, we're going to do this. And everyone will be sitting on the edge of their seat waiting ever so patiently. It's quite depressing, really. Hang on a minute. No, it's not. AJ, how's this for a laugh? He sends me a private message, a little GIF with a globe on it. Please make my ban forever. No, I should unban him. Oh, shit. Damn, he took off. I was just trying to work out how to say it. Psychedelic man or something.
You guys are supposed to keep me banned, not unban me, guys. What's going on? Matrix, bro, please. I don't want to come back here. But I do at the same time. You got to understand me.
Maybe you've got to understand something. You think
there a way for you
we're
to
the
ban me forever?
entertainment,
Yes, you are
and you're too
entertainment.
stupid to work it out.
Is there any way that you can ban me forever? Is that physically possible for you to do?
I could have it arranged.
Nez, why you keep talking about everything else apart from the surface of the Earth? The surface of the Earth will tell you what exactly Earth looks like.
I want you to tell me what is fake about the NASA live stream that I showed you. What's fake about it?
It doesn't matter
Tell me
what
exactly
you said.
what's fake about it.
You're supposed to be paying attention to the surface of the Earth. That will tell you.
Yeah, it is.
What the
It's
Earth
showing
looks
you
like
the surface of the
from
Earth.
the inside out. Do you understand? Nobody has been outside in and seen the whole entirety of Earth and told you that Earth is a globe. Do you understand? And nobody has broken through the punch a hole through the barrier, the container. Do you understand?
Yeah, the ISS space station is doing it currently. Show me what's wrong about it.
Dude, you keep talking about the ISS, everything else in the sky, but you won't talk about the surface and how it's laid out.
It's showing you the surface, which is laid out like a
will
sphere.
tell you everything about what the surface of the Earth looks like. I'm not dodging the question. I know exactly what you're talking about. I've heard many conversations
about the photo. Tell me what's wrong about the video.
I've heard many conversations from you. You keep talking about the sky, everything else, but you won't talk about the surface, the landscape geography of the Earth, how the surface lays out in front of your field of vision. You're not understanding. Once you understand that, many of your questions will be answered. Do you understand? Just pay attention to the surface that you're walking directly on top every day. It's very simple to come.
So you never answered my question. You never told me what was wrong about the live stream, and you lost the argument.
Yeah,
because on the Matrix.
What time is it posted at?
Please
Matrix will tell you.
Please just ban me.
Look, it doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. Simple.
Yes, it does. Do you not see this?
No, it doesn't. Hey, Nez,
yes, it does.
The biggest problem you've got with your so-called live stream video is, number one, how do you know it wasn't made last week or the week before or last month, or it's just a looped video? You've never sat and watched enough of it. You've clicked on it and gone, oh, it says live stream on the title, therefore it must be live stream.
Yeah, so you're assuming that it's fake.
You're assuming that it's real.
Because it is real.
That's what I'm trying to get through your head.
Argument. Goodbye.
How can you verify that this is live?
Ooh, he's gonna yell
How
at
do you
me again.
verify
Because you see how it says live, like right next to it? See how it says live
So
right
that's
next
it.
to the
That's
YouTube channel?
your verification because someone put the word live in the title.
This is coming directly
you believe
from
it's
NASA.
live.
This is coming directly from NASA.
So what video is it?
NASA's lying to us for
What video is
we
it?
don't know. The one that I just gave you.
You haven't given me one.
Okay, I'll give you another one. It's fine.
The only one you gave me was in DMs. Would you like me to post that picture up for everyone so they can laugh at you?
That's not. I was talking about this shit.
So, Matrix, am I supposed to understand right that this numpty here thinks that as long as you stamp the word live on a video, that means it's real?
That is correct.
Holy fuck. You sound like the exact person I would believe would be like a flat earther. It's just picture perfect.
We're still waiting for your video.
I mean, you can scroll up and look for it if you want.
Nice one, old dude. That's mint. Oh, Nez, get that into you. Where's your video?
Let me just make sure that it works real quick. Okay, here you go. This is a government site, by the way, so you can't say that it was like third-partied or anything. This is directly from NASA. Do you want to live stream it for everyone? For the class, please.
YouTube is not a government site, but anyways.
No. Do you see the NASA.gov? Do you see the NASA.gov in the link? That means that it's directly from NASA. So it doesn't matter if it's coming from a YouTube video or not. This is a government site.
Yeah, watch on YouTube. Okay, well, we'll just watch it on
Watch
YouTube.
it. Doesn't matter. Yeah, go ahead and watch it on YouTube. It doesn't matter what the platform is. It's still a government site.
So, okay, so if we stamp a video with the word live, it's real. And also today we found out that everything the government says is 100% true because it comes from a .gov website.
Yeah, so you just don't believe in the government and that's your entire belief system. So everything that you say is
No, I'm
inherently
asking
biased
you.
and you
I'm
have
asking
no...
you. No.
That's you.
Nez,
No, that's you.
I'm
Because you
asking you.
want to say without a reason. You lost the argument.
Nez,
Goodbye.
so you're telling me that nobody's going to question the footage because it comes from a .gov website? Yes or no?
Why would... Yeah. Questioning this footage is retarded. Or you can. Actually, no. Let me rephrase. You can go at, you can question it all you want. It still doesn't retain the fact that it's not true. You don't believe in the government, or you don't believe the government provides your safety.
You think everything. Again, I'm still manning what you're saying here. Everything that comes from a .gov website is true without question.
I mean, I work for the government, so.
Okay.
Technically speaking.
So I didn't ask you if you work for the government. I asked you I'm still manning your position here, which is everything that comes from a .gov website is true and factual, and there's no basis for questioning it.
You can question it. That's your First Amendment right to do so. What I'm saying is, if it comes from a government site, it is cited. It is supposed to be.
So it is true.
If you believe that, you're more stoned than stupid.
Yeah, if it comes from a government site, if it's coming from a different site, then you need to get your.
So in other words, your entire argument is the Earth is a globe because a .gov website told me that it's a globe.
No, the Earth is a globe because we can use this resource to prove that it's a globe among every other evidence that you seem to nitpick.
.gov website, and you just said that if it's on a .gov website, it's beyond reproach.
You people nitpick every single evidence that I give you. Here is
stop, hold, freeze, pause, shut up. Right. In the video that you sourced for us, thank you very much, where does it show that it's a globe? Because all I've got is this top-down view, which I'm quite certain that it looks like it's from about aeroplane height. So, where does it show that it's a globe, mate? Maybe you might want to get a timestamp or something so we can see Globe Tardia, because I haven't found that bit yet. So maybe, like we said earlier, if you're going to start throwing shit at us, at least sift through it yourself and have a bit of a look first.
Oh my god, he said airplane. You're fucking retarded.
Where's
Scroll
the
down.
fucking curve?
That's just one camera angle. Go ahead and scroll down on the site.
Nez,
go ahead and scroll down on the...
You're using this to... Okay, Nez, I know you're a fucking retard, but we're gonna do this slowly for the special kids up the back of the bus, right? Where is the curve? You're claiming this satellite imagery or filmography proves curvature, proves ball. I would like to know, and a lot of other people in this panel probably do too, where is the curve? That's the bit you've got to show us in this video.
And I just did. Scroll down on the site and you'll see another camera angle.
That other camera angle is the offline camera.
No, it's a video. It's a video from the same fucking camera
That's
that you're
the
looking at.
offline one. That's
Still
what they
the same
show when
camera.
it's offline. They show you a fucking loop.
Oh, here's another one from NASA that shows the curvature. So here's another camera angle. Oh, look. If you go to one camera angle and then you go to the other, they're looking at the exact same place. Can you explain that? See, and they're both.
Oh my god, he's so excited like he just found something whilst I'm reading something else.
Yeah, because you
Hold
can't
on.
explain it.
I wasn't even
You
on the
can't
same
explain
page.
Game, it's over. It's
Hey,
over.
stop, Nez. How can I explain something that I'm not even fucking looking at? I'm reading the article that's assigned to the original video that you put up, which is not looking good for you.
Yeah, go ahead and look at the other video when you're ready. No.
That I shall do. Right,
Oh,
video.
dude, please don't invite me to this. Jesus Christ. This is bad, man. I'll get banned so easily. Actually, yeah, I'll join. For shits and giggles.
So just so you know, Nez, when you're looking at YouTube related stuff, when it says live, that means it just gets broadcast directly. I can broadcast this live next week. You do know that. You know how that works? Or you're not sure?
Yeah, so both camera
So I can make a recording.
different camera
I can
angles
make a
looking at the
recording.
same.
Nez, I can make a recording today. Make it go for 2 hours, 3 hours, pick a time frame, doesn't really matter. Then I can upload it to YouTube tomorrow, next week, next year, and as it's uploading, I can click live. And you will see the little live stamp, and congratulations, Matrix is now putting live shit up there just for Nez.
Okay, there we
So
go.
the live thing doesn't really mean much. When you go, oh look, it's live. No, it doesn't. Sorry, mate.
I just showed you two independent camera angles.
I just
that are
told you
looking
how
at
the
exact
live
same
thing
spot.
works, and you're going to rinse and repeat. Yeah, exactly. This is the problem, Nez. The sound goes in one ear, straight out the other. I'm trying to explain to you, you're linking this hook on this addiction to the word live means nothing. I can make a video today of us two talking and play it back next week. And when it gets uploaded to YouTube, anyone watching it whilst it's get uploaded would go, oh wow, this is live. You're telling me it's live means nothing. It just means when they're uploading it as we speak. That's what it means. Nothing more, nothing less. So don't use your live thing as some kind of I win moment, because it's not. You've got nothing. Please.
So you can also track the position of the ISS space station, and you can use all of this data to
Yeah,
conclude
heard
that the
that
ISS
before.
space station is looking at the same place. So, yeah, no, you lost. There is.
I haven't lost
it's over.
anything.
Yeah, you did.
What did I lose?
You lost your argument.
Lost what?
The Earth is not flat.
I lost what?
The Earth is not flat.
The Earth is not
lost-
flat. So
Earth is not
where's your measured drop over distance?
I don't need any. I don't
Because
need
that'd be
any.
really
I just,
easy to
I just
do.
completely ruined. I just completely ruined your argument with a
You
simple
haven't
live stream
ruined
at the
anything.
ISS
All
space
you
station.
do is just talk through people, and yeah, and people don't like it much because they don't like little kids that talk through fucking others. Right. Where's the original video I had so I can click on that, continue reading this shit in silence?
I wondered when the chanting would start.
That's what he's like the whole time. He's been on before.
But I do get a kick out of how his entire argument is based upon, here's a video, it comes from a .gov website, so it's true, so therefore the Earth is a big spinny ball.
Yeah.
I mean, all of this time that he spent going through that, how long did it take me to summarize that?
Not very.
It's like we know their own arguments better than they do.
What I do love about these videos, and this is where this kid comes unstuck, he'll watch maybe 10 seconds of it, if you're lucky. What he wants to do, and Nez, I hope you're listening, because this is a little task for you to do. Grab the little slider down the bottom, slide back through your videos, and have a look where it changes from daytime to nighttime. Or vice versa. And watch where it shows the piece of the so-called satellite where it says flap 2 or flap 1 or whatever it's in front of it, and watch how the stars magically appear through the flap, and watch how the flap magically fades off into nothingness, like as if it's CGI. Don't believe me? Or would you like me to fucking put it up in live real time so you can watch for yourself?
Oh, I'm looking at it right now.
So it
this
goes
is a
from
live video
nighttime to
feed from the
daytime,
International Space
or
Station.
daytime to nighttime. You'll see stars, and then you'll see the stars fade through.
Oh. Oh, wow. Maybe it's because the fucking sun is setting and we can now see more shit. Oh, that's crazy.
Nez, use your brain.
See how slow
Okay, I'm going to put a screenshot up for everyone to see, because Nez is going to sidestep
I'm watching it right now. I'm watching it right now.
and I'm going to put a screenshot up.
I can send you the link and
Control
timestamp.
V, send. Right, screenshot up. There we go. Now, if anyone clicks on that, notice how the little twinkly stars are already appearing through a solid object. So, Nez, I don't know about you, but when it's nighttime, if you've got a solid object in front of you, it doesn't magically disappear because it's nighttime. That solid object is still there. You cannot see stars through it.
Those aren't stars. Are you fucking retarded? This is footage from space, okay? There's obviously going to be static.
Something you've got to prove?
That's not stars. Are you saying these RGB... Okay, you're talking about these pixels, right? You're talking
They
about
are
these pixels?
allegedly stars, Nez.
Those are not stars. Those are fucking pixels.
Yeah, you better go and tell your other mates that.
Yeah, no, you lost, bro. You lost.
I'm not joking.
You're digging a hole,
Nez,
man.
that's not a joke.
Then you're just a silly person.
You
If
thought
you're
that
calling
was a
those are
joke,
stars,
not a
those are
joke.
stars.
Those are supposed to be stars, according
No,
to
they're
your
not,
fucking
fucking
idiot
dumbass.
baltard friends. Yes. Don't blame me. I've just passed the message on.
Who said that these right here are stars? Because they are fucking retarded.
Dumb fuckers like you who believe this
Who?
shit.
Give me a name. Give me a name. I'll DM them right now. You're funny. No, you lost the argument.
No, that's
You're
not
just digging
funny.
For chances, trying to find something.
Nez, that wasn't a joke. That was serious. We get people telling us they're stars. That's space. The twinkly things are stars. Then
twinkly
explain why
things
they
that are on
fucking
the
fade
object?
through the middle of things.
Those are not stars. Those are pixels.
so
Those are pixels from the camera.
For you, they're not
That
stars.
is just a camera
Well,
disfigurement.
excellent. Next time some fuckwit gets
Mm-hmm.
on here and tells us they're stars, I'm going to say, please ring Nez because he says otherwise.
Do you want to see? Okay,
You're laughing.
Hold on, let me give you
I'm
a
not.
timestamp.
I'm dead. Nez, you think I'm joking. I'm fucking dead serious.
dude, that is crazy. I'm so sorry you have to deal with people like that.
We're dealing with
Hold
you.
on.
You're one of them.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that these are fucking stars because that's retarded. Can I show you the sunset that's on this live stream that we were looking at? So this was 12 hours ago. Let me give you the time frame.
And how do you know
or
it
the
was 12
timestamp.
hours ago? Because
that's
somebody
what it-
posted it
'cause
up
that's
and it's
what it
got a live
says.
stamp on it.
Yeah, because that's what it says on the.
Exactly. What
on
did
the
I
time
say
frame.
to you earlier? We can record now and play it back next week. And when we upload it, that is considered live. Do you not understand?
So this has been continuously going on since the 12th of May of 2025. Can you explain that?
And he's just going to fucking pretend I didn't say a word. Nez, do you understand we can make a recording now and upload it to YouTube next week? Yes or no? For fuck's sake, getting through this slowly.
So this is how many days since May 12th?
Nez, I know you like the sound of your voice. I need you to comprehend the fact that we can make a video and upload the little thing to YouTube next week. Can you at least acknowledge the fact that this is possible?
That's not what's happening right there. So
So
No, you
can
are.
you understand we can make a recording and upload it next week?
that's
Do you
not what's
understand
happening
this,
right
yes
now.
or
So you
no?
lost. That's not what's happening right
Do
now.
you
so you lost.
understand?
Here's a tracker from where the ISS.
Okay, you don't want to. So everything is
auto
just
believe.
live to you?
I want to try something real quick. Hey, Nez. I posted 4 images in the chat. Can you tell me which one was made with TerraGen and which one is not?
It doesn't matter. All of these, you can see the curve.
These were rendered with a free version of computer graphics software.
Oh, cool. We use ChatGPT.
No, that's called TerraGen. They used it in movies.
Yeah.
Like the movie
Yeah.
Gravity. Yeah, so
That's pretty.
you thought you were looking at something real. You just automatically believed it was real, dude. Like that's
I didn't even answer. I didn't even answer. I just said that they're all. You can all see the curve, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, you thought it was real.
No, I didn't. I didn't even give you an answer.
So why didn't you say, sorry, I don't think they're real?
I just said you could see the curve.
You
with every photo that you gave
defaulted,
me.
you see curve, therefore I accept it.
That's not what you say. You're putting words in my mouth. See?
Well, maybe you should stop being a slimy little weasel and admit to the fact that you did default, you saw curve, I see curvature, therefore they're all correct.
No, I just said I see a curve with all
So
these.
why
it
didn't you
doesn't
call
even
him
matter.
up and say,
That's what I said.
think these are incorrect, or I think the one on the top right is the good one,
Because it
the rest are
doesn't
bad,
matter.
or another number. You could have
Because it
said
doesn't
1
matter.
to 4 are fake. You chose not to.
Right. I asked you which one of these is made with TerraGen. You're basically like, it doesn't matter. I see curvature in all of them.
Yeah, because
They're all real,
it
right?
does not matter. It does not matter.
So therefore they're all real. You've defaulted to the IC curvature, that makes them real. That's what you defaulted to.
No,
Yes.
no, another fallacy.
Well, why did you
You're
say
done.
it then?
You lost. You did.
That's not a loss.
Matrix.
No. Like I said before, here's the ISS space station tracker. Those are all the live streams. There's probably even more, so you can go ahead and do your own.
We already did. We actually measured the surface itself.
Yeah. About the only person that's getting excited over this shit is Dazza.
Yeah, he basically derailed himself off his own topic, which is trying to prove that gravitation causes the thermal compression of gas molecules. You know, that's the claim of what's happening with the globe atmosphere, right? And then I say, okay, demonstrate it, and they're like, the globe atmosphere, the Jupiter.
We're not talking about that right now. We're talking about the ISS.
No, someone else was talking with me about this. I know.
Listen to them. Ooh, let's see.
Yeah, they'll talk up about how great the outside of the footage of the ISS is, but when you show them 6-hour compilation video of all the green screens, wires, and other stuff ups, it's, oh no, that's CGI. Oh no, Flat Earthers made that up, and they deliberately stitched in CGI stuff to make it look bad. And the excuses that come out of you weasels then, it's phenomenal, Nez.
The real question is, though, does NES actually stand for or NES? Does it actually stand for numpties?
Yeah, go. Keep on trying. Keep on trying. Oh, I thought you were doing an acronym with my name, but then you just got too stupid. You can't even make up one with my name.
Oh, you're getting upset. Huh.
No, go ahead and try it again. Try it again. Nope. Ease. 2 more for the Z's. Come on, you got this.
Numpties. That's your name, is Numpties.
Numpties. Okay. That's not an acronym, but good shot, man. I really appreciate it.
You're the one who said acronym, not me, fella.
Okay. Okay, old dude. From what I'm seeing, this is just the China's version of the ISS space station, right?
What happened to
any
the
live
curve?
stream?
Did they forget to
Any
program
live stream
it
that's
in?
coming out from these people are also true. Any ISS.
It's dead flat, Nez.
Yeah, remember the first live stream that I showed you? How it also
Nez?
seemed flat because it was so.
Nez,
because
that doesn't seem flat. That's pixel perfect. It's dead flat.
I'm trying to throw
it is pixel flat. You fucking don't want to listen. You only want to preach. That thing that old dude put up, is this real, Nez? It is pixel fucking perfect, dead flat. Whether you like it or not. What happened? Did China forget to turn the curve on? Maybe their CGI guys had a day off.
You know, Matrix, it's not just any curve, right? It has to be specific curvature. And as much as these people are obsessed over it, they never seem to know how much they think should be present at a given height. Like we do, we look into this and we test it, but they never do. And we know from images like these, which one of these is more likely to be the amount of curvature that you should see from that height and which one isn't, even if it was real. And they don't know. But time and time again, we have to educate them on this.
It's really easy to know which one should look like from that height, and that's the one that's flat.
I think that's great what you typed up there.
This is where we ask like a specific question, right? Like, okay, our guest, how much of Earth's surface, like as a percent, should you see from the claimed height of the ISS? Have you ever thought about that before? Have you ever looked into the geometry? Because we have.
Okay, so tell me your findings.
Just under 3% of Earth's total surface is visible from 250 miles.
Oh, wow. I wonder
That's
why.
it.
It's probably because the Earth is so massive. You know what else
Right,
is
right. So
massive?
we
Just
know,
low
right? So
temperature.
that's the claim, right? And you sound like a flat earther now. Earth is so flat.
Ooh, Earth is so flat.
Yeah, you're like,
Yeah,
it's
you know
so
what?
flat, that's how
I'm
we know
changing,
it's
man.
not flat.
You know, I changed, guys. I'm a flat earther now. You know, I'm just looking at all the evidence. Everything is just fake. You know, the Illuminati is real and stuff. You know, you guys like the
We don't talk about conspiracies here.
Each. Oh, we don't talk about conspiracies. No, you're right, because this is
No,
scientific.
this is a geometric problem, not a scientific
No, this
problem,
is-
and not
No,
a
you're right. You're
conspiracy
right.
problem.
The flat Earth, guys. I totally agree with you guys now. Flat Earth is scientifically correct. You know, so
It's not a scientific claim, so no, you're not agreeing with us.
Oh no, science is wrong. Science is evil, guys. The Earth is
this
just
is
flat.
not a scientific claim at all. You're in the wrong category. It's a geometric claim. It's geometry.
Yeah,
Geometry is
you guys
science.
cannot agree with every single. You don't have a model. You cannot agree on different things.
What do you mean
So
a model?
therefore,
Model for what?
Yeah.
For the
The
flat
only
Earth,
thing there is
you cannot
Nez,
agree with one.
is the surface
Everyone
that
else
we
in the world
live on
agrees
is
with one.
planar with topography.
Everyone else in
and I
everyone
don't know
else in
one
the
flat
world
earther that would
agrees with one.
disagree with that.
So-
And you constantly chanting through us is not going to help you.
Yeah. Not only do
Sorry.
you not have a model for what you think there is, you also seem to think truth is a popularity contest. That's bad, dude.
Sorry, I'm talking to this new server now. I think I moved on from you guys. I really do. Yep. So next
You're
time,
leveled up in life.
yeah, they level up. Level up. So I showed you guys the ISS tracker. I showed you guys 2 camera angles.
Yeah,
You're gonna
we showed
continue
you
to
that you should not
disbelieve it.
expect to see curve
You're
from
gonna
the
you're gonna
ISS.
continue to you're gonna
Do
continue
you still
to
think
not
you should
believe
see
it.
curvature from the
You're
ISS
talking
after
over
all
me
that?
this time.
Do
You're
you
talking over
really
me
think
this
you should
time.
see curvature after all that?
You
Which
can
one
still-
is
you
more
can see
accurate,
it
the
in
Chinese one or the
you can see it
ISS
in
one?
another angle. You
Yeah,
can
the
s- you can
Chinese
s-
show you what you should see if Earth was curving.
Okay.
Which one is real,
initial
the
live
Chinese
stream
one
that
or
I
the
showed you-
American one?
The initial live stream that I showed
Nez,
you had the
answer the
exact
question.
same problem.
Which one
I
is more
am.
real,
I am,
China or US
Sorry, Matrix, you
video
muted.
footage?
So-
Which one?
Both.
Very simple question. I know it's confusing and I know it's a lot to take in, but you posted up the American satellite footage. China one was posted up by old dude. Which one is correct in regards to the amount of curvature shown? Now I'm going to give you 10 seconds to think about it. Don't overcook yourself. Right, Nez, I know you can do it. Now, which one, in regards to the curvature shown, is the correct one? Come on, Nez, you can do it. He's probably got me muted and can't hear me. I was just thinking, do we want to listen to him say it or do we want him to post it up? Yeah, post it up in side chat.
Yeah, so they're both correct. Both show an accurate representation of the, not even a representation, just live footage from their space stations onto Earth.
Yeah, but they're about the same height, dude. That's the problem.
No, they are the same height.
Yeah, so why does one show curving as if it's higher up?
Remember the first live stream that I showed you from the ISS space station? It was the same exact camera angle that showed no curvature. I showed
So
you.
why do they show curvature sometimes?
I showed you another camera angle that lifts. Remember we were talking about angles? So it's a different angle.
Yeah,
It shows.
I know.
It shows the So
Why
so
do
with
they
that
show
other
curvature
angle-
sometimes? Like why when I asked you to pick from amongst the 4 images, which one was the fake one, you said it doesn't matter, they all show curvature. The existence of the curvature in an image seems to be a primary criterion for you to assess whether or not it's true.
Doesn't matter.
If it doesn't matter, why are you arguing?
I just showed you. I just told you. What are you talking about?
Why are you even arguing this point about curvature?
I gave you another angle that showed the curvature with the ISS.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter, right? So who cares? So how do you know Earth is a globe if curvature doesn't matter?
I just showed. That's not what I said. Now you're putting words in my mouth.
No, I'm trying to figure out how you're thinking. Like you say it doesn't matter. So how do you know Earth is a globe?
So give me 30 seconds to speak without you speaking over me. Can you do that?
Okay, answer my question for 30 seconds, please. How do you know Earth is a globe? Go.
Okay. So with the ISS space station footage that I gave you, one, I gave you a angle directly looking at the Earth, which does not show a curvature. Same thing with the Chinese one that you showed me, does not show a curvature. If they had a different camera angle that was showing similar to the other live stream that I showed you, they would show the curvature of the Earth. You know this to be true because I gave you an ISS space tracker, an ISS tracker that shows exactly where the ISS space station is. Okay, so if you go to both live streams, and you could probably find a tracker for the Chinese one, you can see the position. You can look at the live stream, and you would see that they're looking at the exact same spot on Earth. This is proving that the Earth is round just by using footage from NASA.
Okay, hold on. 30 seconds ago, you insisted the curvature does not matter. And you spent 30 seconds telling me that it does. I can't figure out which one is true for you.
The one that I just recently said in the whole 30 seconds is true. That's my opinion.
All right. So does the presence of curvature in an image matter to you?
Yes.
Then why do they show images without curvature? And why does the Chinese show no curvature?
Okay, so I gave you another camera angle that shows curvature. The one that doesn't show curvature is just showing you that they're looking at the same spot and it's from the same space station at the time.
Great. So should you see curvature from that height when you're only seeing 3% of the? No. Okay. So curvature does not matter. Great. So how do you know that it's?
You can see it with the other camera angle.
But is that curvature or a different camera with a different curving lens?
It doesn't have a curving lens. You wouldn't be able to see. This guy said that it was from a plane's height, which is completely untrue. If you
really,
if you looked at it,
you're just making stuff up.
Yeah.
So you don't seem to have any idea whether or not curvature should matter.
That is what he said.
Curvature is first on your mind, and I don't understand your point of view on this. The fact is, the geometric fact is even if Earth is a globe, you should not see curvature from these heights. So why do you still think Earth is a globe and you keep pointing to curvature? But the curvature should not be present from these heights in the first place.
So let me get this straight. The two linear camera angles that are showing no curvature of the Earth, those are correct. However, the angled camera that's showing the curvature of the Earth, that is incorrect because it disproves your entire argument. So what you need to do,
what argument?
It disproves your argument about the Earth being round, or that the ISS space station cannot see the curve of the Earth.
No, it shouldn't be able to, because the geometric reality is Earth curvature should not be visible. And the curvature that you're witnessing is a feature of the lens, the field of view of the camera. So if you can't see curvature from this height, why would you ever think it's a curve?
Do you know what curved lenses look like? Have you ever seen one?
Yeah, I do. I got a great study on what's called rectilinear lenses, and they're biased towards barrel distortion.
Okay, so we're looking
at where
they
show up on the lens.
You see the arm that's opposed on the live stream that I showed you, why is it not bending with the Earth?
Because if you run along a diagonal, it's not going to curve on a barrel-shaped distortion. Want to see how this works? I can present this to you.
And it does bend. Have a good look at it.
No, it doesn't. Look at it.
Yes, it does. Have a good look at it. Run a straight line. Take a screenshot, Nez, and run it through any paint program, anything that can produce a straight line, and run it against it. You'll see it's bent. So please, do your homework.
No, looks pretty straight to me.
Right here, check it out in chat.
Exactly. Sporadic's going
It's pretty straight to me. It just looks like it has a little bit of a dent in it.
How come the diagonals are not curving on this distorted lens image?
Okay. Well, I'm talking about the arm right here. That's not diagonal. It's linear. It looks fine.
So your point is what? The presence of curvature proves that Earth is a globe. And your point also is curvature doesn't matter. And somehow from the same height, we've got two different cameras that can show curvature and doesn't show curvature. And you think what? The Earth is like flip-flopping back and forth between flat and globe, depending on camera 1 and camera 2? Or do you think potentially it could be due to a field of view change from the two different types of cameras that are being used?
Here's another camera angle that shows the...
Could one be a software render?
Here's another camera angle that shows the arm, and it has no distortion on it. So it's not... You can also see a solar panel, again, linear, shows no distortion on it. There's multiple...
You're showing me arms that run along the diagonal, like in the image I showed you. Do you not understand?
No.
Yeah, the arm is running at a 45-degree inclination.
Do you see the panel? Do you see the panel that's on the left top side? Where is the distortion? You can even see the curve.
You can see how it's bowing inward.
Oh, where? Okay, look at your image. Look at your image. You see how curved it is with that camera angle? Why is it not doing this in this angle that I showed you? Shouldn't they have the same effect? Looks like they don't. And this is all with footage.
Before you get all excited,
this is all with footage.
Nez, stop talking for a second. Okay, if you've got me muted, I'm going to boot you. Nez, when you are doing photography,
I'm waiting for you to boot me, man.
Do you know what happens?
You already lost.
When you use a wide-angle lens.
You already lost.
Okay, I'm going to help you out because you're a fucking idiot. Right. When you're doing photography, now I know you've got me muted, but you know what? You should learn something, mate, because you're not doing yourself any favour. Number one, in those images, how do you know it's not CGI'd? Something pasted over the top of something else. Any Muppet can do it in Photoshop these days. So, question that at least. Now, when you're using wide-angle lenses, and sometimes rectilinear lenses do it, but they've got another weird pattern going on. If you have an item that's very close to the camera, and an item that is a long way away from the barrel's distortion or that bubble effect gets amplified for the item that's further away. All right? So a classic example is when those idiots put a GoPro with the two wires close up. Oh, look, the two wires are dead straight, but the curvature is shown in the background. We've all probably seen it, Mage 1 or Mage 2 or some bloody thing like that it was called. Classic example. When you've got something exceptionally close, it doesn't distort as much as something that's a long way away. So, yeah, pro tip, mate.
I have a GoPro. I know what you're talking about with ultra wide. But this isn't.
Why are they showing Earth curve in this when there shouldn't be any?
Huh?
Yeah, in your image, going back to that, Why are they showing
the
curvature when
image
there
that I just showed you?
geometrically shouldn't be any?
Oh, because this is a different camera angle, unlike the first one and the Chinese one that you showed me.
A different angle changes whether or not curvature exists?
Yes, and I said this before.
Okay, explain the principle.
What do you mean explain the principle? Remember when you said that this camera angle can only see 3% of the Earth?
No, like
when it's looking directly down.
It's not camera dependent. You can use any camera and you will only see 3% of Earth's surface due to the geometry, the relationship of the height above the ball.
Yes.
Right. So if you want to see a greater percent, you need to go to a greater height. You don't change the angle. You got to change the height to change the angle.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So they're at the same height.
Do you realize that this space station has to be in a very, very, very precise area to orbit, like it is right now?
Yeah, I understand the claim.
So the height will never change.
Right. So why would the angle change if the height doesn't change?
Because the angle of the camera is changing from looking directly down to looking at the side where you can see the curvature.
Right. I'm telling you that 3% of Earth's surface would be visible regardless of where you're looking at it. The whole entire Earth, like the maximum extent, the horizon would actually be about 1,440 miles away from the observation point, all the way around.
This is still only a part of the Earth that is extremely small, even from this angle.
I know you shouldn't see any curving because it's such a small, insignificant part of the globe. And you're showing me curvature, which denies the geometric truth.
And we already agree that it looks nothing like this camera angle that you showed me. The photo,
like reality,
it looks absolutely
reality.
Nothing like
a globe
this, so
shouldn't look anything like this. You're absolutely right.
It does. Yeah, you're right. This. Oh, so we agree. So this right here, I'm gonna.
So this does not reflect what reality should be if it was a globe. You're exactly right.
No. This right here looks exactly nothing like this photo. We agreed on that.
Yeah. What's with all the inconsistencies? Which one is the real Earth?
Yeah, you're right. This photo that you sent is very inconsistent from the photo that I'm looking at right now.
So if curvature doesn't matter, why do you think curvature determines whether or not Earth is a globe from this height?
I know. What? Wait, hold on.
Maybe you want to say curvature does matter again, because that would probably strengthen your position.
Because that's my entire claim, is that curvature exists and you can see it from the ISS space
Exactly.
station.
Yeah, and meanwhile, geometrically, you shouldn't be able to if you're only seeing 3%.
Again, Shahbaz, you're using things. You're using sites that aren't government. I'm using sites that are government founded.
Therefore, it's automatically true.
Yes, because
default must be true. .gov on the end of it must be correct.
Wait, okay, look at this. It even proves my thing. That's so fucking crazy. This proves my argument, by the way.
The government. So if the government makes a claim and your proof is the government's claim, excellent.
No, my proof is that this is coming from a government site, so it's better. I'll take a cookie. I love cookie. Thank you. I'm showing that this is coming from a government site, so then it's directly coming from the government. This cannot be. This cannot.
Can I read something out, Nez?
Even though that it's completely true. This is true footage.
Nez, silence for a second. I just want to read something out to you. Okay, just listen to this. With respect to information available from this webpage, neither the United States government nor any of its employees makes any warranty, express or implied, including the warranties of merchantability and fitness for particular purpose, nor assumes any legal liability or responsibility for the accuracy, completeness, or usefulness of information, apparatus, product, or process disclosed, nor represents that its use would not infringe privately owned rights. Now, that came off the back end of the page that you sent us to.
Why does it matter?
The government doesn't claim this to be true.
What do you mean? What do you
if you act on this information in any way, and any harm comes to you, the government will disavow it. That's what it says. It's a hold harmless agreement.
That doesn't prove that it's wrong. You're working for.
They don't want to make any claim as to its veracity because they don't want you acting on this and hurting yourself because they can't prove it. They can't prove this is true.
Maybe it's because they want accurate workers when they're literally a fucking government agency. Yeah, they don't want dumbasses that think the Earth is flat working at NASA. Yeah, no.
Nez, that was off the Gateway to Astronaut Photography of Earth, the page that you led us to.
What are we looking at? I'm looking at the video. This
said earlier, do your homework. Don't just look at the first picture and go, "Oh, it shows her."
I just did, and I schooled you guys.
Nez, you're talking again, and you shouldn't.
You guys.
Nez, you shouldn't be talking, mate.
No, I'm
Sometimes
talking.
you've got to learn to listen. That's right, because we're going to help you out. What we want you to do is next time you jump on a page because someone says, "Oh my God, it's got curve," and you jump on there like a dog that hasn't had a feed for a month, go through and read the entirety of the site. All the disclaimers, all the bullshit, everything. And 99% of the time, you'll find that most of them are shit. There might be 1% of truth in there, and the rest of it's crap. And that's what we keep coming up with. Whenever we get onto these sites, we'll find little disclaimers. This is all bullshit. Don't worry about what it says because we don't validate anything that we put up here anyways. So, if you want to hurt yourself and continue re-brainwashing yourself with all this NASA curvature that's mathematically not possible at those given elevations anyways, then go right ahead. You're all welcome to do it. But yeah, at least go through and have a bit of a read of some of the pages first, mate. You'll do yourself a favour.
Yeah, so you guys lost the argument.
No, the hold harmless agreement transfers liability from the government to you.
This is the funnest night I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, the hold harmless agreement is it transfers liability from the government to you who acts upon this information. So if you do anything with it, the government is not responsible for what happens because the government does not stand by the veracity of this information. If they did, they wouldn't have to enforce what they're showing you with the hold harmless agreement to disavow it. They're disavowing how good their information is.
Yeah, and they don't want you working there. Are they going to prosecute you?
No,
I don't think they're going to prosecute you.
That's got nothing to do with working there.
Yes, it does. They're going to fire you.
No, it doesn't.
If you disingenuously use their information.
If it mentioned about working there, it would have said, "This is the disclaimer unto our employees." Your claim earlier was .gov means thumbs up. We're pointing out that the government doesn't even validate its own data. It doesn't even agree to it. And it's putting a disclaimer there to basically cover their own ass. So if you act upon it and something bad happens to you, and then you turn around and say, "But your government, you're good for us," they're going to go, "Nuh-uh, here's disclaimer. You're an idiot."
That's it's like imagine if the government said, "Here, guys, here's absolute globe evidence. Here's final proof. And if anybody calls us into question for any reason, we hold ourselves harmless. We transfer liability to you for making decisions about your life based off of the information that we presented to you. We are harmless."
Yeah, you guys are harmless. I mean,
no,
I just really hope that you don't teach your
government's telling you by showing you this image. They're saying that you can't hold
because that will
can't hold us accountable for what happens to you. You adopt the worldview that they present to you.
Nez, can you tell me where they are wrong?
What do you mean?
Where they are flat earthers wrong?
I just showed you. I just showed you so much evidence, and then you're just throwing it away.
Show me so much evidence.
You can't show me any evidence that proves the flat Earth.
You never showed consistent evidence, and you said curvature doesn't matter. So why are you even arguing?
You're okay. So then you're also taking my words out of context.
You won't want evidence for the flat Earth.
What?
Huh? Do you want evidence for the flat Earth?
I cannot. What are you saying?
You said you don't know any evidence for flat Earth. Yes or no?
Yeah, you guys give quote unquote evidence that is just completely.
What
just
for you will
it's
be
just
evidence
false.
for the flat Earth?
No, we're not going to that, guys. It's tired. I'm tired.
Nez.
You guys already lost.
What evidence did we provide?
We lost
You
with the
cannot.
flat
You
Earth.
can't prove. You
You're
can't prove
saying
that
the
this
flat.
is CGI. Almost Shabazz, you're muted. You guys can't prove that this is CGI. This is my night. This is my night.
Stop talking. You haven't had a good night. You've had nothing but
I'll take my
shit.
ban now, please, guys. Go ahead and take my ban.
Inside chat, 22 past the hour. Have a look at that photo, Nez.
Yeah, I've seen this. You showed me.
Yeah.
And remember when we were talking about elevation? And remember when we were talking about elevation? You're up.
What about elevation?
You would see more.
You were muted most of the time I've been in here.
Oh no, I remember you were telling me about this. Remember our conversation we had about elevation?
Yeah, that's right. You didn't want to answer the question. Because I asked you a very simple question. At what elevation do you believe that image was taken from?
You can see it curve, bro. You're fucking stupid. Oh my god.
Yeah,
you show me
that's
evidence
curving.
of
How far is it curving?
But you shouldn't see me.
I don't know. I'm not taking a fucking ruler.
What elevation do you believe that is taken from? Have a rough guess. Under 500 foot? Over 500 foot?
Yeah,
Sub
around
1,000? Over 1,000? 500?
Yeah.
How about we,
Maybe like
just to make
250.
sure, we'll jack
Maybe
it
like
up to
250.
1,000.
Okay. 1,000. So you already knew the answer. It doesn't even fucking matter.
No. There's a reason for it. Now go and punch that into the Earth curve calculator like I told you to do. Distance, 143 miles. And you can choose what your elevation is, whether it's 500 or whether it's 1,000. And watch what happens after you hit calculate for the difference of the two of
Fucking
them.
matter, dude. The Earth
Yes,
is
it does matter. It matters
No,
a
it
shit
doesn't.
ton. It does to you in this image.
Yeah, so go on the ground.
So it
go on
doesn't
the ground
matter.
instead of being 1,000 feet in the fucking air, because your elevation changes how far you can see it. Right? We were talking about this. We
That's
actually
why
agree
it
on this,
matters.
Yeah. So go on the.
Elevation change due to
Oh my
height or due
God.
to something else?
I guess for this guy, the flatter Earth looks, the more of a globe it is in his mind. I mean, that's just kind of bonkers.
No,
He said
I think
elevation change. Elevation change due to height or something else?
I wish I was Neil deGrasse Tyson up here, because
I wish you
Nez.
were too. We'd hand your ass to you.
no.
Nez, you said
I'm glad we won't
elevation
stream
change.
this.
So Shabazz, you're just using globe Earth.
Don't
Use a
sidestep
flat
to him.
Earth.
Man, you said
Earth
elevation
curve
change
calculator.
with the.
I already,
and
I already
you said,
disproved this. You can see the Earth. You
Disproved
can see
what?
the Earth curvature.
You,
You
haven't
should not
disproved
see
anything.
curvature
You
from
haven't
that height.
answered
You
the
agreed
question.
with us
Do you see how
geometrically.
it's? Do you see? Yeah. Can you,
should
see how
not
you're?
see it though. You should not see it from that height.
Do you see how it is slowly escaping our view? Do you see that?
What
That
does
means
it
that
mean
there's
if
a
they show you curvature
doesn't
that
matter.
shouldn't be there if Earth is a globe?
It doesn't matter if it takes fucking.
Then why are you
100
arguing?
miles just because of your stupid fucking.
Why,
what
if
is
it
called?
doesn't
Your
matter, then why
mirages.
the
It
argument
doesn't-
at all?
It doesn't matter about your mirages or bullshit or how long it takes.
Mirages? What are you talking
to
about?
look. If you have a curve,
making
that
stuff up
means
again.
If you have
There
one
is no curve.
If you have one curve, if you can see one curve, that means that the Earth is round.
There is
if
no
it's
curve
curving,
in that.
if it's curving from the space, that means is it curving
Why
from
did they
the
show you no curve?
Look.
Why did they
look
show
right
you
here.
no curve then?
cannot-
Like you showed us images without curve. Why did they do that to you?
But that's just one camera angle. You're sidetracking here.
It's the same height. There should not
Doesn't
be a
fucking
curvature
matter.
change. Yeah, there should not be any curvature change.
What are you talking about?
The further you get
You're
away
just
should
looking-
alter
you're
the
just-
amount
you're just
of
pointing the-
surface
you're
you
just
see,
pointing
which
the
changes the
fucking
amount of
camera angle
curvature
at a
you
different
see.
position.
But it's at the same
You're
height.
just pointing the camera angle at a different position. You can say that it's CGI when it works in your favor. In
So this means
scenario, it
curvature
works
is
in
not
your favor.
dependent on the globe, but dependent on the camera angle.
No.
That's what you've
You're
said,
fucking-
Nez.
You guys are autistic, bro. There's no arguing. I already won.
So curvature now is not
Sorry,
based
Matrix,
on the actual object you're taking a photo of. Curvature now, gone. Stay out. Yes.
But he's correct. You can see the curvature on that picture. On any picture of the globe, you can see the curvature. That's correct.
Are you agreeing with him?
No, I'm saying that in every picture.
I was gonna say, fucking here we go.
I'm saying that only on every picture you see the curve. You know, is it that picture presentation of reality? That's another question.
So, do you like that picture there that I put up for him?
Wait.
The 22 past the hour, that coastline.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty good, that one. See how right up the top, you can see where the water meets the land, right at the very top of the image, across the horizon?
Yeah.
Okay, from that point where it meets the land, come all the way back down the bottom, see where the cars are parked in that roundabout at the bottom?
Yeah.
From that point at the top to that roundabout, 143 miles.
And it's a shore. That means I wanted that like a Chile, Argentina, some kind of highway, you know, near the shore like you have now. That's beautiful, you know, because that's sea level, you know, all the way. The elevation does not change.
The only way to top that off would be to go and recreate my own and take a theodolite there and survey the whole lot of that section so we know exactly what it is. The whole lot's been surveyed. Like, go down there for a week and just survey the whole thing. And, yeah, what is it? 230 kilometres.
Welcome to y'all. As well.
Matrix, my question for you is, do you think Nez actually believes this stuff? Or do you think that he's just lonely and trying to force people to give him some company?
I think he's about 80% on all of stuff he's put out there. Like, he is swallowing blue pills for practice. Probably has a packet of them next to his computer, so just in case we show him something that's flat, he can rip another one into himself. But yeah, a lot of the time, a few of these kids, to me, it just sounds like they're winging it. ChatGPT is probably our enemy at the moment, not these kids. But yeah, I'm going to say he's 80% indoctrinated and wings the rest. Maybe he's a little bit lonely, I don't know. If he's got a computer, Discord, you're never lonely. Plenty of people you can harass.
Right, exactly.
Well, sounds like a plan. Get me little drone out. Might have to get some new batteries for him. Take him down to that car park and recreate that same photo. Here, watch, I'll get down there. It'll be all overcast, it's stormy shit days. Seas will be pumping. It'll just be a whitewash.
I'm surprised he didn't pull out the old. We know it's a globe because it looks so flat.
Bit that I thought was funny was when Sporadic had to talk him back into sticking with the bendy bits as opposed to China's flat one to reinforce his own argument. That was a clanger.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, he didn't take too kindly to the .gov website getting torn apart. Poor kid.
Yeah, where it really got me was, his whole deductive reasoning that it's from the government. It must be true.